Welcome everybody to the MLBB European Mid-Season Cup. It's an awesome time to be here. It's been a while since I've done any casting, but not only that, if you guys don't know who I am, I'm G the Ico, and alongside me we have Warren here. How you feeling, Warren?
I'm feeling great today, except it's kind of a little bit warm on my side. Not as bad as late as the other days. It was, I believe, 32. I don't know how much you had over at your spot, but 32 was wild. Right now it's raining, so that's a nice one. I am hoping for the players that will be participating today and during the whole event that they will have a lot of rain, and not in a way that their internet drops. That would be too much, and that would be very unlucky. But in a way that we playing on our phones, they get overheated very easily right now during these conditions. I don't know how it's with you, but I cannot even play ranked. I cannot even try hard because my device is overheated.
Really, no. Around here, I mean, at least in my house, it's only like I don't know what it is in like Celsius, but in like Fahrenheit, it's only like 70. Like, so it's not like hot at all. So it's pretty good over here.
It's so funny that you have like Celsius and Fahrenheit. And if you tell me that you have 70 and I don't know it's Fahrenheit, I would think you are dead. Because in Celsius, 70, man, that's your soup stewing on that.
Hey, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
I seen you earlier with your window open, and I was like, dang, it must be hot over there. But without further ado, some big things coming into the EMC is that we have a crazy prize pool here, Warren. Right, we're looking at a 4,000 euro, which is, to be honest, like the biggest prize pool I think Europe's seen.
That's absolutely crazy prize pool, and of course, even if you finish on that first place, it's going to be little bit spilled over between second place, third place, of course, but still, this is a crazy prize pool. I mean, 4,000 euro, that's like someone's salary, someone's monthly salary, and I mean, even like very good salary. I don't know how over at your place, but in my place, 4,000 euro a salary a month? Damn, you are a doctor.
It's definitely pretty high, and I mean, hey, we'll have to see which team gets it, but we're kind of looking at some of the formatting here. We do have the switch stage. We are currently in round one, so we're going to be seeing a lot of best of ones today, and I believe we're also going to be jumping into some of the best of threes. So we'll see today as the night falls and comes along. But there's quite a few teams that are going to be battling at it. We're what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 teams going at it here in the first round here, Warren.
First round is going to be tough. I believe we do have loser bracket, if correct me if I'm wrong, right? So doesn't really mean you get kicked out, or do you? Am I missing something?
No, so this kind of looks exactly like I think it's what was the last one was M6, right? Like the switch stage. So they're just competing for points at this point. And then if you stay at the top, you stay at the top, and you kind of make it all the way up and you qualify. You can see the qualifiers up there at the top. If a team does the first two blues, and then they win the third one, they're automatically qualified. But all the other teams still have to fight for spots to be able to qualify. And it looks like we only have, what is that? It looks like 8 teams that are going to be able to qualify.
Yeah, 8 should be correct. Yeah. So half will be cut down on July 13. So tomorrow, half of the teams will be saying goodbye. Today it's I must say pretty lovely for us because we don't need to wave anyone goodbyes. Today it's only, kind of the build up to tomorrow, kind of to tomorrow's knockouts. But today, no knockouts. But of course, if you start bad today, it's going to be very tough tomorrow.
And it definitely will be. I mean, I wouldn't say today, like you were saying, it's not going to make or break a team, but I think we're going to be able to see who the powerhouses are today. Like who's come ready and who's can keep those top spots. Because I feel like that's, some people, hey, maybe their strategy is to, avoid some of the heavier teams for the time being, and then go to the lower. But most teams like staying to the top brackets. And I've seen teams, stay into the top brackets and then make it to that third tier and then almost get qualified and go straight down to eliminations. So it's anybody's games when it comes to this tournament format.
Could be. Looks pretty deadly. Also, I see
Exactly. Yeah, so kind of looking at this tournament format, building off of kind of what Warren was saying is that it best of ones can be pretty tough when it comes to teams, like this it's tough for teams to fight it out in the BO1s, and I've seen it even with some of my teams I managed in the North American region, like that best of one, unless you come prepared and you're on like your complete A game, best of ones can either be your golden ticket or it could be your downfall.
best of ones, definitely the deadliest format. Always in the longer formats, whether you have BO3s, BO5s, even BO7s, and so on, then it really comes down to who is the better team, definitely. Who will most of the days win out the clash. But BO1's pretty deadly, and as you are saying, you can be prepared, you can be ready, but it's still very dangerous. Little mistake can happen, and it's just this one moment where you have to do your absolute best, and you either go through or you fall down.
Exactly. I mean, I like to call it the good old North American crawl, but I guess it's now called the European crawl while we're casting over here in the Europe side. So I want to see what teams definitely bring it to it. Be honest, I think I've seen teams be a little bit more strong on the side of Europe. So I'm kind of looking forward to it. But we're jumping right into the draft here. We got NF versus Momento, which, I mean, Warren, based off of what you've seen in the past, is there any like heroes you're looking forward to seeing here? Any heroes you're not looking forward to seeing?
Well, I already know that Uranus is pretty expected ban. He got overbuffed. We didn't see him with a golden staff. We saw him only without that golden staff. But even without, he was super tanky. Was able to cut his own waves and was just a menace throughout the map. Was doing so much tank work done. I believe there was even one composition where it had only him as a front line. It was working just well enough. So this is pretty expected first ban. And as an answer, I think there's multiple answers that the opponents can come up with, that Memento Mori can come up with. It's anyone's game right now. Don't think I have anyone else that high on the no-no list except Uranus.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of things have kind of changed throughout MLBB, so I know the EXP lane is definitely one of the lanes that can control tides in it, and as you can see, they're going to be banning out the Yuzong as well, so that just, I mean, goes to show that the EXP lane is kind of devastating at this point.
Yuzong makes a lot of sense. We saw some success in the hands of some players with Yuzong. But Baxia, yeah, another classic, another typical thing. Look out for. Now, looking at it right now, I'm thinking, will VC players coming back to Kalia? Because she got hit by some nerfs, but when we saw her picked up before, she looked pretty decent. But after those nerfs, it almost looked like a curse. It almost looked like you don't really want to play her, because every team that picked her up, I believe, lost. Or at least the teams that I saw. I think she had a score like 0-5 or something. So every time she was picked up, didn't really work it well. So I guess teams will stay away from her. Of course, then you need to look out for who else. than Granger and Harit. Those two typically are either handshaken or one outed, second one picked. Super strong. If you don't have those, then you are looking at Bruno. You are kind of taking the lesser evil at that moment, but those two really shine right now. I don't really know what would need, what should be done appropriately.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, pulling out the, what is that? It's been a while. Arlot? Can.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, Arlot. Like, that's, again, picking up the EXPs early on, huge. I mean, his swipes can just be detrimental into a team fight. So I'm kind of interested to see what they're going to respond with here by Momento. And again, the first two picks I think are pretty nice. We've seen Kimmy's absolutely destroy teams. So it's interesting to see that come out very first pick. And I mean, the Lapu Lapu. Dang, there's some solid picks by these two teams.
Ooh, Lapu Lapu, really like him, really love what they did, how they tweaked the numbers. He is right now super strong, super tanky as well. Something more poke-oriented into something that's not really immediately in your face. And I think in that way, in that moment, Van wouldn't be as effective, because she's super effective if you either go really hard in or if you try to avoid getting engaged on. So right now, I think, oh, it's in hands of Loloy, and he's going for Bruno. Bruno, don't know about this matchup. You can tell me more about it. I am not super confident in my gold line matchup knowledge, so you can help me out.
It kind of looks like that maybe we're going to be seeing the Kimmy in the mid lane, if I'm not mistaken. So
we should.
I think we're going to see two marksmans going out here, right? So we're going to see Kimmy in the mid lane, Bruno in the gold lane, and then Wan. And I think the real aspect that we're seeing here with the Bruno pickup is that Bruno can kind of target you and hit you with autos. You know, so it's a little bit easier to catch the Wan to get the pokes and the peels on her. So it'd be interesting to see. I mean, he's got high damage. He doesn't really need any CC, so it's not going to be like a super counter. Wan won't super counter him. So we'll have to see what they bring to the field. But we're looking at Lancelot getting banned out, Angela. Seeing a lot of roams being banned out by Momento. I think they might know a little bit about NF.
Oh, they're definitely looking out on the roamer, because this looks pretty targeted to me. Like, out of 4 bans, 2 are going for roamer. You have something on him. You were going through those bot reviews, and you saw the guy, you saw what he was capable of. Now we are looking out for him. I'm really curious what will the last ban be. If you look at the composition, I feel like you really should double down for the side of NF on that heavy engage in. So I'm thinking, when we have force out, I'm thinking like Cecilion could follow you up with that barrage of spells, barrage of damage, or you can either be looking at some globals.
Yeah. I'm thinking we're gonna need some type of control from the side of NF, right? They have the 2 strong front lines. They got Fred, they got Arlots, and then they got the late game secured with the Wan. So I think they need something to keep them into the late game. Is my ideal. They get rid of the Raph, and I don't know what that is. That a Layla? I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like Lila. It looks like Lila, but I think we get it should be cheap. I think it should be cheap, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Interesting.
we got help from our little helper in our ears, and he was telling us that it's Chip, so it should be Chip, not Lila. Lila would be pretty peculiar since already 1-1 locked in, so it should be Chip. Everyone rest assured, should be Chip. So yeah, as I was talking about those globals, you really want to double down on that engaged mobility through the map, so Chip makes a lot of sense if you ban him out. So 3 bans for the roamer. Yeah, this is personal.
That's what I'm saying. I think it is personal. Memento is, you know, they just don't want to see that roam, and I guess I can understand that. I mean, they got a Kimmy, they got a Bruno, so anybody that has a little bit of CC control and dive could be detrimental under their team comp. But they ended up picking up the Valentina, and then is that dang?
Oh, it is Bedang, but I am really confused about that Valentina lock-in because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there is not really so many heavy ultimates that you can steal away. I know Lapu Lapu can work really decently with Valentina because she can engage with his ult into the backline. She gets the damage reduction if I'm not wrong. You can steal out Kimi to move them away. But other than that, like Bruno's ult doesn't really do that much for you. Minotaur's ult doesn't really do that much for you. I don't know. How are you liking it, Aiko?
I mean, I like it. I guess it's just going to be interesting to see. A Gushin, though, is kind of wild. I don't, in my whole time of casting a tournament, I don't think I've ever seen a Gushin, but looks like we might be raining into the land of dawn here as we see Nightfall versus Memento Mori getting into this first match here, Warren. I think this is going to be crazy. I like it. Looks like we have quite a few. We got Bedang in the roam. I feel like that's a crazy pick. The Gushin and the what is that? The jungle on the enemy side. So I feel like those are my 2 crazy picks here before we get into this game.
I mean, it's going to be super active throughout the whole map. There's going to be constant action. Arlott and Lapu Lapu will be exchanging blows. Both of them have kill pressure on each other. There can be a lot of happening. Of course, for Lapu Lapu, the early game will be going stronger a little bit for his side. But yeah, even in jungle, Fredrin super active. Gashian should get this novel action.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a poke and peel here by Nightfall, but again, I think they're trying to lock down on the Kimmy. This is great tenacity in the early stage, and they're going to allow rotation here, Warren.
They're trying to block them out as Creevy hops into this brush, bursting Sakamoto of some of his health.
Yeah, Minnow still being there. I feel like the biggest thing that we're going to see from Mori is that sustain of the Minnow is going to be the key to him.
But it's not first time for me seeing Bedang roam. Saw it in action a couple times. So not that much of a surprise for me. Of course, a little bit of a surprise in the current meta. He is not so heavily being picked up as a roamer, at least recently. There are other roamers that you can go for. But it's interesting that Sakamoto went for Minotaur, even though when Bedang was open, he was right there for the taking. And that's interesting for me because I don't really see that much of a value in Minotaur if you compare him to Bedang.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I think Bedang's going to be able to lock him down here as we do see the Gushin diving into the back line. A little bit of poke peel here. Nightfall retreating a little bit, trying to get into a position to be able to take down and contest against Mori. First turtle coming up here right now. I feel like this is just a wait and bait. The good old Rock'em Sock'em match here. Minnow getting peeled. Arlott coming in, Minnow. Oh my god, utilizes the flicker and is able to get out, but Fredrin into the back line here. Are they going to be able to do anything as the clash is still coming down? The turtle is low. Turtle gets reset. The fights are still going. Kareem was able to secure the kill, but Yorski is able to secure one as well. So I think that was... Oh my god, 4 fell on the side of Mori. Momentum. And Nightfall looks like they might be able to make it here. Valentina kind of getting peeled and poked by the turtle.
You got it.
Jeez, leave me going in. But we do see a flicker and a Bravest Warrior coming down here. But are they going to allow Yorskis to get away? Yes, they will. That was an insane fight there, Warren.
I mean, it took over like a minute and a half. I was worried about your breath being available to you, but 4 or even 5 kills going over to the side of Memento Mori. They are already with a strong head start of 1,500 gold extra for themselves, and Ironski will be a menace. Like, Boborusik is so unfortunate that he's matching this guy, because right now he is 3-0 compared to his 0 kills and only 1 assist. Like, what can he do right now? He's completely boiling in this lane.
Yeah, and I mean, we already seen. What I feel like was like the biggest was Yorski, right? Like, hopefully I'm saying his name correctly. He's got a wild one, but he just went insane with the Bedang. Not the Bedang, the Lapu Lapu. They kind of look like brothers, but just the power that he brought from the EXP lane right there into that turtle fight was insane to me.
This is what you expect from Lapu Lapu. As I was saying, it's pretty deadly matchup in the XP lane, Arlott against Lapu Lapu, but of course Arlott is a little bit on that scaly side, where he needs a little bit... Oh, there's an action happening. Mino could be in trouble.
Wall is up! Sakamoto falls. No one can even respond to that. That's what the Bedang brings to the Rome side, is just locking you down and taking you out.
That's exactly what I was talking about. I don't know if Sakamoto had a little bit of a flicker cooldown off, because right now he has it, so I don't know like how much was left on the CD that he wasn't able to just jump out. Oh, Lapu Lapu could be in trouble.
Yeah, he's on the hunt here. The fist wall comes out, locks him down, but the sustainability of Bravest Warrior is insane. Frameland comes in, he's full HP already. Valentino falls. So this is almost, oh Jesus, a double kill. 4 fall again by Yorski. That is insane. I don't think they understand that they can't team up and take down the Lapu Lapu there.
I really didn't expect this outcome when they were moving into this XP lane side and they were going for Lapu Lapu. I was like, alright, his reign is over, he overstepped, he overstayed his welcome, but no, he just plays it. He plays it and destroys them all. He's right now 5-0-2 and he's looking for more.
Yeah, I mean, that Bravest Warrior is what really secured the deal there. They had a 4-man jump on him, but again, his sustainability is just unmatched at this point. I think we're just fighting over turret controls. I feel like maybe they're gonna attempt to try to jump the Wan at. We'll see. I mean, Lapu's just going insane right now. He's ready for a fight. He's just itching.
For the side of Memento Mori, the game is going so far super good. You need that Lapu Lapu to really secure the early game. He's 5-0-2. He is dominating. And then you have Gashan, Bruno, and Kimi for that late game security. Everything going in your favor as we approach another fight.
Yeah, it looks like we have a fight down at the bottom. Our cameraman fell asleep. I'm not sure what's going on, but we do see a killing spear here by Gushin. He was able to get a 1v1 down there. And then Wan falls as well. Still a huge... Do we see a Bravest Warrior come out by Yorski? No, he's just getting his HP up. Valentino risking it for the biscuit here. They do not bite, though.
Oh, they do not bite right now, because NF really don't have their teeth. Their teeth have fallen out because Jonski had punched them out from their own mouths.
Yeah, Memento Mori is on a crazy snowball at this point. Now fighting over the blue buff here. Going to be able to shut down the side. We see... I don't know, it's kind of blurry on my side, sorry.
Right, Boper got a kill in retaliation. He got 1 kill for himself, but I don't know. I feel like the cake is already baked for this first game. Oh, wait a second. We have BO1s. We have BO1s. So this is what I mean. Like, it could be clearly possible, not clearly, but it could be possible that if tomorrow NF wake up, they destroy Memento Mori, but this is BO1s. Doesn't matter how you wake up tomorrow. Today, right now, right at this moment, you are getting absolutely destroyed because Jonski is dominating Lapu Lapu. Then you have Gashan in that jungle. Of course, you have Bruno scaling up. Kimi with 3 kills coming from early game all the way back. And now I think it's 6,000 gold lead, 3-14. NF, they need to really step up or they are falling through the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's still not the end of it. I mean, we're at 8 minutes. This is where true power spikes definitely hit. I can definitely say that Momentum Mori is definitely going to have a huge power spike. Excuse me. When it comes to this next Lord here, in about, what is that, 80 seconds?
In 80 seconds, you're absolutely correct. And the thing is, you have Fredrin, you have Bedank, you have Valentina. All those heroes are for the early to mid game. But as we approach later stages of the game, they kind of fall off. They are not really that important. And it's all on 1-1 and Arlot. And they are not really doing super strong.
They're locking them down right now. The wall is up. Leave me able to shut down Lapu Lapu. This is the turning tide that they might need, but the Kimmy is coming in and showing what a Kimmy brings into the mid to the late game here. They can't keep him at bay. Bruno slapping him down. The Gushin wants it, but he doesn't go for the final bite there. Momentum Mori still showing that they have the momentum. Are we going to see a little bit of a clapback here, though, in the mid tower? Not too much here, Warren.
But what is super important is that NF played this fight super well. Even though they are so far behind, they were able to defend their tower. Oh, wait a second. They're going for more.
Final slash comes out here. We do see Bruno in the back line. Are they going to be able to keep him at it as the Gushin falls? Slark, though, be able to get a kill on to Leave Me. Super low. Lapu Lapu coming into the mid lane. The bravest warrior coming out and huge damage to the crossbow. Tang unleashes, but it's just not enough yet. Slarky able to secure a kill and take out that Wanwan. Like I said, you don't really got to aim those balls. They just smack you. It looks like we've seen a final slash trying to get him into the enemy tower, but not much from the side of Nightfall.
Oh, I feel the night is falling down on them because look at this score, 5-19. The goal lead has even increased into 8,000. If we look at the individual lanes, we can see that Valentina is doing better than Minotaur, but I don't think that's really the matchup we should be looking at. But yeah, Valentina is doing worse than Kimi by 2,000. If we compare Lapu, it's 2,000 to Arlot as well. And if we compare the carries, it's 3,000 almost. 1-1 to Bruno. So this is just so tough, this spot. And it's not really that you can look at your comp and be like, all right, guys, if we scale 4 more minutes, we win. Because it's not really that easy since you don't have full late game comp. You have only 2 heroes for the late game, and it's Arlot and 1-1. And in the absolute late game, it's only 1-1 standing.
Yeah, I feel like really from Nightfall, we need to be able to see them survive this Lord push, right? Try to keep it as many inhibitors as you possibly can, and don't fall. Don't fall into a team fight, because if it happens, you might have your final Nightfall into this match. We'll see as the Lord is barreling down here. I'm anticipating probably a huge fight going to come down, because they have to do some type of damage to this Lord. We see Fredrin trying to get in there, utilizes the retry to put some damage down onto the Lord. They're still baiting it in and out.
Lapu going in.
Duzu, Lapu, bravest warrior coming into the back line. Not able to get too much as Nightfall's trying to keep him at bay, but we do see the Gushin going in a little bit too deep, and that might be what Nightfall needed to keep Memento at bay. A little bit more damage coming out here. Final slash coming into the back line. Are we able to see a turnaround here? But the Kimmy just coming online takes out 3 of Nightfall. The bravest warrior once again comes in. The Minnow able to get the smackdown. The TPs are coming out. There's only one person to keep them at bay. Can he stop the onslaught? Memento coming in. He's trying, but it's just not enough. Memento Mori secures the deal here, Warren.
That was absolutely wild. The show of strength that we saw from Memento Mori was so dominant, and I am looking out for them for the rest of the tournament. Of course, this matchup could have been a little bit on their side, could have been a little bit more favorite towards them, and this doesn't really mean, this could not mean in the end that we are right now looking at someone who's gonna crack the finals. But we're definitely looking at someone who just won their first round with a great showing. I really liked it. Super fast, super quick, and they didn't really give their opponents a chance. They dominated early game even with little bit more scaling composition, and it was all on Lapu Lapu, but he delivered.
I mean, yeah, I was super surprised by the Gushin pick, and it was interesting. It was able to take out quite a few of those squishies in the early stage, but again, like what you were saying, the Lapu Lapu was just devastating into the early stage, and you just really couldn't do too much against that. When I feel like Nightfall had some, like early aggression that they wanted to get off, some, good team jumps that they suspected that they could take control of. They just didn't have an answer to what happened.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the question to be had is, will the next one that we will be seeing be more, from one side to the other, or will the other opponent future, as we will be approaching our second game of today that we will be seeing. But what's that going to be, Aiko? Do we have do we know who will be watching? Who will be
the next game?
All right, yeah.
I think we're going to be seeing Birthright versus someone.
Ooh, Birthright already pretty spicy. So yeah, the thing is, who will they be matched up against? But of course, top 16, they already made it. So even though Nightfall didn't seem the best in this BO1, it's always those BO1s. Could have been the draft, could have been they weren't really that warmed up, So I am really hoping for Nightfall to bounce back into it, because I am expecting that they are capable of it, since already top 16, they're here today.
Yeah, and we've seen some crazy gameplay coming out from the EXP lane. I kind of want to know, like, going forward, I feel like that's where our eyes need to be, because it just seemed like, I feel like if that R-Lock could have made it to the mid game and didn't receive the other end of the snowball, that it could have been detrimental for Momento, right? So there's just quite a few things that could have changed the pace, and I these are where the teams need to learn, right? In my experience of managing a professional team, is that they got to look at what their downfall was there. Did they underestimate a Lapu Lapu, and then that's probably the lane you shouldn't have went into the first. But maybe they were trying to shut them down. It was just execution. So
Yeah, and the Minotaur. We'll I was a little bit laughing under my beard, but yeah, he delivered. So I cannot say a word.
Yeah, and again, crazy to see Nightfall lose. But I've seen Memento Mori come into quite a few games, so I expected that they knew what they were doing when they were coming into this. Now, I feel like the biggest thing that I've seen from their matchup is that I think their EXP lane was a sub. I don't even think it was their main EXP, because what I'm seeing from this side of things is that Wade was the main XP. So maybe there's a little bit of a swap up going there, but my God, did he execute and bring the pain.
Wait, it was a sub? I didn't even notice. Like, the way he was playing, like, if that's your staff, and he's not even the main, shouldn't you switch it up? Shouldn't you give him a chance, man? He
had some main character syndrome right there, right?
Oh yeah. He didn't get the memo at all. Like, he forgot he's the staff, actually.
Yeah, so I enjoyed the fights from here. We can kind of look at some of the stats again. I don't think we're allocating an MVP just yet, but the damage taken from Nightfall, look at that. They took a beating, and they just weren't able to dash it back, I guess. And again, I guess that comes down to is that they didn't have as tank of a heavy team as they suspected. The sustainability by Memento Mori was just better.
Just look, Sky got awarded the carry, and look, 57,000. I believe that's what you get for the most damage on your team. He did 57,000 damage in a 12-minute game, and he outshined even Bruno, even Kimi, and even Gaston. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, he knows. He knows.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, what is Kimmy? Again, I think what kind of happened is that the snowball happened. They tried to jump the Lapu Lapu early. The Kimmy was just able to scale up to insane level. Nobody really had answers to her just because it was already so late in the game and the snowball happened. So she was just there dominating like 3 items and was just 7-0 and 8. Like that's just crazy to me.
Also, if you look at the damage dealt, for their side, because they did like 2/3 of the damage from the side of Memento Mori, and if you're on the receiving end, it's quite a lot.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I think you were kind of questioning the minnow, but man, by God, did they just keep their sustainability up? And paired with the Lapu Lapu, I think it was just like a match of who could stay alive the longest, right? Like I felt like Nightfall had a lot of damage, but they just didn't have enough damage to get past that sustainability that Memento brought to the playing field. So I feel like that was kind of like some of the downfalls and the greatness from either team. You got any suggestions, any ideas? What do you think was the turning point?
I mean, it's really tough playing a game like this. I imagine because it really went wrong at like the 4th minute mark or third mark around the first turtle. Don't really recall which time exactly was it. On this first turtle, it was really looking bright for you, but then Lapu Lapu kind of went through this fight with 3-0. He got 3 kills, didn't get killed in. Then you immediately have Arlott, who will never get a push in. He was already on the receive a little bit, as we were saying that, or I was saying specifically that he should scale up. He isn't really that strong. He needs to wait. Lapu Lapu is number one in early game, but he didn't have time for that because Lapu Lapu just rolled into the lane with 4 Gucci bags and Lamborghini, and like in his flip flops, sitting on his garden chair, and was like, "What is going on? What is going on here, man?" And he couldn't really do that much from then on. Who was just roaming map, approaching every fight. He was just stronger. And if you look what Arlott and Lapu are trying to do, they are kind of similar in a way that they are trying to go for that backline. They are trying to fish them out both their own ways. Arlott with that final slash and moving them away from their teammates into the danger. Lapu is the danger himself. He's trying to jump on when there is a way, there's an entrance. But kind of they are trying kind of to do the same thing. But in those fights, when Lapu is 3 kills ahead, you're doing the same thing but worse, and you would already be doing it worse since you are scaling up. Really tough for Bobber. So I hope he will not get shaken up a lot by this, and I hope he and the rest of his team come back into it and kind of reconsider how they approach those fights, even though they didn't have such a bad early composition. Something went wrong.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was to be honest, like I think you said it great, right? Like there was a lot of like downfalls, and then there was a lot of upbringings for the side of Memento, and it just I don't feel like Nightfall was able to grasp much, but they were still trying. To be honest, like their macro plays were pretty good. They just came too late, you know. Some of the sieges that was taken by Memento kind of looked a little bit questionable. I mean, like we seen the Gushin dive in and die, but even though it was 5v4, like they just went crazy. And I think that's what a Kimmy and a Bruno bring to the playing field and to the late. Like it wasn't even late game. It was just that 8-minute power spike that I was saying. And then if you secure that first Lord and you're at a snowball, like unless you can keep that Lord at bay and survive and not fall into a giant team fight, it's crazy.
Oh, it was crazy, most definitely. But what will be more crazy is a question to be had. But I think we will see a lot more crazy stuff definitely today because we have a lot in front of us, right, Aiko?
Yes, yes, and I think we can see right above our head is a draft.
Oh, there's a
Winner?
draft time. Oh, it is indeed, indeed.
I think we might be getting into the next game here. I do
So
see
we are.
Birthrights logo, but again, I don't. I'm fairly new to the European scene, so I'm not quite sure what that logo is. I don't know if production. Can you guys give me an what's the second team here?
I think New Era. If I read it right, I
New
think New
Era? I
Era
can't
should
even
be
see
it.
it.
Yeah.
Okay,
It should be
you
it.
got
It should
better
be
eyes
indeed.
than me. All right, so we got Birthright versus New Era coming up here. Draft dropping in 30 seconds. Again, everything. If you guys are new coming in just to see this side of this game, we already had one round. We had Nightfall versus Momentum Mori, and now we're going to be possibly jumping into Birthright versus New Era and their draft. Again, this is a Swift stage, so every round right now is best out of one. I think everybody plays like one team, and then the deciding factor depends if you go up or down on the bracket tier. So it'd be pretty interesting to see who makes it under the upper tier and who makes it into the lower tier.
I mean, the guy that invented the space stage must have been a funny guy. I think like going with a beer, like going on a beer with that guy must have been a great night because like the space stage looks hella fun. Like it's not your
Yeah,
classical. Oh,
it's different. It's different.
we already have 5 bands, dude. Like, what is his name? What is his name? I forgot.
I think
Oh
there's just
no.
blanks. They're loading in.
All right. Wait a second. New era. They have a roamer woman. That's pretty interesting. You don't see so many girls picking up esports, but I absolutely love it when they do. And we already have new era coming into this top 16 with her on the roster. That's absolutely wonderful. And we will see how we will step up to the rest of the roamers in this tournament. Oh, I'm so excited.
Hey,
I'm so hyped.
I don't
So
want to
hyped.
make it a pun, but I mean their name is New Era, so it makes kind of sense.
Oh, it does. Wait a second. Now when I think about it, oh, wait a second. Well,
A
if
step in the
this is
right
going,
direction.
yeah, if this is going to be,
Diversity at its finest.
oh, absolutely. But the thing what I like about esports is not like it's not like in someone's job, you know, when they put someone there just because of the diversity quotes. I like if she is there because she is good, and I am looking out for her place that she will be making in this BO1.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I think we might have had a little bit of an issue there with the draft, so we'll kind of see what went down. We're kind of in the dark right now, but hey, it's all right. I was kind of interested to see kind of what Birthright and New Era can bring to these the Switch stage, right? And we were getting ready to see their first ban. Again, if we're going into the second match, I definitely believe that the EXP lane is going to be highly targeted. We've seen how detrimental letting certain comps or certain hero comfortabilities into a team. So I feel like you said way in the beginning, these teams better do their research. I mean, this is the Switch stage. This is the stage to learn and gain insight from each of the teams. But looks like we're right back into the draft. Quite a few has come out. I think we see that Lapu Lapu band, the Boxia, the Matilda, and we're currently on the second band of New Era.
I mean, Lapu Lapu, when you saw that first game, I don't know if they had time to see it, but like if they saw it, even if they didn't plan on banning him, I think after seeing it, they were like, all right, like let's not risk the biscuit, ban him out straight away. Kimi makes a lot of sense. She's super strong, super flexible. She can be either in the goal lane or mid lane. We saw her mostly mid lane, but she can be goal lane. We saw that a couple times. Not that many as mid lane. CC banned out, so that's telling me Phoebus XP lane. that's telling me very specifically Phoebus Expellion, because what else? CC completely destroys Phoebus or other tanks in the Expellion. Could be maybe Kalia Expellion, but I feel like Phoebus super strong and CC the biggest counter for him. How you see it, Aiko?
I agree with you. So we'll see if that is the option Birthright wants to take. I will say that Birthright is an insanely strong team. So whatever they have up their sleeve, you might be reading them like a book here. They're definitely taking their time though. And no, so like something we've seen that crazy. Take it away, Warren. What's on your mind?
Wait, yeah. Like, I was saying Phoebus, but like, we saw that Uranus had only one opponent, and that was CC. So now it clicked, and it's all making sense. Like, it clicked in my brain, like so like puzzle together. Because Uranus, if you ban out CC, there is no match for you. You are free to go in the Expellion. There's no one to match him anymore, and it's going to be such a tough matchup on that upper side of the map. Of course, securing Farsa and Gato. Ooh, that's spicy. The combination of Farsa's bombardment, her artillery her strong artillery spells, and Gato's engage can be deadly.
Yeah, again, huge. But I feel like the biggest thing is that Birthright. Let's see what they pick in here into the second stage. They do pick up Fredrin, and I'm kind of rusty here, Warren. I don't know what that mage is. I'm pretty sure that's a mage, right?
Oh, it is, Aiko, but it's our new lovely addition to the roster of heroes that we have here in MLBB. It's Zetian, the Celestial Empress, 129th hero, specifically being added into the game. I thought she's still banned, but doesn't look like she is banned anymore. Or our players could be trolling us, because it already happened once when she was banned out and decided to pick it. But I think since we are going through with the draft and we have no one in our ear telling us otherwise, I think Zetian is available. So yeah, this will be finally my first Zetian competitive game. I'm so hyped about it. I don't know about you, Aiko, but well, you already said you have no idea who she is. So this must be a first Zetian competitive game for you as well. Well,
I'm looking her up right now.
Yeah, look it up so you're ready. And basically, she's like a long-range mage. I would compare her to Farsa a little bit. So expect something like that. She's a decent answer into Farsa, I feel like. Of course, we will see how she will match up in the live game, because theoretical side could be swaying you other way than the reality is actually. Irrital being banned out together with Phoebus. Phoebus, interesting idea, getting banned out from the side of Birthright. You already have your Expellion, but I don't feel like Phoebus can really do anything to Uranus. He can dive in, he can dive the backline, but you right now have Fredrin, you have Uranus. You don't really have problems with someone diving your backline, since Fredrin can stop that altogether, Uranus as well. So I feel like this is a little bit of a wasted ban, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I mean, what I'm kind of seeing right now is that I think Birthright's kind of lacking in damage, if I had to bet, like I feel like they have sustainability, they have strength. Not quite sure about the new mage, how much damage she breaks to the battlefield, but I do know that New Era now has Farja, they have Moskov, and they have Cyborg.
You wanted to
X-Borg.
say. Yeah.
I wanted to say some type of Borg. But again, all of them are definitely damage capable, and they pick up a Granger as well. So we're seeing Bedang, Rome, Fredrin. No, we got Granger in the. Yeah, we got Granger in the marksman role.
Oh, we do, and I must +1 you on that call, since Birthright really don't have that much damage in their composition, and X-Borg will be really tough to bring down together with Gato. And if you lock another, oh wait, you have two Gatos. Wait, am I seeing double? Wait, Echo, and am I tripping? Like, is it too? Is it too
Dude,
Gatos?
I think your beard must be getting in your eyes, man. I don't know what to say.
Wait, you don't see two Gatos?
No, I
This
do,
is just
I
me.
do. I was just messing with you. I was just messing with you.
All right. So
We'll have to see what definitely reigns once we get into the land of dawn of what that final pick is. But hey, kind of diving down here. It was,
Turisla! Ooh!
yeah, there we go.
That's making a lot of sense. Yeah. I can see him working into the Uranus. I can see him diving that Granger. Oh, I like it. And I must say, now that we see the compositions being locked in, Turisla himself being super tanky, already trouble happening in the mid lane. He almost missed that. But Turisla, super hard to bring down. I think New Era will be really lacking damage.
Definitely.
Oh, no, sorry, birth damage.
That's what I was suspecting as well, but I guess it's just all going to come down to how we see the new mage play off into this, right? Like, can she bring the damage that I want to see for Birthright? Again, Zetian is... I feel like maybe, you know, that golden... I mean, look at her range. She's definitely doing crazy damage against a Farja into the early stage. To be honest, I kind of want to play her. She looks like she's a cool mage.
Oh, its range is crazy. I was telling you, she's kind of like Force, and you can see it right now, like her range domination is super strong. She's even pushing Farsa herself under the tower. As there is almost in the top side. Oh, there's a Badang with an action coming on too.
Uh-oh. Yep, Xborg happened to pop his ultimate to sustain here. This is not looking good for New Era, as Birthright's kind of barreling down on him. And, I mean, the Uranus is going to be able to do that. The Badeg definitely gets the fist crack off there, controls the Gato, but first turtle looking like it's going to be maybe uncontested. This is strength by Birthright right now. Oh, a little bit of a fist crack again, diving in. Xborg's able to get past the wall, though. The pressure's still here. Gato coming into the back line. We do see a spear coming out. Moskov coming from the deep. He's bringing the pain, but not enough as he falls as well. Fredrin coming in. That tankiness he brings to the fight, but he might have overstayed his welcome as we see New Era turn him down as well. New Era coming out on top, to be honest there. I mean, you know, I think that was a little bit of a tie. They gave Birthright the turtle, but took 2 from them.
Yeah, but you need to look who has the... On the side of Birthright, it's just Uranus. It doesn't really matter. But for the side of New Era, that assist at least, it's unfortunate that Show Isaac unfortunately had to take the kill because he was worried that... I don't know what he was worried about on it. But I think Farsa was there, so she could have taken that kill. So a little bit of a miscommunication for the side of New Era. But I mean, right now, it's kind of a tie, as you have said yourself. It's all right. You are not falling behind that much.
Not yet. I mean, we can kind of see that by the gold. They only have a 800 gold lead here on Birthright. So again, be honest, not too bad. Xborg, though, able to put the pressure down onto the Badang, forces him back. Mark gonna have to rethink his strategies here, but look, man, Uranus is just going crazy. That's just what he brings. Turisla is trying to keep up with that deep technique that he has here, but he can just deep dodge, oop, dip. And then let's see if Birthright comes into a battle. I don't think they're going to, but maybe because they're trying to pre-contest this turtle. As we see Granger rotating. A battle definitely coming it down, but dang, trying to keep them at bay. Yeah, if the spear comes off, Moskov might be able to lead here. I don't think New Era wants to bring a contestation too soon just yet. The turtle's low, the frisk crack comes out, the wall in, Gato coming in, the feather airstrike coming down, but is it going to be enough? Pink Rat able to secure a kill on the Gato, and we see him secure a kill onto the Turisla as well. So this is huge for Birthright, turning around a little bit of the stride here. Or is it going to have to get out of there? as we see Birthright definitely coming out on top on that one.
Oh, definitely. Like, it was just one, I mean, 2 kills for them, but turtle again, so second turtle for you. And also there's super important thing to be said about Granger picking up all this gold from the bottom tower. Because as Moscow was fighting on the top side, and he was playing it out, Granger was just pushing, and he was hitting the tower over and over again. And look at his pocket money, 1,000 up.
Yep, the fish crack comes out, the wall's there to keep him at bay, but it's not enough as Danny's able to secure a kill. Badang overstayed his welcome. Tried to set something up for his team, but just wasn't able to execute it here.
I mean, wasn't really Badang overstaying his welcome when Terizla is the one being dead, right? Like, you have to give it to him.
Oh,
like,
yeah, true.
He set it up correctly, but yeah, Uranus, look at him. Look, he's a menace. Like, you are here playing MLBB, and then it's Uranus playing, like, I don't know what he plays, but it's not the same game. Like, what do you want to do with him?
You can't really do much about him until you get some damage and anti-sustainability, but again, Birthright kind of showing their pressure and their heavy dive into this tower. It's 3v3 for now. Last Insanity is being kept into New Era's pocket here. They're kind of being crushed like an Oreo cookie here as Birthright comes in and they're collapsing down under the turret. Danny able to secure a kill on Zoom. Levi secures a kill. 3 fall, 4 fall. Do we see a team wipe? We see a team wipe. Birthright able to wipe out all of New Era, and they set a precedence here that they are the strength in this match.
Oh, right now it's going in their favor. Like, until now it was like kind of on and off. It was between the both teams. There was a little bit of a lead, especially on Pancrat, but right now it's really confirmed because Birthright are already on the horse, driving away on that horse with money of New Era, with their lunch money, and they are trying to run away with this game. As New Era try to slow it down because Farsa needs to scale up, then Moscow needs to scale up, but this game is too fast for you.
Yeah, definitely. And again, the snowball's kind of happening on the Birthright side. We can see a little bit of a siege. And look at the Uranus. Just he goes straight to the back line, takes on the Farja. Oh, he might have overstayed his welcome a little bit, but definitely kept him at bay. Badang coming in. Pancrat able to secure another kill. Insane damage coming out here, but a little bit of a clapback. But Levi doesn't let them. Sustainability is strong. We see Birthright again wiping out 4 of New Era. Going to be able to secure the siege on this mid tower and control the map. The snowball is here. Farsha, can you get out? There's just a tiny bit of CC. It would have been GG for her.
Farsha needing to use that bombardment just to move them away from the base. Aura still alive. At least for now, looked like Uranus wanted to crack that aura. I don't think he can just by being there. And I mean, look at it. Like, he is just pranking them. He is just pranking them. Like, he is just running around, being a menace, and like not having a care in the world. Look at him. He is not the richest man on his team, but he is the richest if you compare him to the rest of the opponents. Like, he has 6,000 gold. All of this gold is spent in defensive items, and he is super tanky. Like, what can you do? Rizla is just like, I don't know, like pinching him maybe, but like not really doing much else.
We said they didn't have enough damage, but they definitely proved us wrong. Hank Rat over there going insane on the Granger, and I like they're being kind of strategic and slow with it, but also they're snowballing. So it's when a team fight happens, they collapse down on them. I think this is going to be a free lord. Only way New Era can survive here is if they're able to maybe secure a pick while this lord is coming. But I don't know. I don't know if they have it right now. What is that, an 11k gold lead? That's massive.
Oh, it is. But the thing is, the thing to think about still is that, like, look at Moscow. Other than Granger, everything else is playable. Like, he has 6,000 gold, golden staff completed. He is on some of his items. If you somehow lock in this Granger with your CC, with Gato's Town, and you log him in and get him out from the fight as the first target, it's playable after that, because Moscow should be able to clear out the rest of the fight. But it's a big if. Of course, he doesn't have Purify, so it's possible, but hard.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the siege is going to come down. Pinkrat putting on a lot of pressure. We're seeing this top tower definitely being collapsed upon. We can see the Uranus diving deep into the back line. Not too much there. Actually, that was Fredrin, my bad. They both kind of looked exactly alike on my screen, but the Lord got dragged and brought to the mid tower.
Gato with an engage.
We Gato diving into the back line. The feathered airstrike comes out. Pankrat, though, going insane. Able to secure another kill. Hits a flicker into there. Secures it. Danny able to take out the Farja. Again, 3 for none. Birthright just showing complete domination. They're showing that they have the tenacity and the power to bring it. And again, they're not going to let up. They're going to keep it going. There's only 2 of them to survive here, and I don't think a Moskov's going to be able to keep it. Last Insanity comes out, puts it into the back line, but Bedane's able to secure a kill there, takes out the Moskov. I think maybe their only line of defense. They're still going though. Birthright wanting to bring down the pain. We see the power coming out. Pankrat able to secure another kill. He's on fire. Someone stop this man. Gets a double kill. And we see Uranus diving into the deep back line, but it's not enough as Birthright's able to secure the kill on the inhibitor there.
That was wild. Like, in the early game, I felt like we are getting truly more evened out game, like where kills go one way and then the other, and it's kind of like in between who's going to win that. But later and the longer I watched this game, the more I felt like it's so miserable and so hard to execute from the side of New Era, where they just got all their fighting breath squished out of them through Pankrat, through basically everyone on Birthright composition, but I would say mostly Uranus and Pankrat, because Uranus was just a menace. He was running around, cutting waves, being super tanky, but it was just so tough. And we were speaking about Birthright not having enough damage. You have pinpointed it out in the later phase of the game. And it wasn't really true, because Wu didn't have damage. It was their opponents. New Era looked like super strong. I really liked the draft. I felt like they even have the better draft. But Zetian, does he need a nerf? Is that a broken hero? What am I looking at? How you saw it, Aiko?
I mean, to be honest, like, I felt like the range was definitely something that they brought to the table, but I think what kind of overall happened is that dude, Pankrat was going crazy, right? That Granger was just unstoppable, hitting every shot possible. And again, I felt like that's what was the big tide, as well as, again, we kind of seen like whoever controls the EXP lane better kind of allows their team to snowball and, you know, do better. So I also feel like the Uranus just came out on top, sustainable, also did insane damage, really kept, I think, the Farja at bay, right? Like, just constantly diving in there. So they really just weren't able to get any power spikes on New Era. And I felt like that was kind of like the downfall that was brought. But again, it's a best of one. This is what Birthright is bringing. These are the powerhouse. You're seeing the powerhouses right now.
Oh, you are most definitely. And the thing is that this was super dominant from the side of Birthright, but it's against top 16 team. It's one of those top 16 teams. New Era were able to qualify here, so they are one of the best. And if Birthright have such a strong showing, that's very similar to what we saw in the first round for Memento Mori. Oh, the top ladder is already building in my head. Of course, BO1 doesn't really have to tell you that much. Maybe in a longer series, well, definitely in the longer series, it would come down to who can draft better in the long run, who can kind of plan it out, who can kind of feel out their opponents. But in these BO1s, in the second game that we have on the stream, it went to Birthright, and I think there's nothing wrong with that, because their plays are really something to behold, and especially Pankrat, as you were saying. I mean, like he got that one lead from the tower when Moscow left, and that's what he got, and he rolled with it. He ran with it, and that was the moment when it was basically done for the side of New Era, because Moscow was at that moment behind, because he died. He didn't get any kills. He lost waves. He lost XP. He lost that full gold platings on the bottom tower, and Pankrat was just unstoppable after that. I think if they were able to defend maybe like 2-3 more minutes, then it could have turned, because I feel Pankrat was approaching his full build. I'm not really sure if he had his full build, but I think he was approaching it. So Moscow would be... Oh, he had. Yeah, we see Pankrat smiling down there. 10-0-3, crazy performance. And he had his full build. But you look at poor Moscow, unfortunately, he was just trying to finish out his third item, if you don't count boots. And it's just rough. It's just rough.
Yeah, to be honest, I think from like, well, let's look at this real quick. We're looking at the overall stats that it went down into the last match. 11-minute game, crazy time to be honest. We do see the carry being Danny, apparently insane amounts of damage. So again, I think maybe Danny wasn't able to secure the kills, but by God, did he bring the damage to allow Pankrat to go probably crazy, you know, because we're looking at 10-0-3, and he was 3-1-16. So, I mean, had more assists than the tank in the mid lane. So, again, crazy. I feel like that's kind of the biggest thing. And again, we can kind of see that the damage taken was about the same, and the damage done was pretty sustainable, but I would say that's pretty normal for a snowball effect. So I was actually suspecting that the damage dealt was going to be a way more. So again, we can kind of see that the sustainability by the side of Birthright brought into this match was a huge factor in the game.
Oh, it was, absolutely. And if you look at the score again, like, I again want to pinpoint the damage dealt for the side of New Era was really not that bad. They were fighting back, but it wasn't just enough. Unfortunately for them, it didn't really work that well, their composition. Do you think it came down to draft, or do you think it came down to the execution? Now, looking at it, how you feel like?
So that's one thing I really wanted to kind of talk about, is that we've seen New Era ban I think it was 3 or 4 marksmen. So they already knew what Pankrat brought to this field. They were, you know, like they were like, yeah, we don't want to see this marksman. You know, they banned as much as they possibly could, but they just didn't get the Granger, and the Granger was just insane. So pretty crazy to see what was brought to the playing field. Kind of looking at some of these crazy highlights here. This is the first turtle. Actually, I think it might be the second turtle. It was I wouldn't say a turning point. It allowed Birthright to come online and go crazy. And we can kind of see this was a siege onto the bottom tower, which again was I would say one of the huge turning points, because this is where the team wipe came out. Insane damage. They just collapsed on them so well and kept them all into that tower, and didn't allow them to leave, and that's what secured a team wipe there. And then this is the only Lord we've seen the whole match. It was definitely, I mean, New Era kept up the sustainability and kept it going, but again, we just seen Birthright just keep killing them left and right, and then taking down towers and just biding their time until they were able to get to the final inhibitor.
They weren't able to buy enough time though. Their pocket money wasn't enough. If you look at the gold difference, it wasn't really much to go with. I think they were for this game that we had on our stream, I think they were surviving on crackers and water, or like bread with salt or something, because they weren't really going with much money to go around. Well, again, BO1 again super dominant. Well, do you think if it went into BO3, Do you think it would be more equalized, or do you think it would, like, it's very hard to say, right? It's basically like a lottery, but how, like, what was the feel that you got from this BO1? Do you think in BO3s it would be, I don't know, maybe not different outcome, but maybe like 3 maps that New Era would be able to snatch out at least one?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, we've seen complete dominance by Birthright, so unless they, New Era had something up their sleeve that we just don't know about, then maybe. But it kind of seemed like no matter what New Era tried to do to, their strategy was kind of to ban out as many gold lanes as they possibly could, and that kind of didn't work. So maybe they had another ace up their sleeve, but this again is only the first round and to the EMC, so you don't want to utilize. I mean, you got to keep some things in the back of your pool, and I think this is what I was saying from the very beginning, is that some teams might not want to deal with the upper bracket. They kind of want to get put into the lower bracket so they can then make it as far as they possibly can make it. And I do know that Birthright definitely is one of the teams that brings pain.
They brought pain to their opponents, most definitely. And well, if I should give a tip to anyone who is drafting for the teams, you don't want to leave Uranus open. Like Lapu Lapu and Tyrannus, those two are absolutely crazy, and I think that we will be seeing them perma-banned for the rest, or maybe someone will come up with a plan how to play against those two.
Yeah, definitely. And I think coming up, we're going to have, again, I think we're in the Switch stage. We're still going to be doing some BO1s, but I think it's going to be all of the other teams that didn't win going against each other. So we're going to see who makes it into the upper bracket. So it'll be interesting to see. But without that, I think we're going to be jumping into a 5-minute break here. So without further ado, we'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the MLBB European Mid-Season Cup. Again, it's G the Ico here. I'm hosting right now, and we also, alongside me, have Warren. If any of you guys are new to the middle of the show, we are in the Switch stage here. Warren, how are you feeling about the two matches that just went down?
Well, that's actually a very interesting question to me, because the way those two matches were played out is the way I approached MLBB competitive scene. Not like specifically as a player, but as a caster. This was my first experience with MLBB, and I was seeing like those 11-minute, 12 minutes. So I was compared to other MOBAs, and I was like, whoa, it's super quick, super fast. And then someone was telling me like, wait a second, it's not really supposed to go like that. It's not really supposed to be 11, 12 minutes. The games can last much longer. And then when I was casting more, I got to 24-minute games and so on, with like, I don't know, 12 or 14 lords. So yeah. At first I thought this is the classic, but now I know it's not supposed to go like that. But of course, MLBB super snowbally game, since you don't need to recall, so it has its specific way the tempo works if you compare it to other MOBAs. So the snowball effect is super strong. And we saw it on Pancrat in the second. We saw it on the side of Memento Mori in the first one. And if you get going, it's really hard to stop you. And the execution was just better for those two teams that went through. We now get a glance on the Swiss stage bracket. And, well, how you liking it?
Yeah, so kind of looks like that. I think all the winners are going to be going against each other, and all the losers are going to be going against each other from the first round. So, again, we didn't get to see all of the games streamed, but again, we're going to be bouncing around to some of the games that we are seeing. This is typical. I actually like this Switch stage format. It kind of gives everybody a chance to go at it, and it keeps things fresh and interesting. Best of ones are wild. But I mean, it is what we get here. So we'll see going into the next match. I think it's Monera Fury versus Obsidian. Hopefully I'm saying their name right.
Yeah, I think you should be spot on. I think you should be correct. Also, there was another thing that should be said on the stream, right, when we come from the break. Unfortunately, for the draft phase, there was a wrong lineup, there was wrong roster. So I hope when you saw that, you understood what happened there, because for the side of New Era, there was a wrong roster inserted. So yeah, there was someone else. So at the end screen, we saw a different lineup. So don't get it mixed up. So was wrong insertion from the technical department, but should be all right going forward. We are hoping that we will not make those mistakes again. Should be all right. But, well, what do you know about those two teams that we will be watching, Aiko?
I actually have not heard of either of the teams. I'm pretty sure. I think they might be newer on my side of things. Maybe I've seen Obsidian. I'm kind of looking at some of their players right now, but we'll have to see. I'm trying to see maybe if any of them are people that I've seen before, but I guess not. So, yeah, it is what it is.
You should absolutely look out for Zadel. You should absolutely look out for that guy. Like he should be pretty strong. You should definitely be looking out for Pagu and Wicked. Those two will be.
What team is that one?
Oh, for Minerva Fury, we have Pagu and Wicked. We have Pagu on Rome, and we have Wicked on Gold Lane. So yeah, you should look out for those two, right as we will be approaching this BO1. And for the other side, you should definitely look out for Zadel. So those three names should you should keep your peepers. You should keep your peepers on them.
I don't know if I see a Zadel on the other team. What role does he play?
He should be. Oh wait, is it wrong? Like he should be Gold Lane.
I don't know. We'll see. we'll see once
But actually
stuff.
that could be a mistake since since Zettel was a jungler before, so I think that could be a mistake on our behalf.
I think
So
he's in Miracle Jin.
yeah, yeah,
Dell's
yeah,
in
yeah,
Miracle
yeah,
Jin, not
yeah. He should be.
Nair
Yeah,
or Obsidian. Yeah.
you are
So
correct.
again, I think Obsidian is. I think I might have seen Onki before, maybe. I think is what I've seen before. But again, I mean, these are some teams that have definitely made it up quite far into the EMC Cup. So, I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, this is top 16. They bring the pain, the power. We'll see what they bring. Drafts coming in 20 seconds.
Oh, in 20 seconds. But let me remind you, Aiko, right now we are in the top half of the bracket. So this is basically top 8 right at this moment. Like in the end, could be different story, could be different 8 teams. But right now it's basically a top 8. So this is right now, right at this moment in the tournament, in the bracket phase that we are in, the top 8 strongest.
We are viewing the top 8 of the bracket here, and to be honest, it looks like Obsidian's logo kind of looks like Team Spirit, if I'm not mistaken. So,
oh yeah, Loki. Yeah, Loki. I hope they don't get copyright claimed.
I actually thought they might have been Team Spirit, and then I see it here. So we'll see. It right now. If you guys don't know, we're in round 2 of the Swift, which is the upper bracket of the winners. So everybody from the top 16, we are now in the upper bracket of the 4 teams that or 8 teams that won are now going to compete against each other to see who can go to the best of 3, which would be 2 teams going against each other. So it's huge. That one player has a Team Falcon jersey on.
Oh, he does. You're absolutely correct. Is that a team that...
Got quite a few people over there that it look like they have esports teams jerseys on. So maybe, I think Minerva Fury MIF might be bringing some pain here. They look like they might have experience.
Well, you know, like maybe it's their brothers, you know, I don't want to believe to them, but maybe it's not theirs, you know. But we will see if it's their jerseys. We will see based on definitely the draft can tell us a lot. I don't even know if those teams have coaches right now. I think they are all going under their own flags, so the players are doing their drafts. Usually if you go higher to the competitive stage, you get a coach for that. You are not doing it yourself, so right now it's on the players and it's all on them. So yeah, we will see how they tackle this one. Farsa being banned out and Zetian left open even after an insane performance against Farsa. So I don't know if Myth Def have prepared something against Zetian or what they are cooking up, because banning Farsa and letting Zetian go, oh, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. This is the first time we've seen her. Definitely was utilized in a snowball. I think some, other lanes are more priority at this point. You see the Uranus definitely, to be honest, I think is an instant prio ban all the time. We do see from the side of Obsidian, they're banning out jungles. They banned out YSS and Boxia. Arja coming out from MIF. So I'm wondering if the Lapu is going to sneak through the crack here. We know that's been detrimental. The Kimmy's been constantly banned. So there's quite a few that could be sneaking through here, Warren.
I mean, for the blue side, you are not banning Lapu because you're looking for him. When you cannot pick Uranus, you go for Lapu. Yeah, Phoebus ban makes a lot of sense. He could be a response. I think his matchup into Lapu is alright. So I think right now you are looking at Lapu. So the thing is, will Myth read it? And if so, then what will OB go for? Will it be Zetian? Or are not players that familiar with her yet? So it was something very peculiar that we saw in that last round. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, if she does sneak through, it'd be interesting to see once again. I mean, we've seen the power, but it was definitely in a snowball team. Um, I don't know. I mean, it seems like EXPs are definitely the target. Jungles are the targets. There's no marksman targets here, so it looks like both teams might be okay with their jungles. Let's see what they bring.
All
There's
right.
the Kimmy. Okay. All right, Lapu Lapu is open. Blue side, I would say that's probably first pick, right?
I think for the side of Myth right now, it feels like a misread because even the Lapu open, maybe you have a plan for that, maybe you have an opponent that can match him, but right now it feels like a misread from the side of MIF, and I think OB would be not having a lot of wisdom to not take it. But I could be wrong. I wasn't qualified to the top 16. I wasn't qualified to the right now top 8 myself. So what do I know? I am just casting over here and trying to enjoy the show together here with Aiko. I cannot speak for him, but yeah, for my side, the players are definitely, most definitely smarter in the draft than me. So I will just let
You did
myself...
say something earlier, right? Like Zadell's actually on the screen. So
Oh, he
I think
is?
maybe
Oh,
that
yeah,
maybe subbed in. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe that's kind of what happened. But we'll see. We'll see. The Lantern Queen herself being picked up by Obsidian. That's an interesting first pick. I don't know if I would have picked her first. Like, I don't think we've ever seen mages come out first. Like, I feel like a Lapu Lapu was more predominant, but they opt to not go for it. So maybe it's not a hero that they want or have in their pocket. And then we do see the Arlott and the Wanwan picked up, which we've seen before, and they didn't do very well. But again, a snowball effect was on them, so we'll have to see.
But if you saw that glimpse for a bit, it said 67% win rate on 1-1. So through the EMC, behind the scenes where we didn't see the games being played, she was successful in 2 of those games, and only that one on the stream was unsuccessful. So 1-1 could be something that we ourselves could be sleeping on, and she's actually the thing. Because 67% win rate, like 2 out of 3 games, that's decent. We will see how she will be played out in this one. That's a first. That's a first for our Panda Warrior. 0% win rate, 0% pick rate. So a little bit of a pocket pick. And I'm so surprised that OB left Lapu for their last pick before the bans, and it went through. Like, I don't understand why Pagu went for Arlott. Okay, 1-1, I guess she has the priority, but Arlott, we saw Arlott and Lapu matchup, and I believe even if Lapu didn't get a lead, it wasn't going so strong for Arlott.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely have to see in this matchup, right? Like MIF's kind of pulling out some like particular heroes, right? Like bringing out the Panda quite wild, right? Like, I mean, we don't ever see a Panda get banned, so I'm not quite sure what they're trying to keep in their back pocket there on maybe like a tank and a mid lane. But we are seeing the Xborg band, the Matilda band, and then again Obsidian picking up the Gato and the Lapu, which just to me are like Obsidian right now. Their first 3 picks are looking like.
It's looking strong. It's looking
good.
like a banger early game, if you ask me. Like, if you get through the first 8 minutes of the game and they don't get any kills happen, they don't get to make any kills happen on the map, like, I don't believe it. If at least like 4 kills in the first 8 minutes of the game, that's like 100% bet, because there's no way around that.
Right. And there's the new mage for you. I'm still trying to remember her name. Zetian, the Celestial Empress.
But did you saw that glimpse?
In the
20% win rate, Aiko. 20%. She won only 1 game. That was on the stream. And 4 other, she lost. So is she garbage?
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see the Bedang being picked again for a roam. we're gonna see the Panda in the jungle. We also see a Bruno again. I think Obsidian has a great comp here for their side. I just, to be honest, who do you think is the better draft right now?
I mean, right now I am really liking what OB cooked up, because you have Lapu, we know he is winning, you have midlane matchup where Juxin even matched up against Zetian. Of course she's lucky in range, but I think paired up with Gato as a roamer, I think she will be quite alright. She will be able to push those waves in, and if Zetian oversteps just once and she doesn't have her passive available, she's free for the taking.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see as we're getting into the best of one, Obsidian versus MIF here. Who can win? I mean, either side is looking pretty tough from my perspective. Again, I think it's going to come down to if Zhuzhin can keep control of the team, apply pressure as we are seeing right now, and if Zedian can definitely apply that back. So, I don't know. The Panda seems quite wild to me, but we'll have to see. Oh, wait a second here. Yo, what is Obsidian's jungle?
Kaya? Yeah, I was like curious why you didn't speak a word about it. But yeah, they have Kaya.
I didn't even peep it.
Yeah, they have Kaya in the jungle. I was like expecting you, Loki, to say, "Oh, whoa, Zetian is absolutely destroying Prince. Oh, there's trouble."
Yeah, we do see a little bit of a poke and prob here. Sustainability is so strong. Can Gato make it out? He is trying to stay alive. He knows he couldn't do too much. Kaja, well, see, me being a caster for so long, my first instinct that came out when I seen a Kaja was just like, yeah, that's a roam right there. And then I was like, wait a second. What's going down here?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, since you have a lot more experience than me, like, did you see Kaja being picked up in the jungle, or it's a first for you as well?
This is first. This is definitely a first outside of, like, you know, crazy ranked games. So we'll have to see if it brings the control and pressure, as we do see the mirror Panda mark on definitely getting taken out. First turtle spawn, so that is not what you want to see from the side of MIF right now. This is probably going to be possibly a free turtle, but we do see the Obsidian's jungle get taken out as well, so a good reply by MIF. They are keeping it going, though. Arlot showing a little bit of tenacity and control here, but then Zedian just bringing the damage alongside the Lapu. The fish crack comes out, a heavy spin to keep control and to save his life. Lapu, though, kind of overstaying his welcome, able to dash and get that sprint away. Let's see what they can do here. First turtle was kind of either, well, I thought it was more on the Obsidian side, but now it's either side.
Also, look at that XP lane matchup. Orange Bob with 1 kill on top of Lapu. Like, what is going on? Very wrong about this matchup the whole time. Is actually Arlot so good into Lapu, or is Orange Bob that good of a player?
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at it, Lapu coming into the back line, but he is 4 against 1. He is a one-man army. Bravest Warrior coming deep in, possibly going to be able to secure a kill onto Marked-On, but they are deep into the back line. Obsidian does lose 1. But they're going to keep the pressure up as they're able to take out Lapu before he's able to get onto a killing spree. Again, you were saying early that he was bringing the pain, but it kind of looked like they pressed him against the wall.
They did, but Lapu had so much work done for the rest of his team that they were able to squish out a lot from this fight. So, I mean, his job was well executed. And even though he is not the one being ahead, his team is getting ahead.
Oh, definitely. In the turtle fight here, we're looking at 4v3, 4v4 now. Heavy spin comes out, locks him down, but we do see Zedel into the top lane, kind of getting wicked and putting him at bay. Though Zedian able to secure a kill into the mid lane. Huge for the side MIF. And
Huge
then
Kaja
look,
ultimate.
Orange.
Huge.
Orange gets
Absolutely huge.
dragged into the tower. This is what Zuzhin brings to team fights, that control. But Zedian with the range keeping her at bay. Crazy, Warren.
Did you see that connection? Like just be she's getting engaged, needs to burn her flicker. But did you see that Vombo combo? Like Oneki just pulled through the ult. Oh, Akai will be going down probably. Yeah, he is. Kill for Lapu Lapu, so now it's equalized. Orange Bob 1-2-2 and Yano 1-2-3. One more assist going for our big sword warrior in the XP lane.
I mean, this was some good read by Zadel here and the team just being able to keep the pressure and keep the jungle visibility from the side of Obsidian. To be honest, both teams, this is a 50-50 match at this point. Either side, Bravest Warrior coming out onto Zeddy, and in the mid lane, are they going to be able to secure the kill? He's stolen the tower, utilizes the flicker, but the fist crack comes out. So a 1-for-1 trade in the mid. Was it worth it here? Yuzhin coming in, the control possibly coming down. Oh, the Panda shows that presence, and they back off.
Yeah, but Aka is not really looking that well for the side of MIF. He's 1-3-2, so I don't know what was the plan with him locking him in other than anyone else. But right now, Kaja is looking super strong for the side of Obi. Like that one combo with Juxin, I can see it coming in handy later in the game.
I feel like right now, if we're going 50-50s, right? Like the biggest, like Akai is definitely going to have a little bit of a one-up on Kaja. Kaja is going to be able to maybe make plays and get pickoffs, which is what we need to see from the side of Obsidian if they want to take major objectives. Right now, we're not seeing too much fighting over major objectives. We're kind of just seeing them secure little things here and there, but 15 seconds to the next hurdle.
Who do you think will be taking this fight? Like, I feel like MIF right now are on the scaling side, and they need to.
Ooh, there's the Kaja being able to get the drag by onto the Wan, but the crossbow Tang comes out, able to keep them at bay and takes out the Kaja. Again, a rough play there from the side of Obsidian, but they're clapping back, you know, low HP, 1% HP there, and still kept him at bay. The Bravest Warriors, the Bravest Warrior by Lapu Lapu is definitely keeping MIF pressured heavy. Are they going to be secure? This first turret is a big one. Again, this game is just so 50-50. Both teams are just slapping back at each other.
I must correct you, it would be their second tower already, because they were able to secure that one in the top lane, so 1-1 is much more vulnerable right now. She's missing her tower in the top side of the map. As Obi will be locking his, no, not their second turtle, but the second turtle of the map and first fun for themselves.
Yeah, I really can't see like a driving factor for either team. They're both responding very well. They're keeping it at bay, but a little bit of a jump here in the mid bush. The Bravest Warrior was popped. This is the opportunity that you need to take to, you know, do something, right? Like they were able to pop a key ultimate there. Now they need to collapse down onto something else. We do see Akai kind of trying to wait and bait something out here. Both teams don't want to give in. I feel like we got to watch out for Wicked, right? That crossbow Tang, it can come online at any point here, Warren.
And also, I don't understand why Obi just didn't go for a play when you saw 1-1 on the top side. Like, you knew that only 4 members of the opposing team are in mid lane. I think this was a missed opportunity. Of course, it wouldn't lead to anything else except maybe a tower. But still, like, it could have been a free pickup, keeping that pressure on opponents. And we have already said that, or at least I said it, that OB are getting outscaled. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I feel like their composition really needs to start doing stuff. Like they were doing it, but they need to do more, because Bruno will not carry you through the late game. And I don't know about Kaja, but she has only that pickup play, and I don't know about her carry potential in those late game teamfights. Whereas Zetian will be crazy, 1-1 as well. Then we have Arlott. It's going to be so tough later in the game.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest aspect that we have to watch out for is that if Kaja's able to capture Wanwan and they jump on her, like you can't. Wanwan's like second skill cannot anti CC Kaja. So we'll have to see if the Divine Judgment can capture Wicked. If they can capture Wicked, like team fights are definitely in the hand of Obsidian, and they're kind of just again, it's not a heavy team fight uh game. It's just kind of coming down to who can get the micro plays on this type of aspect. Towers are almost equal. First Lord coming up here. We do see the zonage by Obsidian putting a lot of pressure onto MIF. We do see the Bravest Warrior going to the back line. Gata dropping in like a nuke. Wicked, though, he's kind of into the thick of it. Zadal able to secure a kill onto Wicked. Huge play here. This is massive for Obsidian. Prince able to also take out Arlod. This is massive. This is what we call a turning point. 10 minutes in, taking out Wicket was rough for MIF here. First Lord now falling into the hands of Obsidian here, Warren.
The game looked so bad for the side of OB, it looked like it's slipping out of their hands, but this team fight, that was something to behold. Like, I don't even know how it happened so quickly. Like, at one moment it looked like they are losing and 1-1 is free hitting, but that Wicked got obliterated from existence. Like, it looked like he overstepped. And these auto turrets that you know from some of the games, like just focused him and destroyed him. Like he evaporated 1 second, he was there and he was like, "Oh guys, I'm carrying this fight," but then he was gone. He was like on holidays in the base again.
They sent him back to the spawn, that's for sure. And a little bit of an engage here, though. Retry comes out, Divine Judgment, heavy spin utilized to escape. Gata diving in. The bombs are dropping. Obsidian is definitely getting them. Bravest Warriors trying to keep all of Obsidian at bay, but it wasn't enough as Wicked falls and Arlot falls. So this is, I don't think MIF should have put this much pressure as a full HP Lord is now barreling down into MIF's base. And they are just mopping up turrets at this point. They're cleaning MIF's base. Let's see if they're going to be able to utilize this to breach any of the inhibitors here as they come down. It is just still, the clash is going 1-1 in. Wicked able to get the crossbow. Ting, massive, brings down 2 of Obsidian. This is an overstatement by them. 3 fall. Obsidian, Gato trying to come into the back line, but Wicked able to take him out. This is a team. Why possibly? Wicked is on the hunt. A Retry comes out. Kaja's not going to be able to stop him. A little bit of a CC. The Divine Judgment is trying to keep Wicked at bay, but this is huge. MIF, crazy turnaround here. They might be. I don't think they'll be able to make it all the way and end the game here. But that again shows you the turning point can lead into either favor here, Warren. Holy.
That was absolutely crazy what just happened there. But am I seeing double or 1-1 is without shoes? Like, is she going barefoot? Like, I know it's healthy for your shoes, but I don't know if you want to be playing without your boots. Like, is that it?
That's every 1-1 goes for it. So the basics behind 1-1 is that she just basic attacks to move. She doesn't need to walk. So you never walk with 1-1. You can see her jumping around. That's her basic attacks.
All right. So yeah, looking out for those barefoot 1-1s then, in my case. All right, but yeah, MIF have made them took themselves back into the game as they approach another fight.
Yeah, Gato raining down, trying to keep him at bay. We do see Arlot kind of onto the right flank. Are they going to be able to get anything from it? They did bait out a few ultimates. The next Lord is up. So I think this is where they were trying to get an easy pick. MIF, they got to watch out for Wicked. Again, this is what I was saying. The Kaja is, I think, the winning factor, right? They gotta capture Wicked, but he's just so far into the back that if MIF can keep their game plan and keep Wicket safe, this could be a hard game for Obsidian.
Also have the heavy strike from Archive who can push people away. You have Volcrack, ooh, You have, of course, that fist crack wall combo from Pagus.
Oh, Kaja diving into the back line, but we do see was that orange into the back, wasn't able to do it. I think they utilized the divine judgment on him, but the crossbow tang comes out. Wicked going crazy once again. Zujin coming in, a double kill by Wicked. This is not gonna maniac secured by Wicked. Is he gonna be able to get the Savage? The whole team is kind of walking away. Wicked all alone with Alapu, the bravest warrior, comes out, but it's not gonna be enough. A Savage by Wicked. This is insane. I think this is the end of Obsidian. MIF going to push the inhibitors at this point. This is a true 1-1. And just, man, I think unless Gata can do something, he's bombing down, but a heavy spin to keep him at bay while they hit the inhibitor here. MIF going to be able to secure the win against Obsidian. Crazy game here. Warren, holy.
This is why I told you to look out for Wicked, because it was truly Wicked. Like, he carried his team basically alone. Like, I don't really want to say alone in the competitive environment, because every time you see a highlight, every time you see a guy getting a Savage, you see a guy wiping team out, it's not only his work. Like, his team is what brought him into the specific moment where he could achieve something like that. They either got through him through the early game, or they helped him in this fight. They buffed him just enough. They gave him the space. But Wicked, basically a 1v9. If this was a ranked, this was his game. He surely has this MVP, and this was a sight truly to behold. Like, 1-1 just outscaled, that's it. Like, that's what I was telling you in the draft. If they get outscaled, it's a big problem, and that's what happened.
Right? Like, I mean, 1-1 was just devastating. And again, this is what happens. And we're looking at a game that went a little bit longer than all of the other games we've seen, right? And that's where 1-1 excels. And like I was saying from the very beginning, we've seen the Gata trying to dive into the backline and keep them at bay, but to be honest, that just set the 1-1 up. The crossbow tang just needed a couple marks on someone to bounce off of, and the moment Wicked was able to secure that crossbow tang, it was GG's at that point. They just couldn't do anything about it. When one fell, Wicked just wouldn't let up the aggression. To be honest, the dude's just Wicked, bro.
It's right on the nose. It's right on the nose. He's making it easy for us. He is just Wicked. Yeah, well, great performance from him. And, well, we got what we asked for, or at least what I asked for. I wanted a much more even out series, and that's what we got, because this was the top 8 matching out against each other. It was really rough, but in the end, only one victor can be, and it was MIF. And they are taking the cake, at least right now. We will see how they will be able to play out their BO3, because they are already in, and if they are able to win their BO3, well, then they are qualified.
Exactly. Again, like you just said, the switch stage, now we're seeing the first team, MIF, moving on. And if, again, they got one more set, which I believe we will end up seeing later today. I think we got one more best of one, and then we'll be going into the upper bracket best of 3, and then the lower bracket of best of 3. So I actually think someone does get eliminated today. We'll have to see. We'll have to see when the Swift stage bracket pulls back up. But I'm excited, man. That was probably one of the craziest games we've seen today. They just kind of, I've never seen a turn of tides like that.
I mean, like, it was there. Like, you could see that 1-1 being able to play out such a long game like that. She is able to go on items, and every time I saw the gold graphs, like the gold stats, I was always looking on 1-1, and she was always like 2,000 ahead of enemy carry. and she was so far ahead of the rest of her team. So I knew that if you give the chance to Wicked and you make that mistake, you don't execute that fight perfectly, and you let him scale up, you get him to full items, he will carry, and that's exactly what happened. I don't know why it fell on its head when Arlott engaged your backline. I don't know why Kaja ulted him, because I think that's what happened, that Kaja ulted him instead of going together with Gato and kidnapping 1-1 and getting her out of this fight, because that was the job. That was the job description, and unfortunately Kaja kind of forgot about it and just took Arlott. And well, if you take Arlott, 1-1 will take your whole team, and that's what happened there.
Yeah, and I believe we're running into the stats here. We can definitely tell, looking at kind of what went down from the side of MIF. We're seeing the carry definitely coming out by Zetten. Mage, again, kind of coming out on top with assists. I think that's what we really seen in the last game that Zetten was brought out in, is that she deals quite a bit of damage, but isn't able to secure too many kills. So I think that's kind of what allowed Wicket to just pop off. There's so many low HP heroes out there that he just, capitalized on that low HP and ate them alive.
Yeah, also think now, looking at the items, that Janos should have definitely went for the tankier version of Lapu that we saw in the games before this one. I don't know if it was the first one or the second one, but we saw Lapu pop off there, and I think he went Fury X into more tanky items, and I think this would benefit Janos much more, because if you look at their comp, of course they have Matsu with tanking it, you have Kaja with that strong tank build, but I don't think in competitive you can go this Lapu build. I think this is much more ranked oriented, where you kind of don't get focused so hard, so you are able to get away with going much more damage oriented build. I think he was just too squishy, and I was thinking to myself, like, what's going on there? Like, why is he falling down so quickly? And of course, Wicked had almost full build, so he would still be falling down pretty quick. But I think that's something to consider for the side of Janos, definitely, because he just wasn't able to dish out the damage through the CC, and then he was pretty quickly done for.
Yeah. Again, both teams were definitely going back and forth. I think the biggest turning point was about 12 minutes. And again, I also think Obsidian, Akaja was just, to me, I mean, I've seen a lot of jungles in my time, and Akaja to me wasn't the play you need. Like, you need playmakers from jungles, but you also need playmakers that aren't as squishy as Akaja against a team like MIF. So I ultimately think it kind of came down to that last pick of the draft. And I mean, if I didn't catch Akaja, like that's how you know that it's kind of like, why'd you bring Akaja to this fight?
Yeah, it looked like in the jungle department it was pretty weird. I guess if you even went with, I don't know if Fredrin was banned, so don't quote me on that, but I guess if you went even with Fredrin or something like that, it would work much better. Like, even Joy, of course, depends on your champion pool, but even Joy would be doing so much more, because you could just jump in with Gato, you could jump in with Lapu and just delete that backline. Of course, Wicked would be able to jump out into that crossbow, maneuver, and survive a little bit longer. So that's why I'm saying maybe Fredrin. But Kaja, she was able to pick out, just when we saw in this highlight, she was able to pick out this one kill, but it was never repeated again. Like, this combo with Juxin, it never happened again, I believe, like, until the whole game was finished. This was just the first and last time it happened, and I feel like that's such a missed opportunity if you have this combination on your hands.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, kind of looking at some of these team fights, it was always like back and forth positioning, definitely key. The small tiny micro plays, this is when Wicket was a little bit too far out of place and paid for it.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't ult. Like, he had his ult available, but I don't know what happened there. I guess he wanted to ult after that auto went off, but he died during it. Because if he was able to, and now again, like, I don't know if he was CC'd or what happened, but he wasn't ulting both of those times, and that's what really caused him. But yeah, now we can see how he brought his team back into the game. A little bit of a, not little bit, like big overstep from the side of Obi. They had no reason to be here, to be staying here as Wicked was respawning.
Yeah, most definitely, and it was just, I mean, the Kai kind of brought a little bit of viability to it. I don't think it was more of damage, but it was just sustainability. This is one of the points where they were like, at that point, Obsidian kind of confused me because they used everything to take out Orange, right? Like they didn't have any ultimates left. I think as Zadell maybe had one, the Lapu had one, but then again, like you can see right here that he kind of was trying to,
Yeah,
I don't know, like hide in a bush, but Wicked.
Yeah. Yeah, and look at his health bar, like it was just disappearing. It was like going away immediately, and that was the exact moment where I was thinking to myself, like what is going on? Like, is this Lapu Lapu going full damage, or like why is he so squishy? And I feel like this was also the reason how why the Lapu Lapu approached those fights differently, because if you saw in those highlights, it was much more visible, right, when I was thinking when I already had it in my mind. But in most of those fights after the early game, he was kind of just like waiting for someone to make the engage for him, and he didn't really go in and on his own. So yeah, like basically last 3 fights that happened, he wasn't really there. He was just running away for the most time. But of course,
Yeah.
I don't want to pinpoint the failure of the composition specifically on Lapu and his build. I don't think that's really what happened. I think the reason is that Wicked played absolutely wonderfully. That's also one thing. And second thing is, I feel the whole team was a little bit disoriented in the latest fights that happened, and especially that last one where they used all of their ultimates except Lapus, I think, and except Bruno's on Orlot. Yeah, that was a little bit of a fumble on their side. Of course, a lot of stress happening, and us talking about it very, very cozily in our chairs and being like, all right, they should have done that, then that, and this. It's very easy to see all the mistakes when you watch it from the comfort of your home. I'm not saying I would play it better. I would definitely play it like 50 times worse. But well, only one victor can be, and it was MIF right now.
It is true. When you have that mother view over the whole field, you kind of you know more than they see in game, right? It goes to show that you kind of just have to it goes to show that it takes also game sense, right? Like you gotta understand positioning. And I mean, I did see that sometimes out of Zadell, right? Like he did back up, hide in the tower because there was proper map sight, right? And then you just got to keep like you got to be aware of the map almost as much as you are aware of the person in front of you, right? So when you get that, then you're golden. But like what we see, it's easy to commentate. It's easy to pick and prob. And I mean this is the things like us casters. It's legit the same thing when it comes down to like a coach or a manager. They're gonna watch exactly what we see, and they're gonna literally tell you your flaws, and you got to think about your flaws and then change them around, and sometimes it comes down to the draft was tough, like you just weren't able to execute it. To be honest, I think what Obsidian was trying to bring to the playing field is that they needed the Kaja to catch Wicket. Like, unless Kaja caught Wicket, there was just no viability in what they did. And then the moment Kaja utilized the Divine Judgment and didn't have it available, that was the moment Wicket came online. He didn't have to stay back anymore. He could just aggression to the fullest.
Oh, absolutely. But right now, we will be approaching new game in front of us. ET against Lazy. There is a joke to be had in front of me. I don't know if I should take the bait. But yeah, I hope that if ET will win this game, they will be calling home that they that they managed to go through. Because right now we should be in not like loser bracket per se, but like in the lower half, right? We should be watching a game happening from the bottom side. So those teams have a little bit of a knife on their necks. I don't think it's immediately elimination, but if they fail right now, if they were to fail right now, they go into this BO3, that could be spelling the elimination for them. Of course, in the middle, you will be... Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Aiko, take the mic.
Good. Go for it, Warren. We'll build off of what you were saying.
Oh, I already forgot it. We can move on.
No problem.
That's my TikTok brain rot.
Looking at kind of the bans that are definitely coming through at this point, we're seeing the Faja. Interesting first ban, but we've kind of seen the Fajas be detrimental. But to be honest, I think the Zetian is something that should be probably banned over a Faja. But again, I mean, you say Shishay on it, either one, they're both kind of like sisters at this point in my eye. They look exactly the same. And then we do see the Uranus ban. Again, huge, right, Warren?
Yeah, right now Lapu Lapu is moving up in the favorites, if the strongest of the XP lane, as Uranus is getting banned. But we saw that OB were kind of... how to say it, like not repulsed, but they're kind of waiting for the Lapu Lapu pickup, and in the end MIF were able to win even without Lapu. So until then we thought, or at least I thought, Lapu is the recipe for victory, but I guess not anymore, because there's still 1-1, so definitely looking out for this 1-1 as Lapu is being banned. So it looks like Lazy want to make it the easiest for them by banning out the strongest XP laners. Now Phoebus is of course going upper in the hierarchy, and together with Arlott. Oh, 1-1 being banned out, her eyes are looking straight into my soul. I mean, that's really unfortunate for Feed Lover, because I expect he would have more damage against her or something, if like she's going barefoot, like, you know, like, should he have like more damage again? I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? But kind of looking at what they banned a Fredrin. Okay, so I mean, some key bans here. To be honest, I don't know what anybody's gonna pick first anymore, because I suspected Lapu last time. Baxia definitely picked here. He's got a win rate of 50%, pretty solid. I think is a huge play in the jungle to see how Lazy responds. I mean, I always feel like second pick is better than first pick, because you get 2 key heroes versus 1. So we'll see, because now they're able to, you know, counter and build into the Baxia here.
Yeah, right now we need to really think about like how you want to approach a Baxia hero on the map. I think like his strongest part is definitely the anti-heal, so we can be expecting we shouldn't be expecting that many physical damage auto attackers that are trying to heal themselves. So yeah, we will be seeing Lancelot and Gado. That's making a lot of sense. Lancelot's a lot of his damage relies in his spells, so he shouldn't really care that much about Baxia. Of course, Baxia building a lot of armor, so Lancelot will not be doing as much damage to him as some other heroes could be. But yeah, you are not looking to kill Baxia. That's not really your job. You are going to dive that backline. And I'm surprised that Moscow is being picked off, since I don't know if Moscow is that good into Lancelot, into a hero like Lancelot. What do you think, Aiko?
I mean, he can definitely control and hold a little bit. I mean, he has severe damage. I feel like the biggest thing that we just seen from ET is that they secured a Baxia and a YSS, right? That YSS is probably going to be in the jungle 100%. I actually thought the Baxia was going to be in the jungle, but they're kind of mixing it up a little bit here. I think he's going to be the roam So we'll see how that plays out. Vexana picked up for the side of Lazy. Again, something that can definitely heal and cause a lot of damage to some squishies. So I feel like Lazy has some insane heroes. If the Lancelot's a god, it would be trouble for ET.
Also, Vexana brings a lot of like zone control in the form of her like a little, not really little, he's pretty big, but her minion that she brings. And together with Gato, that could be pretty annoying to deal with, because you always have to keep in mind that they are in control of the zone. Lancelot, a lot of zone control in his kit as well, so only thing I'm worried about is range. And with Farsa being banned, I'm thinking Zetian for the side of ET. What do you think about it?
I mean, Zetnin, I can't ever say her name. Zetian, definitely, but they already read you. They banned her. Definitely don't want to see that on the playing field. So the mages are kind of limited at this point. But to be honest, like a Valentina would be pretty huge, right? Like being able to steal the Gata ult would be huge. Being able to steal the Vexana's minion would be pretty big. I feel like there's a couple things that a Valentina could bring to the playing field. So I don't think they're too worried about them, targeting some of the mages. But I do think that ET is going to need a little bit more of a stronger lineup. Maybe they're trying to go a double marksman requires a tanky team. And one thing that's been left open is a Kimmy. So I'm wondering if a Kimmy makes it through and Lazy picks that up.
Yeah, well, you could, yeah. For the side of Lazy, there's an argument to be made for Kimi. I think if ET goes for Kimi, then you are super squishy. Of course, your mid laner will probably not be someone super tanky, but I feel like Kimi needs a lot of peel herself. Yeah, Phoebus makes a lot of sense. Now with Lapu and Tyrannus being banned out, Phoebus getting through this World Draft phase, like basically through the World Draft, makes a lot of sense that you go for him. Now CC is still open though, but I don't know, you would have probably too much damage on your composition, so you go for Arlott and you go for that very spicy pick in mid lane that I really didn't know I would see. Ooh, those abyssal arrows, they will need to be locked in.
I don't know, man, like all of these dashy heroes into a Phobius. Like Phobius is looking at like, this is a game you'd want to be a Phobius in. So crazy ET. But again, I mean, I guess if you have a Phobius, why not just put as many dashy heroes as you possibly can into the lineup? So it's hard to choose who you want to, whoever you want to jump on. So I guess it's gonna be interesting to see how the Phobius plays out. But the Bruno as a final pickup here, I think is also huge as well. There's not too many squishy people that that we might see Lido be able to secure with those abyssal arrows. But I mean, it could be detrimental if it does get on the Bruno.
Yeah, Bruno most definitely. Also, Vexana could be the target if her Titan will not block it for her. I think he can, right? Like he can block if he stands in the way, so she can kind of work with that. Lancelot can dodge it out, I think, right? If his first skill, right, he can dodge it out as well. So not really that easy to hit. As you were saying, Bruno will probably be the target, but he himself has a little dash in his kit. Of course, Gato and Phoebus will be trying to stand in front of him. But I mean, if Selena gets rolling, then it doesn't really matter who she cuts, because those abyssal arrows will spell doom for anyone.
Yeah, and kind of looking at some of the positionings here, I think everything falls in like we predict, right? Moskov versus Bruno, YSS versus Lancelot, Selena versus Vexana, Gato. I think the biggest aspect that we are seeing here is the Bashia like doesn't roam too often from previous patches in MLBB, so we'll have to see how that plays into a factor as we are going into a best of one, ET versus Lazy. Warren, what do you think the winning conditions are here?
Well, I feel like ET have uh, a little bit of a problem on their hands. We will see how it will play out, but I feel like Selena doesn't really have push priority into Vexana, as we see it. Vexana hitting her level 2 immediately and already moving to the bottom side. Oh, Abyssal Arrow connecting on Vulcan's turn. He should be fine, still pretty tanky out. But look at Selena, she's trying to do some damage, but losing half her HP in return.
Yeah, again, that's one thing that I've seen about Mobile Legends is that, like, if you get picked early, like, look, we already seeing the Gata have to go back again. I mean, he's trying to get full HP, a little interesting. I mean, I think he might be trying to do that for maybe he just wants full HP for the turtle that's going to be coming about. But we'll see how things come out. I think there's two things to look at here, right? Is the Bashia going to be a real good roam? And is this Lancelot a god?
Lanzo doesn't have level 4 yet, he's trying to hit it.
Yep, first blood comes out here. Mando falls. I guess the Lancelot is not a god as he falls, and then another one falls as well. Lazy, what were you doing? Why were you there? Again, I mean, the moment, I feel like it's a caster curse at this point. You're like, is Lancelot gonna be a god? And then they just smite him.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's right on the nose, but this was kind of lazy, this preparation. Like, you kind of slacked off, you slept on your phone, and now you're dying once again. Oh no, Turtle taken, and Mango already being killed. And that's a problem, that's a problem. Selena with 2 kills, and Vexana was keeping her, like, in check. Feet Lover was keeping him in check. But right now, it's going to be so hard for him, because Selena is probably approaching that threshold where she is able to one-shot him and also pushing the wave, even though her kit is not really that well built for that mid lane priority.
It's to be honest, it's not, but the team's making up for that, right? They're putting that pressure down and they're securing the abyssal arrows and securing the kills. And I mean, at some point that's going to be detrimental. Like, what is your response to that? Again, only 3 minutes going into the game, but a pretty decently sized lead, that I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, and look at Selena, she's just able to clear it out. Like, of course she had to use her ult to do that, but she's able to clean it out, like, pretty alright. Oh, there could be a fight happening.
A lot. Yeah, watch out for Lido there. He's kind of putting a little bit of pressure. Bovius is going to be the key target here if Abyssal Arrow comes down, but we see a final slash and a Boxy able to secure the kill. Did he didn't even pop his ult, so I'm not even... He must have just hit him with a flying wheel.
Yeah, I think it was the wheel. Yeah, I bet that was it. Because I think he was worried when Phoebus flickered out that he could survive, so I think he just threw it on him just in case, and that was the reason. Oh, Mango. Oh, you are in trouble, boy. You have to run.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of dashes, so I think really the only people that can lock him down will be the Moskov or the Selena. And I think that's maybe what might have happened in the early stage, is that he got locked down a little bit too early. Again, like you were saying in the draft phase, the Abyssal Arrows can be massive and be detrimental as long as they keep hitting, you know. So looks like the second turtle is definitely going to be falling into the hands of ET. Wonder what they can do to turn this around here for Lazy.
I mean, look at them. They already have 2,000 gold lead, and I wasn't able to finish it. Oh, I think I won't be.
Obvious falls again. He's just not having a good day. Boxia kind of overextending his welcome, but look at the spear coming out. Got to diving down as well. Mago able to secure a kill. First kill on the board by Lazy. Again, are they going to be able to stop? Like,
ooh, that was nice.
I love that. That was a good micro right there.
That was decent. Like, he kept them guessing, like, am I in this bush or did I jump? Like, what's the play? What am I doing? Where am I? Yeah, it was pretty nice micro. And, well, Lazy right now have a big problem in front of them because, of course, Lancelot is able to scale, but can he scale as well as Noel on his super strong late game carry pick that he has in his hands, together with Pelmetronia on Moscow? Like, can you outscale that? I don't think you can.
I don't know, but we are looking at Phobius once again, just kind of being the key target here. Abyssal Arrow coming out, but it was just too short. Again, it does phase out Phobius. I don't think he'll be too much into a team fight. He probably should have just recalled at that point, because you're just seeing YSS secure the bottom tower. Both teams kind of feeling it at Lazy. Now they understand they need to stop engaging, but they do engage. Phobius ult comes out. We see the Pound Town dropping, but is it enough? We see Mango left all alone, while Noel is just at the bottom, just having a farm zone. Jesus, man, they can't even stop ET. No one got picked off, and there was a secure of a double turret on the bottom lane, and the passive on the tower got procced. Phobius overextending a little bit too much. Maybe here is Lazy going to be able to execute something. Mango able to secure a kill, but Moskov comes out and secures a double kill. Huge from the side of ET.
I mean, that's so bad. Like 7-2 and Moscow gets 2 kills out of this fight and you are already 5,000 behind. That's super tough for Lazy. Like, what do you want to do in this position? Borisovich already 0-3. Like, it shouldn't really matter that much because it's Phoebus. But like, at the same time, it's Phoebus. Like, he can also be just a tank and not really do that much. But we saw a lot of Phoebus being the carry, being the player that does one of the most damages in the team. But Borisovich, at least not in this game, will not be that guy. And right now it's purely in the hands of Mango and his Lancelot, and maybe in the later stages of the game in the hands of Bruno, but not right now, as he gets obliterated under the tower.
Moskov able to take out Mango as well. Dark Knight falls for Vexana, but it's just not enough. ET just online, man. I mean, I'm just seeing a lot of misplays here by Lazy, and ET's just capitalizing on them more.
I mean, ET can already start ringing that horn. I think they can start already calling home, because this looks like it's going home, baby. Because, like, look at this lead, you outscale your opponents, it's super tough for the Lazy. Volkenstern with a very specific setup, he has Vengeance. I don't know if you noticed, but he has Vengeance on his Gado. That's very unusual. Usually you would go for Revitalize. So this is very purely oriented on him being much more tanky, but he is not even able to utilize it, because look at Moscow, like he's finishing his third item, has his shoes, and now Bolster again getting dove.
Obvious. Not there just yet. Able to secure a kill though. One falls. Moskov still alive though, able to secure the turret and possibly get a kill onto him, but YSS actually takes the kill. 3 fall for Lazy. Again, ET, they're phoning home, but they're sending Lazy home instead.
No, not yet. Well, not yet. They can still survive. It's not eliminate. It's not elimination round just yet. As you were saying, it has to go into those BO3s, so there's still chance. But right now, it looks super likely that Lazy will be already thinking about playing out their BO3s. But of course, it will be at the bottom of the bracket, so they should get an easier opponent. But right now, ET should have been the easier opponent compared to the first round. Of course, we don't know how Lazy were able to play out their first round. Maybe it was super close. Maybe they lost just by a little bit, and ET are just super strong, and I don't know, got matched against another super strong team in the tournament. I don't have the data right now, but right now Lazy, it's looking so bad for them. 10,000 gold difference. Like, what can they do right now?
I mean, they're gonna have to defend, but we do see it here. The final slash comes out, able to secure a kill onto the Vexana. They fall boss, or Phobius kind of diving deep into the back line, trying to keep them at bay. 2 fall from the side of Lazy. Full HP Lord is barreling down. The Bruno is still alive. Voidster is definitely gonna have to make a play here to keep him alive. Full HP Lord gonna eat that tower. Let's see if they can. Oh my god. Moskov able to secure the kill onto Bruno. Massive. This is not good for Lazy, as the mid tower is going to be collapsed on. Gato kind of diving in there, able to keep him at bay, kind of pressing him back. This might be a little bit of turn for him, but they're not going to allow it. A final slash comes into the back line, able to secure a double kill. YSS in a mega kill with Selena in the base. Balls. ET definitely sending Lazy home.
Well, that was a sight to behold. Lazy in the beginning of the game, it looked like it should be even. It should be an even clash, but coming right from the draft, well, not really. I wanted to say coming right from the draft, I felt like something was wrong, but I felt alright. I felt like the draft is alright. I felt like it's playable, it should be alright. But that Lancelot missed position right at the beginning, that kind of cut his ankles, and he was already sitting on the bench a little bit. He needed to like kind of retaliate and wake up from the coma that he got put in right in the 3rd minute mark or something, because he got immediately killed, not even being able to jump around, to jump away to safety. And right from that, it fell on top of their heads like a giant iron hammer that was ET in this case. And they were smashing them with that hammer over and over again, and they didn't let them breathe at all. Like, Botzer was just scaling up, and I felt him, because like that moment where he got dove and he was 0-0-0 and was just minding his own business, and then he got 4-man or 5-man dove. It was like exact experience from my rank games, where I'm just chilling, you know, farming. I'm like, all right, I can scale up, guys. Don't worry, we got this. And then you get 5-man dove, and all your hope is gone out of the window.
Yeah, I mean, it happened like that. This wasn't a game that was kind of 50-50. It seemed like a little bit of a snowball. You know, Lazy trying to control, be a little bit more aggressive than they wanted to be. To be honest, it kind of seemed like some of their side lanes made mistakes, and like ET just capitalized on it, right? You know, there was at one point that I believe the Bruno definitely could have, like, you know, let the tower go. Like, you didn't need to sacrifice your life to give up that tower. And then there's also quite a few points where I was seeing Phoveus just kind of overstaying his welcome into the back line of ET. And I think those were just plays that were causing ET to be able to snowball like that.
Oh, there was a snowball. There was snowball indeed. Unfortunately for the side of Lazy, there was only like two late game securities, and it was Bruno and Lancelot, but Lancelot kind of fell off. And if you have an assassin falling off and he is just like scaling up into late game, kind of a little bit behind, then he will not be that late game threat that assassins can usually be. So it was purely in the hands of Bruno, and as ET realized it, I think almost exactly in the same moment as we were talking about it on the cast, they immediately went to Bruno and were like, all right, Bruno, enough farming, bro. Now you go down as well with the rest of your team. You look at your scoreboard, you have not too many deaths, you should get more. So they went to him, and they bashed him over his head with that iron hammer I was talking about before as well. And yeah, he got put into a coma that he didn't wake up from until the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this just is the outcome of a match like that, right? ET came well prepared. They definitely showed that they had the tenacity, and they just sent Lazy to the final draw, if I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna be, after this, jumping into 2 BO3s, if I'm not mistaken. So it'd be interesting to see who the upper bracket is. I think it's going to be a really, really good fight, to be honest. And then we'll end up having, I think, the lower bracket. And I'm not mistaken, if we ever get to see the tournament format once again, I'm pretty sure whoever's on that last BO3 might get sent home.
Oh yeah. So in the end, we will have someone crying. We will have some teams being sad. Even today, that's very unfortunate, of course, because at least in my opinion, as a caster, I love to see people celebrate their victory. I would like if it was on me, I would want everyone to win. Like all 16 first place. Get the money. But unfortunately, it doesn't go like that. Like you compete. Who's the best will come out as the best, and they get placed accordingly. So yeah, I really feel for the players. It's going to be super tough in that lower part of the Swiss stage bracket, and they will have no chill because right now going into BO3 and it's either do or go home. But if you do, you can proceed to join the rest of the top 8 that will be qualifying the rest of the tournament. But right now, let's have a look on that game. 19-3. I thought it was a little bit more. But again, after that little bit longer game, I think it was 60 minutes. How long was it before, Aiko? Was it like 16 minutes?
Longer?
No,
I think
it
was like 16.
Yeah. But right after that, we are immediately going to these speed runs where... Look at Mango, like poor guy, 2-5, like he was trying his best, but it just wasn't enough. 1-6 Borisovich, poor guy as well. Feet Lover had a decent matchup in the mid lane, but that Enzo came 2-0 and he had no priority anymore. If we look at damage dealt, it's comparable, but if you look at damage to turrets, there, like that's the whole story of the game. 44,000 to 0! They didn't even touch their towers! This is such a dominant force that ET was.
Most definitely, and it just, to be honest, I think it was just well executed by ET, right? They just went crazy. Boxia Rome was kind of interesting, but it definitely came in clutch, I think. And the YSS again, I think they had picks that we've just seen that are like just key picks, right? I mean, from the side of Lazy, they were kind of getting a little wild with the Lancelot, and a little wild with the Phoveus. The Vexana wasn't too bad, but didn't really show too much. I think it just, you gotta just kind of give it up to Team Entity. Like they went hard, they brought the pain, and they gave it to Lazy at this point.
Oh, they did. ET was the better one, at least in this BO1, and yeah, I'm very excited about what more we will see from them, as they will be joining not really the flawless teams, since we were in the bottom half of the BO1s. So they are under 1 defeat, but it looks like that ET took their defeat with their straight face, and they learned from it, because this was pretty nice game from them.
Oh yeah, kind of looking at some of the key plays that we've seen around here. The Selena just popping off. That was some of the early kills on to Mango. And then, I mean, this is some of the points where the Phoveus was trying to get out, but the CC and lockdown on him was just too much. This is where I thought Phoveus kind of overextended. I think he thought he was a little bit more sustainable than he was. And then, the Moskov able to pop off again. This is where the spot where I thought the Bruno should have just gave up that tower. But he ended up falling because of it, and that allowed the Moskov to keep scaling. Moskov pinned old boy to the tower right there and took him out as well. Voidster not able to do too much. Tower falls. Selena able to secure some of the Abyssal Arrows. And again, Phoveus falls, and then now a full Lord is barreling down. I mean, the Lord, I think, ended up getting taken out, but again, it was just still too much for the side of Lazy. And I mean, again, like I was saying, ET just brought the pain.
Oh, they absolutely did. ET, super strong game from their side. As I said, they must have learned from their mistakes, but we will soon be seeing our first BO3s of today and first BO3s of the whole EMC. I'm so excited. I hope Aiko is as well. And we will be hopping into a break, won't we, Aiko, right?
Yeah, we'll be hopping into a break, guys. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the MLBB European Mid-Season Cup. Again, I'm your host, G the Ico, and then we also have a host and caster, Warren, over there as well. It's been some crazy games, Warren, man. We've seen savages, we've seen some crazy fights come out, and I mean this is what the Swiss stage is bringing. How are you feeling after seeing all of those games?
I mean, I would like to see them a little bit more evened out. I know it's rough because on the high level of competition, if you give just a little bit of a lead, just a little bit of a mistake happen, the strong teams that we definitely have here will take this advantage and stretch it the most they can, and usually will take the reins, and this will either result in their victory, or in the case of Wicked coming back from that big deficit with the rest of his team, the opponent will be able to come back in the later stage when you will fumble your lead. So that's understandable, but I want more of those Wicked turn points. I want more of those. It's always super exciting when you see the game going one way, then the other, then the other, then the other. It's always super hype, so I'm looking out for those, and we have two BO3s in front of us, so I'm hoping that either one of those, or even better, both of them, will bring us that.
Oh, most definitely. Now, coming into the next match, we're looking. Who are we looking at? We're looking at Nightfall versus Hollow Pantheon. And again, I mean, this is, if I'm not mistaken, is the lower side of the best of 3 bracket. We won't see the anticipated match. Like two monsters or behemoths going at it just yet. But I think this is a good intermission to see what these teams are going to be bringing. Right, Nightfall, they did pretty well. I thought they were I thought they were decent. Like their macro is pretty good. They brought some cool micro plays, and I kind of want to see what they bring to the lower bracket. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be fighting for their way back up. We didn't get to see Hollow Pantheon, but again, I mean, maybe they bring something to the playing field that'll give you that back and forth game, which I'm kind of interested in seeing too. We've seen like 1 or 2 plays make the tide turners in these games, though, so it's interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that. But of course, right when if right now we are watching the bottom half of the bracket, or like not even bottom half, it will be like bottom third, because if you and the viewers remember the Swiss bracket correctly, it's right now divided into like 3 sectors, where like in the middle you have these BO1s that will either push you on top and you go for BO3s and you survive for tomorrow, or you get pushed down and you go into BO3s and you might not survive for tomorrow. Well, you will survive, but you might not survive after that. That's a question to be had. So right now, on the side, if we are at the bottom, or even if we would be on the top, it should be pretty equalized, because the teams that are right here are either losing a lot, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunately the case for those teams that we'll be seeing right now. But I mean, like, if you were losing and you just weren't able to close it out, there must be so many emotions in your head, in yourself, in your whole team. And I think those games will be bloody. I think that it will be of course you want to compete the best you can, and of course you don't want your emotions to control you, but I feel like the emotions, we will see a lot of that. I think we will see a lot of mechanical outplays. I think we will see a lot of limit testing. I think the games will be a little bit like dirty, if you know what I mean.
We'll definitely have to see. And I mean, it is how it is when you're playing best of ones. But now jumping into this round 3, I mean, we're looking at BO3s now. Like this could, I think this is where the back and forth can come for you, because one team can possibly adjust after the first match, but it can also be a downfall for some teams. Like some teams just don't know how to bounce back from a loss, even though it is a best out of 3. You know, so I'm kind of interested to see what they bring to the playing field. These teams are again competing for a prize pool of €4,000, which is again pretty insane for the European leagues. You know, it's more money than we had in the NACT. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, Aiko, you should be one of the players. You shouldn't be even casting with me. You should be playing, you know.
Hey, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I've done a lot. I've been around. You know, I've gotten older. I don't know if I got the tenacity that all these youngins got anymore. You know.
All right. So you are in your senior years, in your esports senior years. You are basically saying
a midlife crisis is coming.
Yeah,
through, you know?
all right. You kind of entered the casting ring as like a senior home for esports players. That's what you are saying. All right.
Hey,
all right.
that's apparently what casters are known for in the sports world, right?
True. We will be seeing Messi and Ronaldo casting, you know, later.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes that's just how it happens, you know. You go from being someone super knowledgeable about the game and now someone talking about the game. It's you bring a different aspect to it that not a lot of people get to see. And you know, when I'm playing ranked games, I see that, you know, like some of the people out there that, you know, they need to watch esports a little bit.
All right. Yeah, I mean, but like in MLBB, it's so well done. Like if I compare it to other MOBAs that I played, I don't think it's so well established in the game client itself, or like in the game app itself. Whereas in MLBB, it's so well done. Like you can just hop in and watch like content creators, watch like streams, watch like regional leagues, all of that. It's so well packed. I absolutely love it. And if I'm not wrong, I think even this event that we are casting right now should be in there. I don't know if it's already established, but I think it should be there. So you can tell us in the chat if it was there or if it wasn't. But well, let's get to the draft as we are opening from the side of NF. We see them here once more, and hopefully for them, not for the last time.
Yeah, I mean, we'll kind of see. We're already seeing typical bands come out here from Nightfall. Kind of want to see what Hollow brings to the table here. I mean, it's kind of seeming, if anybody's new in the stream, it might be seeming like we're not broken records, but it kind of is this way. Matilda is just a normal band. I don't even think we've seen her be able to play, right? Like she's just someone that you just don't want to see in the Land of Dawn. We're probably going to see a Lapu ban. We might, again, we've seen a couple Kimmies actually make it through and nobody pick them. But we definitely have seen people not enjoy the Wanwans. So she's also kind of been on the ban list after Wicked pulls the first Savage of the EMC Cup here. That's just something you don't want to see.
Absolutely, and it looks like Wen agree with you, and they are banning Uranus. I absolutely love the side of Wen, where it looks like they have really pinpointed like the actual meta that's being played, at least here in competitive scene, and they are really locking it out. They are not really thinking. It doesn't really look like they are even thinking it through. They already thought it through. Like immediate ban, boom. Immediate Uranus ban, boom. Like immediate. Like compared that to NF, they are thinking it through. They like taking their time, but Wen is just locking it in, and I feel like their bans are absolutely correct. We will of course see how the rest of the draft goes, but right now they are giving me that vibe.
Yeah, most definitely. And kind of what we're seeing here is that Zetian's getting banned out, which is about normal. Again, Lapu is snuck through the crack there, as well as Kimmy. So there's a few good picks that I think here. Again, all jungles are still open. The Bashia is still open. That's been kind of like a ban that people have been targeting. There's quite a bit.
Also, I really have to yap about it. Like, did you see Juggernaut's profile picture? Like, his quality of picture is like by far the best than anyone else we saw here. Like, I think our players are giving us the profile pictures, but Juggernauts is like, I think he paid someone for it. Like, it's not like, hey, Dad, come here, I need my picture. You know, I'm playing AMC, I'm top 16, you need my picture. I think Juggernaut literally like went somewhere get this picture taken. Like, it's so good, like so good quality. Like, look at that.
It's definitely crisp. He's kind of looking like Superman over there. I guess that's why his name's Juggernaut.
Yeah, pretty fitting.
Yeah. Kind of looking at what has been picked. YSS got picked up a Ruby, a Yujin.
I mean, I was just saying, like, they are immediate. They are bam, 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 immediate bans, immediate action. Like, they know what they want, and this was instant. Like, Ruby, Juxin, bam, they know.
I mean, it's an interesting pick, you know. Like, I don't think we've seen any Rubies. Rubies have definitely been an interesting go. I like Ruby. She's definitely someone that can control team fights and actually, you know, change the tide of a battle because she can CC and control. But again, Knight NF being able to pick up the Kimmy, which I like. I don't know. We don't know if it's mid lane yet or if it's going to be gold lane. And the Yuzong, Yuzong's going to be. I'm actually surprised they picked a Nathan into a Yuzong. Nathan.
Is it Nathan? Like, I think this is my first competitive Nathan. I must be absolutely transparent to you. Like, I think this is my first competitive Nathan. Like, I think
he's a pretty good jungle, or not jungle. I mean, I guess he could jungle, but to be honest, like, he's a gold lane. He's a gold lane mage. So, like, that's the biggest aspect about him, is that, like, he can teleport, he can push back, and he can summon a clone that also essentially shoots as well. So he's tough when it comes into the gold lane. But again, I think if he's going against a Kimmy, which is another magic dealing, I'm pretty sure that she's still magic. I don't know if they converted. There's been so many changes. She might be physical now, but if she's not, then it could be two magical marksmen going at it.
I believe she is still magical. I think she still doesn't do physical damage. So she is building like ability powered items. So yeah, I believe so. Of course, Chat will probably correct us and laugh at us if we are wrong, because we should know it. We should know it. That's our job.
Hey,
so yeah,
right.
Aiko, I am taking you with me in the case that happens. All right.
Drag me down. I'm joking. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. It's coming up here soon, right? We got the Fredrin. I mean, we can already see that Hollow suspecting that the Kimmy's not going to be in the marksman lane, that they're going to be in the mid lane. They banned out the Irithil. Again, probably a good counter to the Natan. So let's see. I mean, they still need a jungle from Hollow, and they still need a roam. So Badang's still open. I know they banned him. I lied. I don't know. I mean, there's Gato. Gato would be huge.
Yeah, since I never saw Nathan, like, I don't even know how he's supposed to be. Is he like Claude? Like, is that the playstyle? Like, you just go in?
He's definitely a backline. He's definitely a backline. If I had to say, he's kind of like Moskov. He's got like a push. He's got long range and a lot of like his abilities penetrate. So, he can also teleport. So he's like, his ultimate allows him to teleport back to his clone, so his clones can switch positions. A Hellcurt though, this is crazy.
Ooh,
this is crazy.
Ooh.
Hellcurts can be monsters, especially with the little bit of the revamp he received, and he can kind of be like invisible while he's running around, and he's got insane speed. So but again, I still think YSS for the side of NF is definitely more superior in the jungle.
Yeah, well, Hellcurt. Yeah, like you see two carries on the opposing side, so it makes a lot of sense to lock in Hellcurt. I saw him play it a couple times under Search Europe. I think Laito was the most prominent Hellcurt player. I think I remember that correctly. So I saw some action. I saw a lot of action from Hellcurt. And in some of the cases he was insane, 1v9 machine, but I felt like the more controlled, the more, I would say, I don't want to like hurt anyone's feelings, but I felt like the more high elo, the more like controlled and more competitive was the game, the less and the weaker Hellcurt felt in those types of games. I feel like Hellcurt needs a little bit of chaos, a little bit of like this ranked madness. So I don't know how well it will work right here, right now, between like in between those top 16 teams where you already have established yourself as one of the best. So I don't know how that will fit in. Looking at the drafts, how you like it? Like they picked Lolita as a roamer probably, and she really mentioned Gato in the throne position. How you like those drafts?
Well, Nightfall has 3 marksmen.
Oh, they do. Oh, they do.
That to me is a little wild. I mean, they're gonna have a lot of damage, but they're also gonna be squishy, which I think Hellcurt is gonna capitalize on. So I think it could be either or's game. We've only really seen Nightfall, so I want to see how Hollow brings their unique aspect to this game, right? I feel like that is our unknown. They're kind of like our dark horse on the stream because we just haven't seen them play yet. I do feel like the Lolita is actually pretty huge because that's going to block a lot of the marksmans. But again, it's going to have to they're going to have to build a lot of defense to deal with a lot of that damage. So we'll see as we're getting into the game 1. If I'm not mistaken, this is a best out of 3, which it is Nightfall versus Hollow. This is game 1. Warren, give us some winning conditions here against the enemy team and I guess not enemy team, but the 2 opposing teams.
Well, as I said, it's first time Nathan for me, but I'm expecting he should be like that late game carry. But if you compare compositions for the side of NF, there is Kimi, there is your super late game beast jungler, and then yours Granger. Of course, Granger is not the best scaling late game carry, like if you compare him to Bruno or someone else, so there's an action happening.
Putting a lot of pressure on the Yujin there, trying to get the Lethal Wander. Though YSS able to secure that there. There's still pressure on the side of NF and mid, though. Again, this is the shield. Look at the damage that they're able to reflect right back to Kimi. I think this Lolita could be decent, but look at the XP. Good dodge. Good micro plays here.
I mean, it's Juggernaut. Like, you saw his profile picture. He doesn't do in-halves. Like, his profile picture, fire. His mechanics, fire. Like, what do you expect from this guy?
Yeah, and again, kind of looking at Kimi here. Let's see. She is being sent back to the base, which is pretty early for her. We do see a full 4-man rotate into the top lane. Yuzong might be getting jumped here. I think they're holding for the gold crab. Oh, they're going to be hunting for the YSS here. This is... I don't like they're holding for it. They go for it. Ooh. The Nightness Fall, the Darkness Fall comes in. YSS able to dish dash and did out of there. I mean, that was a good reaction speed by Nightfall.
Oh, it was. I think they were smelling something fishy as Yuzong dives their backline.
Jeez, a double kill by Yuzong. Are we going to be able to see a triple? 3 fall on the side of Hollow into the hands of Nightfall. I think that's massive, right? Like, oh my god, the flicker! Yo, you can't be missing those.
I mean, like, it's not even down to your subjective idea, like, to your... Oh, Kindred unfortunately going down. Not even using Purify, as will his roll... No, not his roamer. It looks like Vansky needs to run away now. He left.
I think he's gonna get it.
No.
Nice.
Yeah, but look at the goalie, like 3,000 for the side of NF, and we were saying like, or I was hyping Juggernaut up, like his mechanics, like he was on point, blocking it, jumping around. But right now, looking at it, it's 4-0, and I wasn't able to quite finish that. But NF are outscaling their opponents. When 5 need to do something now and during the mid game.
I don't think they know where Granger's at, but we see a little bit of a pressure being applied onto Eugen into the mid. YSS not able to secure anything there. To be honest, I think Granger held really well, and that just goes to show that they got a bit of the map, but Eugen able to secure a kill. Or no, Kimmy was able to secure a kill on Eugen, and Bobber?
Yeah,
however you say Yuzong's name. He's able to secure more kills, dude. This is probably the most aggressive Yuzong that I've seen in a while. He gets dragged into the mid tower for some odd reason, and he's still putting on a lot of pressure as 2v1 in there and able to secure a kill on a Juggernaut. This is crazy. NF is going hard against Hollow right now.
I mean, it depends in which language it was written, but like if I think the language right, it's basically like beaver Rusic, like it's beaver, like the word bobber, it's like beaver. But as funny as that name sounds, like his gameplay isn't really that funny, at least to the side of Van 5, because like he is 5-0-2 and he was at 7 kills out of 8. It's crazy kill participation, and Bobber is absolutely destroying their opponents. We were questioning Yuzong, or we weren't really questioning Yuzong. I mean, we were like, alright, Yuzong, yeah, he is there. But this Yuzong, holy! Yeah, Bobber doesn't want to go home, he came to play. And he is finally waking up with the rest of his team, as they could have a knife on their throats, as they pick up another kill on the bottom side and kill Lolita.
Juggernaut kind of falling behind. Gato diving into the back line. We do see the humming down for Hollow. The pressure being applied. They want this tower, but they don't even care about the tower right now. They want some kills. Zog diving deep into the back line. Allen able to secure a kill onto Natan, and Hellkurt leave me able to secure a kill onto Eugen deep into the back line. They take out 3 of and 0 of Nightfall. This looks like a complete snowball right now. Look for a bit of a control, trying to keep the mid turret, but they weren't able to. You see a little bit the Numion blast coming down, but not enough as Leave Me comes diving into the back line, but it might be a little problem as they shut down Yuzong. The first kill on the side for Hollow. Again, a big shutdown. That's a decent bit of gold in the hand of Hollow, but is it enough for him?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I don't want to steal a win from your bolt, but look at him, Yuzong 4,900, and he has his sickle completed. His damage is absolutely ludicrous, and if you compare him to the richest man on the side of Van 5, he is 1,100 gold ahead. What do you want to do? You're getting outscaled. Let me remind you once more, NF are outscaling their opponents, and with this crazy early game, what is there for you to hope for?
But look at Granger coming in, taking a little bit of off of the Ruby. Numa Blast Ives does get a little bit of a CC, but not enough as almost 3. Granger. No. Oh, Kimmy falls. A little bit of a extension there to the tower does allow Hollow to secure one more kill. I think they're going to wait for, I think it's the 8-minute mark. No, they're actually going to go for the goal. To be honest, if I was their team, I might just let that troll turn into a Lord instead. That way you can end it a little bit earlier. Yeah. I'm not quite sure if the
Yeah, I agree. But I guess they don't want to risk it. Like, maybe their opponents could try to take it away so they would get some resources.
Right comes YSS. The Dragon is diving deep into the back line. A little bit of a CC, a little bit of a control. Yuzong overextending, taking quite a few tower shots. Hellkurt able to secure a shutdown on the YS. I'm pretty sure I seen Ruby secure the troll down on him. Again, We are Nightfall making a couple mistakes here and there, and Hollow to capitalize on it, but Hellkurt diving into the back. He's trying to get away as all a Nightfall doesn't want to let up. Mid turret probably gonna fall here. 80 seconds to the next major objective.
80 seconds until possible game-ending Lord. I don't want to paint it as dark as I just did, but I guess it's just like that, because what do you want to do as a Wenfile? Like, you need a perfect fight, and for that you need mistakes on the side of their opponents as Gato dives you again.
Darkness falls as they're able to secure a pull-in onto the Gato. Are they going to be able to take on it, though? YSS flanking from the left side. Hollow going to have to strategically back up, but leave me able to secure a... I think I just lost stream. Oh, it's back. It's back. We're back in here. The actual packing. One kill.
How did they live? Like just down. Before it got stuck for us, Bobber was just going ham on them, and it looked like he will take them all.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little crazy there. But again, they don't want to overextend their welcome. I do think they need to pop that passive tower proc on the top. That again helped their Lord push. But Boober into the back line, doing too much, gets caught out. Allen there as well, not able to save his friend, but was able to take out Juggernaut. So we do see a bit of a play here. Definitely going to be a Lord in the side of NF's hand.
Also, look at the XP differences. Like, if the gold was alright, which it's really not, but like, even the XP differences, like, believe me, will be hitting his level 15. Gato engaging in already halfway towards level 11. Like, he is the same level as enemy carries. Like, it's so rough. And when 5 need to really start thinking about their second draft already.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're just seeing that there's not enough damage from the side of Hala. It's Natan can get there. We're at the 10-minute mark. I think if we can get to that 15 to 16 mark, we could see a little bit of change of tide, because that's when Natan will possibly come online if he's definitely kept his level 10 versus 15. So it is a little bit of an XP difference. Final Lord barreling down here. Well, maybe Final Lord. We'll have to see. What? He wasted his Darkness Fall. Black Dragon does cut. They're diving deep into the back line. He's able to secure kill. Allen able to get out Ruby. Numion Blast comes, but it's a little bit too wide. Doesn't really attack too many. Got into the back line. We got a little bit of another freeze happening here, but Juggle bit misplaced. Lord bailing down. I don't know if it's gonna come back. Hopefully it does. There it is. We're back. The inhibitor is under attack. Lord bailing down. Inhibitor does fall. Nightfall secures game. Best of 3.
Oh, there was something. Like, when I was seeing the draft, I really liked the side of Hollow Pantheon, but it just fell apart after like that first fight. They had no answer. They had nothing like XP, and you were just saying, or you are basically saying it the whole day that we are casting here today, that XP lane is so important. Those XP lane carries are super strong, and it really comes down to that. Like, whoever has either better player on XP lane or better hero on XP lane, or even both, he is just winning. Bobber, crazy carry, and it's different Bobber than we saw earlier today, where Bobber, he is reborn.
I mean, it just goes to show that like a Yu Zhong is in the right hands, and I think that's what it's really coming down to, is that it's coming down to who can XP lane rate. If you have someone that can definitely execute the EXP lane great, and it's going to be, that's how it is. We've seen the Yu Zhong just decide and form into unfamiliar particular you know, predict, and it forced them to do things that you wouldn't normally want to see.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm hoping that Hollow Pantheon will bounce back into this series and show us a strong draft #2. Because I feel like individually, like we saw Hellcurt, even when he was level 10, being able to burst down enemy jungler who was level 15 to half HP. He picked that route moment. But what was unfortunate was that they were like 11,000 behind. So that right moment, even though in any other game, in any other scenario, it would be the right moment to engage on that opponent, it wasn't really there because you were lacking damage, you were lacking items, you were lacking in XP. 5 levels difference is absolutely crazy on competitive scene. And that just shows you that maybe we were looking on NF the wrong way the whole time, because before, earlier, they looked like they are done for. They looked like they have no teeth to chomp with. But right now, they have a new set of teeth and they are ready to chomp on their opponents.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, that's what we're seeing here. To be honest, it just seemed like Nightfall executed quite well. They brought tenacity to the Land of Dawn. They went pretty crazy, and I mean, just in team fights in general. I mean, we've seen them secure 3 turtles, which I mean they game in what, like 11 minutes, which is pretty typical. I think they could have ended it a little bit faster if they definitely just waited on that Lord. But again, it is what it is. It just depends on what the players think like in the game. We'll have to see what they bring into the second round. I mean, we've seen a well executed game by NF. So I want to see if Hollow learned anything from the first game, or if they'll just come in and just sit there in this next one.
Yeah, I hope they don't just roll over and die, as you say. I hope they have something up their sleeve. I don't know about their comfort picks. I don't know about what are their champion pools. But it felt like they maybe went a little bit too ham on the side of comfort, because it really looked like a comfort draft for them. But it didn't feel like those heroes that they had were really that strong, very that useful. It really didn't connect well together. But maybe the reason was that they were so far behind. Maybe if the game went to 10-minute mark, even on kills, it would be a completely different story. But that's just how I felt about it. It felt a little bit disjointed, and it felt like Nightfall had the better synergy. And even if you look at the damage difference, like it's 23-5, but the damage difference in 90,000. If we compare that to damage differences, so there was a game, I believe it was like 3-19, and the damage difference wasn't even that big. It was like 30,000. But look at this damage difference; it's like half.
Well,
it's
I also
like
think
Hollow Pantheon. Yeah, sorry.
It's good. I think it attributes to also, like, look at the turret damage, right? It's 0 damage to turrets from Hollow. Like, I don't think they ever set themselves up to be at that point, to be able to gain some of that extra gold in the beginning stages. So I think it just came down to macro plays against Nightfall.
I absolutely agree. The Nightfall side was so clean on their rotations, and as I was speaking about it like a little time before, well, if you give a good team advantage, they will use it and capitalize on it, and this is exactly what happened. Like, they ran with it. Like, it was one moment where you gave Rusik 2 kills, and he sprinted away with the ball game.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, a straight 11-minute game, like right on the dot, crazy, putting in that pressure. I mean, coming into the second game, I feel like there needs to be a couple things that have to change. I feel like the Hellcurt was an interesting pick. I like the ideal of the Lolita, but I just don't think it's like an S tier tank right now. You know, like it could have been very situational, but then you're dealing with so many marksmen that you're not gonna be able to block everything. So I do think maybe the roam choice, the jungle choice, they were just lacking. They had a lot of mid game to late game damage dealers, and we see Nightfall understand the objective. They had early, they had the Kimmy, they had the Yu Zong. Like and they were going against the Kimmy, right? Or not a Kimmy. I'm blanking here. They were going against a Ruby and EXP, which is also not a very damage heavy EXP. So if we're seeing anything, you need damaged EXPs at this point in time. You know, sustainability is good, but you also have to get damage. Kind of looking at the game, we're already looking at 9-0. This was some of the giant turning points of the game. We've seen the Yu Zong kind of go into the back line and crush the team. This is what we see from high elo teams, right? They split their forces to then crush the enemy team into a tower, which I like to call it the Oreo effect. And when that happens, like your team, like unless there's severe great communication, just give it up. Just get out of there, because you're in a Venus flytrap that you don't want to be in. It's a sticky situation.
It's sticky indeed, as we see 16-1 at 7-minute mark. Absolutely crazy performance from the side of it. And yeah, as the night is approaching, Nightfall are getting stronger and stronger, it looks like. So I guess if the games of today will be played out until midnight, I think Nightfall will just stomp everyone.
We'll have to see as things kind of go down here. Nightfall is looking really good. So I can't wait to see what they bring into this this second game. I mean, I don't want to count Hollow out just yet, just because like I feel like they do bring something really good to the table. I just feel like maybe they fell into a bad draft, so I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, you know, and hope that, you know, coming into the second series that we see a little bit of maybe a draft that they're more comfortable with. Something that, I mean, at the end of the day, to be honest, in a tournament, you want to pick your comfort picks. Like, you don't want, like, trying to learn and tournament day is not where you want. Like, you need to start, like, picking your comfort picks. And if those were their comfort picks, then, I mean, we might see another rough game. But again, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I want to see where Nightfall can bring this here. Warren, what's your take on that?
I mean, I'm exactly worried about what you have just said yourself, that those were the comfort picks, because why else would you be picking something that's not really utilized in the current meta? That's like Ruby. Okay, Ruby is a little bit utilized, but you have Nathan. I never saw Nathan in competitive in the last like 3 months or even before that. Then what else you had? You had Helker, that's, or I guess could work, but really not that of a competitive pick himself as well, because if you compare him to other successful competitive assassins like Suyo, who at least has his like higher outplayed potential, because he can jump out through his dagger, he can jump over something, he has CC in his kit, he's a little bit tanky, he has crazy AoE damage, like he brings so much more to the table. Whereas Helker is more so like single target oriented and doesn't much of an outplayed potential. And you are always looking at the competitive heroes. Well, if you are looking at those competitive heroes, you are always looking at what they can bring. Like, is it outplay potential? Is it like super strong early game? Is it super strong late game? And I think in what they brought into this game, there wasn't really anyone exceptional at anything. Like Lolita, decent, all right, she can block those carries, but you were saying there's too many carries, she cannot block all of those, and that was true. Then you have Helkert, he, all right, he does decent damage, but like he is not the best late game hero, he is not the best early game hero, he doesn't do that much single target damage. There are other heroes who can do more, Aya for example, and he's even more mobile and he is online even sooner. Then in main lane you had Juxin, that was, I believe, their only competitive pick. But you paired up with Lolita, who from my understanding doesn't really have that many combat abilities. Like, she has utility abilities, but like, if for example compared to Grok or Tigreal or someone like that, she doesn't really dish out that much damage herself. So if you pair up Juxin, who herself have that much damage in her kit, with Roamer, who doesn't really have a lot of damage herself, I think that's kind of where it fell apart, where your only competitive pick was paired up with a Roamer that wouldn't really fit that much. That's my idea. That's how I view this game.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely hit on some great points, to be honest. Like, we'll see going into this next one. I definitely think, you know, again, a different roam pick at this point, I think could be key. To be honest, that was the first time I think I've ever seen 3 marksmans on a team. So Nightfall had insane amounts of damage, and then they just had insane control. So why, again, like I said, YSS was definitely more of a superior jungle than Hellcurt. Hellcurt just hasn't been one of those like S tier jungles for a while. And I think the same just goes for, like you were saying, with the Natan. Like, it just isn't. It's not something you normally bring to the cooking table at an MLBB tournament. You know, like, it's been a while since we've seen that cooking in the pot. But we'll see. We'll see how things turn around. I know a lot of bans came out, so maybe Nightfall, you know, banned out some of Hollow's, you know, comfort picks. When we're coming into this next match, I feel like the draft is 100% where, like, you know, champions are made. So coming into this one, I feel like will be a deciding factor into this second match in this BO3 of Nightfall versus Hollow Pantheon.
Absolutely. And the thing is that we could be seeing a reverse sweep, even though it doesn't look likely after that first game. Hollow Pantheon could really bring it up to speed and maybe shake themselves up. Maybe the first game was a result of what was I speaking about before, that I am expecting it to be a little bit dirty, a little bit skill checky, a little bit emotional. So maybe they were a little bit too much on their emotional side, and they were like, all right, lock in Hellcurt, I have 1,000 games in rank, I will stomp them, you know, something like that maybe. So maybe they need to chill down a bit and try to bring something more competitive. Like, of course, you need the comfort, but I feel like the tier lists during the tier lists around the competitive scene, around the competitive heroes, are made for a reason. Like, some heroes specifically is so much stronger than like other hero, for example. So you, of course, go for your comforts, but you cannot go so far. I felt like it was a little bit too far on that like comfort end, where you kind of brought heroes that you are like familiar with, but they don't do that.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, coming into the second match of this BO3, this is match point, everybody. It is in the hands of Nightfall at this point. If Nightfall succeeds in this match, they go on to I don't think they qualify just yet, but they still get to fight for their place in the mid-season cup here. So we'll definitely see. We'll definitely see the YSS getting banned by Hollow. Again, YSS is definitely, I think, at this point, like an S-tier jungle. An S-tier jungle. So I understand why they banned it out. It was definitely a little bit of a problem for them last time. Now they're gonna also just fall right back into their normal banning procedure, banning out that Matilda.
I think you are on point with agreeing on the ban. He's super strong, super reliable late game. We saw him a couple of times here on Surge. I think even in other competitive environments, super strong. I don't know what really happened to him. Was he even like attached to the patch notes, or was it like someone got nerfed? Like, you can maybe bring me up to speed, but I don't think he was even like buffed or nerfed. It was just like he's suddenly in the meta, and I love it. Like, every time meta shifts, it's lovely. Players are experiencing the new heroes, and we as the casters can experience with them and can see how the meta shifts.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. I think he did get a little bit of a buff. I think maybe some items changed a little bit. They kind of put him onto the playing field because he definitely wasn't S tier. But at least in the Europe side, we definitely see him exceed and excel a little bit. So that's just something we've seen two teams play him now. I think right now on the stream, and it is definitely it's been wild. So we'll definitely have to see what they bring to the playing field this time around, though, with the YSS ban. I mean, they're banning the Matilda, banning out the Farja. To be honest, I think Nightfall is just they have a recipe and they're just sticking to it at this point. Uranus is still open though, so they're gonna opt to ban that or keep it open. So I feel like this is a key decision ban right now on what they pick. So Uranus is open. If Hollow does not pick this could, I mean, could be tough. I mean, they could definitely, the wabam, Shazam, Hollow picks up the Uranus. This is massive, right? So this is a good position to be in, Warren.
He was banned 7 times. He was banned 7 times and 67% win rate. This is crazy. Like, out of 10 games, he was 7 times banned, and he was played 3 times and won 2 times. He only lost once, which I don't think we saw on the stream. So I don't know how that happened, because if you pick Uranus, how can you lose? Like, what happened there? I think I need to see a screenshot. I think it's a cap. I think it's our production just wants to make it seem that Uranus isn't that broken. So they just, they're like, wait, he won all the games that he wasn't banned in. Let's cut it out. Let's cut it out. You know, like, write down 1 loss just for the viewers. So it's not permaban. I think that's what happened. But well, jokes aside, Kimi together with Bakshi, I think that's a decent. I think that's a decent setup that you have for the side of Nightfall. When is going for Lapu and Bade? All right, but they are cooking right now. Like, where is it going? Like, is it Lapu jungle? Is that something that you can play? Like, is it?
Maybe they're putting Uranus in Rome. That's the no, Badang's gonna be Rome. So I don't know at this point. I think they're grasping for air while underwater at this point. I mean, maybe they're gonna pull something wild out in the jungle. I guess time is gonna tell.
But like, why would you pick Uranus when you don't want him matching Lapu Lapu, because you take away Lapu Lapu? Like, I think they overcooked. Like, Uranus would be super strong into Lapu Lapu. I think Lapu wouldn't even be able to touch him. And in teamfights, Uranus will be so far ahead that Lapu will be like not relevant at all. I think Uranus is like in the tier list, he is like super S tier right now. So I don't know what happened there. Like, was it a misclick? I don't know. Like, we have no info from the production. I don't know, like, what happened there.
I mean, one of them have to be a jungle.
yeah, I can bet on that. But if it's going to be a Badang, then I don't know, man. I will eat my shorts.
I mean, they could be going Lapu jungle. I don't know. This is just, it's the only viable pick that I could possibly think of. He's strong, but is he jungle strong? Like, that's what I want to really know. I understand that you might be goated to pull anything out in the jungle, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, also, like, the thing is that maybe I got it. Maybe, like, they are thinking, like, Lapu Lapu is so strong that we put him in the jungle so he can play the whole map and get so far ahead because he is not locked on XP lane. Maybe that's the idea. So that's why they put him jungle. But still, I don't know why else would you pick up Uranus. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, they again picked up a mid and a gold, so I mean, one of those 3 are definitely going to be the jungle. We do see Nightfall picking up the Lance a lot, which I think could have a little bit of an issue with this team comp. I do like this Irith though, because it definitely is going to be able to maneuver around a lot of the control that they have here on Hollow. So I think it's just going to come down to if they're going to be able to combo skills on Hollow. Hollow is the only thing that I can think of right now. Right now, Nightfall is looking like a normal draft, other than the Lancelot's kind of wild. But I mean, everything on Hollow's team is wild.
I mean, even the Brody is that so wild. Like, I saw Brody like being brought as a counter pick very specifically. I don't know how he matches into Irrital. I believe she is stronger in the early and he outscales her. Isn't that the case, right? Like, he is stronger.
I mean, I think both of them are kind of strong. I guess the biggest thing is dependent on range. We'll have to find out in the game. But
right, that's our answers. Uranus jungle. That's crazy.
I don't know at this point. This is wild. I was kind of thinking Uranus jungle, but I was like, is that even viable? I would probably rather have Lapu Lapu. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out here as we're in possibly the final game.
Face crack. Forever, half HP already gone.
Yeah, but look at the. I mean, it. Oh my, she's still showing. Oh my. Oh, ooh. Does have level 2, so I think can definitely get away. But Juggernaut going to keep him at bay. That is my favorite skin. I hate that they changed the noise. Oh no, they didn't change it.
I thought your favorite is the Stormtrooper. I thought you're a Star Wars fan. Oh, but this is. Wait, is it the Storm? Oh, it is. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought it's the other one. I thought it's the other one.
She is, man. Oh, passive is procced. Lance kind of wants it more. I mean, that was a good passive proc, right? I mean, I don't think they're gonna have that for the turtle take here.
Yeah, getting a dive on Chen.
I'm thinking so. Lancelot coming here. The minions are there. The flicker comes out.
He's alive.
Oh
Chen
my
is
God!
Chen is smurfing.
What a good micro play there to dodge the tower bullets.
Yeah, I mean, leave me smurf as well, but like Chen, how did he live that? Like, it was crazy.
Yeah, I think it was just both of them. That just came down to minor micro plays. To be honest, I've always, this is a personal opinion. I don't think Lancelot should be able to do that, but
Yeah, I mean, Chen would +1 you on that.
Mm-hmm. I bet he would, because that was such a sticky situation to be in. Juggernaut able to secure the wall on there. The fist crack does come down. They're definitely coming down on a Juggernaut, though. He's kind of low. The screen's not down there. First blood goes to leave me, and they want more. Lapu coming in with the bravest warrior, but the Vengeance is popped. Bob are able to stay alive. Another falls. Uranus falls. Nightfall looking super low. What are you doing? Boxy just kind of controlling the zone there. Nightfall coming out on top once again in this match.
Wait, how many times can he jump? Like, he jumped 2 walls. Like, how many jumps does he have?
As long as he doesn't hit somebody, he can jump, I think, like 2 or 3 times.
Oh, damn.
Like, he only stops rolling when he hits someone. He doesn't stop rolling even if he hits a wall. It has to be a player, or it has to be a minion, or something. What was that wall punch right there? Juggernaut kind of going a little wide. Ooh. Retry. Oh, that was a crazy steal by Uranus there.
Oh, it was. Faded Silence, getting something back. And I mean, this game already looking so much better than the last one. Oh my
God, Juggernaut about to be on the chopping block here. The fist barrage comes out, but it's not enough to keep him alive.
Synchro with a 1v1 kill on Kreve.
Okay. Oh. Synchro could be the saving grace of Hollow. They were able to get a kill early on this time around, about only a 1,000 or 1,000 gold lead here. Brody, oh, get out of there, dude! Leave Me just going insanely strong here. The damage from him is massive, but now he is on the retreat as Uranus is on him, but he's too fast. The retreat goes out to control him. Juggernaut now being pressured by Kirby, the way. What is... He is just an aggressive little stormtrooper.
Oh, he is. Oh, he is absolutely annoying. A menace.
I don't understand it, because the stormtroopers, like, you know, they normally don't hit their mark, but for some reason they're able to hit the mark when they play it as Kimmy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like Kraven is on point. Like, he's missing a lot, but he's hitting a lot more.
And Lapu, Bravest Warrior comes out. Everything goes wide. Not able to hit anything here. Uber into the deep, dark back line. Able to jump around. We got a little bit of a lag here. I think they bounced off the red buff. Hopefully we come back and we'll see what kind of goes down. There we go. A little bit of a lag, but we're back into it. A little bit of a freeze coming down here. We see Leave Me diving deep into the back line, able to secure a double kill, and gets out. Yo, someone stop this man. He's 4-0-1. This is the Lance that we love to see. Just gameplay from him.
I mean, at this moment, he's just styling on them. Like, someone stop this guy from doing that to them. Like, this is emotional damage. What is he doing to those guys? Like, hello, Pantheon. Like, what can they do? Like, he's diving them under their base tower and leaving unscathed.
100%. As you can see again, able to secure an unstoppable kill in synchro at it. Bravest Warrior comes out once again onto Leave Me. He dodges it with a good micro play. Juggernaut, though, gets taken out, or no, takes out Bubber. So interesting. I mean, a wild pick there, but it looked like Kimmy was able to take out the Brody, but not without someone else falling. My God, Synchro! Yo, someone stop this man.
I mean, Synchro could be the savior. He's 2 kills out of 4. He could be holding the line. I don't know how good his hero is on, like, how good his hero is at holding the line. I'm not really sure how well she can do that into Kimi, into Lancel, into Irita with slowly and steadily scaling. But super important thing to be said, just as we saw the gold graphs, Alan has the same gold as Leave Me. And he is not that far ahead in front of his opponent. So it's still super playable for Round 5.
100%. We do see a little bit of a play coming out here. Irithel going hard, but Baxia deep into the back line here. Juggernaut in a little bit of a tough position here. Juggernaut does get low. Leave Me able to take out 2, 3, fall on the side of Hollow. A triple kill by Leave Me. He just, dude, I don't know if he's trying to say leave me alone, but that dude brings the pain. I think I don't even know. Can't even make a pun about him.
Leave Me absolutely dominating this whole game. But still, look at Brody. Like, he has 0-3-2, but he is only 1,500 gold behind. If they are able to slow down their opponents as they are trying to end this game as quick as they can, they could be equalizing the goal difference.
Yeah, I mean, right now what they're trying to attempt to do is just, you know, take out those passive on the towers, so that makes it on the next Lord take. But look at Leave Me going straight deep into the back line, applying a lot of pressure to the Badang. Not able to get too much out of that engage, but they are still going at it. Again, I think they just are trying to... What? They're just trying to proc the passives off the towers, which I think they were able to pop all 3 passives, which is huge. 8-minute mark, the Lord just did transform. So again, Nightfall kind of learned from their last mistake, is that they're going into the 8-minute Lord instead of wasting their time on that extra turtle.
Oh, I think this could spell the doom for Hollow Pantheon. Even though this game is looking so much brighter than the one before, it's not looking bright enough, I think, because Kindred is nowhere near the power of his opponents. This Brody is online and he will be offline for like 4-5-ish minutes more.
Yeah, we'll have to see as things unfold here. Pressure definitely going to be coming down. Again, this is a full Lord press. Kindred almost falls. That's a little bit of a rough. He popped his regeneration as well. Having to go back to the base. Irithel putting on a lot of pressure in the top, but also on the bot being pressed as well. Cameraman's like, I don't know who to focus on. Leave me deep into the backline passive as proc there. Leave me kind of wants to take more, but the Lord is not here yet. You definitely have to have patience. Don't get greedy. Lord is going to be barreling down. Top tower falls. Leave me is at 1 HP. Regen pops off. Juggernaut able to secure the shutdown. Huge play here by Hollow. They're going to be able to keep this up. Juggernaut definitely, I think, going to keep the team at bay. We'll have to see. Lapu Lapu coming in there. Bravest Warrior trying to take the Lord out. I don't know what's going down. Faded. Might look like he might get faded by Bobber down there. Allen able to secure a kill on there. Faded does fall. The base is being pressed. I do think this is going to be an end. Nightfall takes out Hollow. And if I'm not mistaken, actually sends them home and knocks them out of the tournament.
Unfortunately for them, but the truth to be said is that Hollow Pantheon didn't have it. They unfortunately didn't have it, because if you look at the raw stats, Nightfall got knocked down into this position by getting very strongly outplayed and overplayed by their opponents. And if they get pushed down here and they show such a dominant showing as those last two games were, Hollow Pantheon unfortunately wouldn't stand a much bigger chance, even lesser chance, to the other teams in the tournament right now.
100%. I mean, what we really seen is Hollow did kind of claw back, right? Like they, again, I think pulled out some unorthodox gameplay. They had, I think, what, at first they brought a Hellcurt, and now they brought a Uranus in the jungle. Again, very unorthodox. Synchro was just going insane, though. I felt like if maybe it just lasted a little bit longer, it could have been a different outcome. And I think that's just how MLBB is kind of being played at this time, is that it's really hard, and at least in the European scene, that we are seeing that if the first Lord barrels down, only one other team has been able to, keep that pressure up and then, flick of the switch, right? So pretty crazy to see what happened. Definitely congrats to Nightfall for moving on into the bracket, but that was crazy. I mean, Nightfall just gave us some spectacular plays. Leave me just styling with the lance. I enjoyed a lot of it there. How about you, Warren?
I mean, this lance was truly styling on their opponents. I think only thing we were lacking was him starting to recall in the middle of it. I think that would just be too much. I think that would be like maybe too rude. So I understand why Leave Me didn't do that. But yeah, it was super strong showing from this Lancelot, from Leave Me, from the rest of his team. First game was in the hands of Bobber. Second game was in hands of Leave Me, and they are definitely back with their taste. They are definitely feeling themselves, and the question to be had is how they will do in the rest of the tournament. Is this the moment where they turn around, they wake up, and they come back on top stronger than ever? Or was this just the result of this being the bottom side of the bracket? And unfortunately, Hollow Pantheon didn't have their day. The second game definitely looked much better. I think if the draft that we saw in the second game was something that we saw in the first one. Maybe Hollow Pantheon would be a little bit more in the right mindset, because I feel like this game, even though I think it lasted not long, it lasted less. I think the first one was 11 minutes, right? It was exactly 11 minutes. You were joking about it. So this one was even shorter, but I felt like this one was much more playable. I don't know why I feel about it, even though it was 1.5 minutes shorter. But I feel like the first one would be this same time if they didn't kill the turtle. So maybe that's the thing. But for the side of Hollow Pantheon, I feel like this draft was something that could have been built upon. I think that the mistakes in this one wasn't the draft. I think, right, the draft, maybe Lapu Lapu should have went jungle and Tyrannus top. That's one thing I would fix. But other than that, I felt like they had strong picks in their pockets. They had strong heroes that they could rely on, that they could play around. But then it came down to execution. And unfortunately, Nightfall were able to execute much better.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely came down to execution. A little bit of an interesting take that I've been seeing in a lot of mid lanes that I kind of just wanted to point out. I've seen a lot of mid lanes pull out rapid boots. I'm not quite sure if that's just something that's new in the scene, or why mid lanes are taking that. I mean, I feel like maybe like Magic Pen boots would be better, but I guess if you're trying to be in more I don't know. I feel like that's only for like rotating. I feel like, I don't know. Rapid boots just seems a little extreme to me for a mage. I just wanted to point that out. I seen that. I was like, what the heck?
Could be about rotating on the map. This is the first time I noticed that, so I don't know how often is it being built. So I will keep my eye out for that. I will do a little bingo session for myself.
I think I seen Hollow build that in the last one as well. So I don't know if this, again, very unorthodox by Hollow, but I think as a caster, like, these are things that can change the Mobile Legends environment, right? These are things that, if plays out really well, can be massive in the tournament scene. So there's just little odds and ends that I'm seeing, you know, like the Uranus in the jungle, you know, a three-person role here, a three EXP, and not only that, both EXP had roam boots. I don't know if Chin picking up the roam boots a little bit too early, it really didn't help him scale, and that's why he's 0-4-0. Like, there's at a certain point in time the EXP can pick up roam boots, but having 2 roam boots at 9 minutes, I don't, maybe pick it up at the 8-minute mark, but he only had 1 item built, you know, like, I don't know. You need some more gold, buddy. So there's just some odds and ends that I'm seeing.
You're absolutely right. There was definitely something odd if you were able to get dominated, or you kind of let yourself be dominated by NF that strongly. Of course, I love to, or I really like to pinpoint the fact that every time you see someone play very well, it's always about the opponents giving him the space to play very well, and then the player executing that play very well. For example, we can see Lancelot dashing here around. So you always need to think about that. It's not just one side. It's always that discourse that one side didn't do it that well and the other side did it very well. And the discourse that's made makes for great plays. But of course, Nightfalls, very stronger ones. I wish best of luck and a lot of strong mental power around this defeat, about this defeat for the side of Hollow Pantheon, because I think if they will build on their foundation that was seen in the second game, I think that's something that could be built upon, and I think that's something that could be kind of forged into something very interesting, something competitive. So yeah, I really like their second draft a little bit more, even though the game was also very dominant by their opponents. And for the Nightfall, well, yeah, I hope that they will not fall out for their sake, and they will continue to play it out even through this very rough bottom side of the bracket.
What up, what up, what up, everybody? Welcome back to the MLBB European Mid-Season Cup. Again, this is G the Ico, the host, anchor, and then we also have my boy Warren over here. This is the last match of the day. We have a best out of 3, and it's, to be honest, I think this is something in the cook pot that you guys want to watch, man. So if you guys have been waiting, we're sorry. But again, I mean, it's been simmering, it's been cooking. You can see above us 1:30. Warren, how you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling great. It's going to be absolute banger. And I think if that last BO3 didn't really have that back and forth that I was hoping for, that I was talking about before with you, I think this one should have it, because this is the top of the crop. This is top of the bracket. Both of those teams that we will be seeing clashing against each other didn't lose a single BO1 yet. They are strong, they are ready, and it's going to be a pretty tough battle for both sides, and we will see who will come out on top. I'm betting that, of course, there are only 2 scenarios, like either 2 games or 3 games, right? It's not really that hard, but I'm feeling like if, yeah, I don't know what I wanted to do with that narrative. I wanted to say, like, if one team wins the first game, but then I was like, wait, but they win the second. Oh, sorry, I got mixed up. But the thing is, I am hoping for 3 maps. I am hoping for 3 games. That would be lovely. We can have a look at our lovely Swiss stage, and if you want to take use your voice to describe what are we seeing.
So what's going on here, guys? If you guys are pretty new to the Swiss format, you can kind of see that it was 16 and then 16 broken up into 2 8s. And then now this is the decision factor. So no eliminations actually did happen this time around. It's the next bracket that gets eliminated. But the top 4 teams have a chance to decide on who's going to get qualified into the next series. So between Birthright and MIF, I mean, one of those teams are going to be moving forward to the qualifiers. So we'll have to see how that is, and I think whoever qualifies for that one moves on. So it's gonna be an interesting go. The Swiss stage is pretty. I mean, it's utilized across a lot of the major tournaments nowadays. We've seen it in the last World Series, and I think, to be honest, they might even be utilizing this format in MSC. So this format's everywhere. Definitely take a screenshot of it, learn it, love it, because this is what's going to be happening quite a bit. And again, everybody's competing for that 4,000 euros, which again, I like to reiterate, is more than we had in North America.
Yeah, and I will just quickly correct you, since Nightfall and Hollow Pantheon already fought out their BO3, so that means Hollow Pantheon are unfortunately eliminated. It's just not updated yet, because we are still probably waiting on Miracle Gen, if I'm seeing correctly, against Lazy, and the loser of this will get eliminated as well. So it's pretty unfortunate for the side of Hollow Pantheon. We have already talked about it, but I had a lovely Discord interaction with one of their players. It was Synchro, and he was so lovely to tell me and asked me to tell you on the stream, how is it with that shoes that we are talking about? Rapid boots are against slow, so Kimi has huge slows, so that's why, since we were questioning it on the stream, he was saying that he took it from MPL proper Mayo, so you could know Mayo probably, a lot of you. So that's the reason for the rapid boost. We were questioning it, so that's the reason. So it mitigates slows. So very lovely interaction from Synchro. I once again wish his team. Yeah, I once again wish his team the best, and I hope they will come back stronger. He was even typing to me that he is looking out for the next possibility to play out something under search, and then he's super hyped and he is ready to learn from his mistakes and come back stronger. So pretty positive message that I wanted to share with you guys, and also the information about the shoes. Well, Aiko, let's move on to the game that we will be having. It's Minerva Fury against Birthright. Is it Birthright? It's Birthright, right?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Birthright.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Pretty sure.
Well, Minerva Fury against Birthright. That's going to be exciting.
It is, yep.
Let's have a rundown. We'll hope that the players will not run it down, but let's have a rundown of the players. Birthright, Danny, Mark, Pancrat. Oh my, Pancrat, of course. How can I not remember? Cristiano Nazardo and Levi. And against them, Minerva Fury, Sensei the Creator, very peculiar name. I think that's a name of some rapper, I believe, not very sure. Pagu, Wicked, Your Beloved, Orange Bob, and Macaron. So on the blue side, we should be seeing Birthright, and yeah, we should be getting right to that pretty soon. Well, I have read the rosters to you. I have reminded you. I have reminded the viewers. Aiko, how are you feeling about it? Who do you think will take? Let's not say the full series, but let's say the first game, because after that we can proceed to ask ourselves that.
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, like I feel like this could go either way. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. I know Birthright is an absolute monster, but I've also seen both these teams go crazy at the game. So I think they understand their micro, they understand their macro, and I think it's just going to be coming into the match to see who is their weakness in their lanes, right? So who's going to overshine over the other team? I don't know. We'll have to find out. I think it's definitely coming into the drafting phase here, and I mean, both these teams should be pretty experienced. This is the upper bracket. This is probably the most exciting matches that we're going to see of the day. But I mean, I would say exciting and probably equal. But we did see a pretty equal one earlier as well with IMF or MIF. So we'll see. They do. Birthright bans that Wan. Again, I think that's just a respect ban and a normal ban, be honest, but we seen Wicked just go absolutely insane with it last time.
Oh, absolutely, is the right word. He did go wicked indeed. He did savage. He earned that savage title, I believe. Yeah, he was very, very wild. So, one absolutely correct answer. You seen that savage pop up on your screen. I guess that's the topic of the talks right now. And Uranus, of course. What did we expect? I'm asking the question: Lapu Lapu, will he go through?
I highly doubt it with a team like this, but they could also prioritize like other bands instead, you know. Again, when you're dealing with two teams that are micro and macro heavy, like I'm pretty sure they understand the limits and the extent that a Lapu Lapu can put on a game. So, and they know direct counters. So, it probably goes to show that maybe we're going to probably see a YSS ban. We might see a Kimmy. There's quite a few things. I mean, they could just start targeting Wicket pretty hard. We'll just have to see what they kind of bring to the table here.
But can you really ban out Wicket? Like, his champion roster is so big. I saw him, I believe, on like 6 heroes already, and on all of those he was doing super well. I believe he could have been the guy that pulled out Brody in one game. I'm not sure. I don't want to give it to him because I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was him. So yeah, crazy champ pool. I don't think there's a god lane hero that he didn't play. Maybe Nathan, because he's so far from the meta that maybe he didn't play that guy. But Wicked looks like a guy who has a ton of experience. So I think even Nathan he has played a couple of games on. So yeah, I don't think you should go into that territory. And for your composition,
yeah,
answer into that. Now looking at the draft, what do you think is a correct answer? We saw some Hayabusas being locked into Jisunshin. What do you think yourself is the answer?
I mean, we'll probably have to see. It's interesting to go with the Phoveus. Farja's a solid pick. I mean, go against a YSS, you just need someone that can lock them down, right? So like CC and control. I think Phoveus in the right hands definitely can be an absolute menace. Right now, I think both teams are kind of just filling each other out. I don't think either of them are a direct counter to YSS. I think we're gonna have to really see what type of jungle they pick. But Birthright does secure 2 heavy picks: the Bedang in the roam position, and then the Zetan, however you say her name.
You mean Zedian? You mean Zedian?
I can't get that IAN. I don't know. Zedian. There we go. Still just a wild mage to see. I mean, she's definitely. He seems high class to me.
Yeah, but right now you have Farsa against Zedian, and we already saw Farsa having the like shorter stake in this duel, and Zedian kind of beating her over with her longer stake herself. So it looks like Myth kind of misread the draft. I don't know, maybe we will see completely different outcome from this matchup than we saw before. But right now, looking at it in this specific moment, it looks like BR have a stronger matchup right now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. The Moskov's quite interesting. Again, in the right hands can be an absolute menace just because it can rotate quick. But we don't know what BR is going to pick. Pankrat. I mean, we did see him pick up the Granger last time, and we seen it banned. So again, I think that was a good read by MIF. Now the next thing would be like an EXP. I mean, right now you probably want to ban a Yuzhong, but they ban a Lapu Lapu instead. Because a direct counter to Farja would definitely be that Yuzhong. Every time she pops Feathered of Airstrike, if that dragon's coming down on you, you do not want to be in the vicinity. So... And to be honest, I think he is a decent play against the Phoveus, but we'll see. We'll see what they opt to go for in BR.
Yeah, you would want to immediately skedaddle out of that and cancel your Feathered Airstrike, and so that's not really your favorite Farsa position to be in. You want to kind of Take your time, sip a nice cup of tea, and just bombard your enemies. You know, chilling in the back line. But yeah, now that Yuzong is no, he isn't really out of the game. I thought he is being banned out, but he isn't. So he's still open for the taking. He's still open for the XP lane. So I'm thinking if Birthright want to go for that, I don't know how well he matches up into Hilda. Oh no, wait, it's Phoebus. So he matches up into Phoebus. How good of a matchup is he into a Phoebus?
Well, Hilda is going to be going against a Badang.
Yeah.
So she's going to be roaming. So I mean, see what Birthright picks against the Phoebus. Probably sustainable, something that can keep him at bay. That's why they built. That's why they got rid of the Lapu. Interesting. And Esmeralda, huh? Esmeralda by far was one of my favorite heroes, and she has been minute in the past, but quite interesting to be pulled out here now. Again, can be a menace against Farja, well, maybe, and I guess technically the Moskov and the Phoebus. I could see why she wants to build an Esmeralda.
All
right. Okay.
So Lancelot is not just a pick that you go for comfort. It looks like it's a decent competitive pick because the teams in the top bracket are like, all right, let's bring on the Lance, and they lock him in.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, Esmeralda's a wild card. This is not a wild card. We've seen Lance's absolutely excel. I mean, I think both teams. I think this is just down to execution at this point, Warren.
Well, I mean, you can say that it's a little bit of a cop-out, no? Don't you think, Aiko? Like, you can say this about any draft, nah?
Well, I think this is equal. I think this is fair. Like, I feel like they did really good counters to each person, so I don't know.
Yeah, but there's one issue that I see, and that is that if Lancelot finds Jisung Chin alone, he definitely wins that 1v1, and also Hilda has a lot more damage than Bedang. Bedang has much more utility, but Hilda, like, just damage-wise, has more damage. So I think even though Zetian should have the priority that we saw before, if Hilda roams correctly, she should be able to not let Zetian use her priority in mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have tons of flickers on the board, full loaders from the side of Birthright. Wicked, the Purify on his side. I'm guessing they're just trying to maybe get out of, I can imagine, the Bedangs.
Oh, Farsa with a roam! Going for Bruno.
Yeah, I mean, early on, trying to... Yeah, I think she's just trying to apply, like, you know, a little damage on them. Anything you can do to the gold lane in the early stage is, especially like Farja, like she's gonna call her booty out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have a first level 4 on Macaron as he's already trying to use it. Ulting under the tower, not quite hitting that.
I mean, Mark being able to hit a little bit of a CC there on Lance kind of interrupted his flow and stopped him and kept him at bay. So we're seeing Pankrat kind of being pressed here. Wicket trying to go in for something, but Mark, again, just a monster there. A little bit of a rotation to the mid lane. Esmeralda under a little bit of pressure, but I don't think they're going to get too much out of this as the turtle is on behind. Mark here still roaming pretty well. Wyatt able to hit the ult, able to get a section here. Mark really low, but they're going strine. Able to get a first kill onto Mark, but do sacrifice Hog there. Who's going to get the turtle? We see quite a bit of confusion here. Retri does come out, secures it on the turtle. Levi. Oh, Esmeralda falls. That is, I mean, to be honest, it seems like, I don't know. Do you think that was an equal trade, or do you think that was, who do you think got on top there?
I mean, if we look at the XP difference, Sensei with getting the skill was able to accelerate himself super fast, super far ahead. Like he is almost like 3/4 of a level in front of his opponent. So that will be super important as he bombards to get that mid lane prior once more and rotates for bot lane, looking for more.
We see a little bit of a bot lane action. That's popping the ultimate, give vision on all of the map. Keeps Pankrat at bay. We do see a little bit of an incursion going in here for the Little Wonder. Mark able to come in and able to secure a kill on Lance. The pressure is now, as we also see a secured kill on the Say. Now we're going to see a little bit of a invade here. Two might, more might fall. Don't hear. BR coming out on top, able to secure that purple buff, which is rough for there. You need that.
Yeah, but riddle me this: like you went into the opposing side, you went into your opponent's jungle and you stole away camps. You killed Lance, but they are still 1,000 ahead in gold. Like, did you really achieve anything there?
That's the difference here in the and First Blood. So again, those little things do come into play. See Esmeralda kind of getting a little bit of pressured here. Same thing with Wicked. Wicked stay a little bit alive. I don't think he's going to be able to contest the turtle here as we Levi fall. I think this might give them the breathe that they needed for the turtle, but we might have to see it. Danny kind of trying to go for the side press here. Oh, look at Bruno in the bottom lane. He's sure my Pog, but not enough just yet. Marco coming in line, able to secure a kill on a Pankrat. This is huge for MIF. BR kind of being pressured at this point. Warren, who do you think's leading here? I mean, they got the gold lead, but I still think that it's not over for BR.
I mean, your question wasn't if it's over. Your question, you are kind of like pivoting, but your first question was, is like, who is winning? And it's absolutely visible who is winning right now. Like the graphs or the stats are giving us the exact information we need as we approach another fight around top side, and Failed Airstrike bombards BR out of their own jungle. 2,000 gold lead. The question is, who is it on? Like, who has that lead?
Yeah, and again, I mean, I think the biggest difference is towers. So our next Lord is going to be a big maker, but look at this fish crack the wall. Quite a bit of pressure down. One fall on the side of Birthright. One fall. Pog is the only one that falls. Three. It's a 3. Wicked still going hard here as he's a lot of pressure. Feathered Airstrike comes down and is able to secure 4 kills on the side of Birthright, and Lance still able to capitalize on the bottom lane push there. Crazy.
As we go into a break,
games that were going on.
Because this play was just simply too much for our technical department, so we had to go into a break. Well, I'm kidding. There's another issue that's been fixed. But in the meantime, well, there is a thing to be said for the side of BR. They definitely have that late game scaling. But the thing is, you have Moscow, and if Moscow is doing well during the early and mid phases of the game, something's going wrong on your side. Because Moscow should be typically comparable to 1-1 and likes of her. That super late game hyper carry who really needs to come online on those 5 items, even selling those shoes for an extra damage item, and just go ham, go crazy after that. But if Moscow is able to accelerate himself into this phase much earlier on, then you have a big trouble in front of you. And I don't think Bruno can dish out the same damage that Moscow can if they are both full build. And also in those 1v1s, if they somehow find each other in those late game teamfights in 1v1s, Moscow is winning that because he is rocking those armor shoes, which I don't think Bruno is, since it's not typical for his build path, and Moscow will always be winning out those 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was kind of the tide turner there for MIF to be able to put a lot of pressure onto BR. And Oh, I still need to do that? Take over, Warren.
The orange ball was absolutely super tanky, and it was super hard for the side of Birthright to really do anything with him. He survived for so long, even without having vengeance, which is crazy to me, since in the past we saw a lot of Phoebus bring onto the Land of Dawn vengeance as their spell. But nowadays we see Phoebus is usually pivot to Flicker for extra mobility, and this. And I can only imagine how tanky Phoebus would be with a vengeance on his belt.
I definitely feel that. I mean, we'll have to see as the kind of like the game lags on, you know, like if that is the case. I mean, it could be anybody's game. The pressure is just, I mean, it's coming from either side, you know. Both was kind of 50-50, but we were seeing a little bit of a gold lead on the MIF here.
But now this goal lead is getting a little bit bigger, and this goal lead also needs to get access to each turtle that will be spawning. You don't really think about letting it evolve into a lord. You're probably right now just thinking about getting into a lord as you finish another tower on top side, or first tower to be specific.
Yeah, I mean, turtle are, yeah, they're not even, this is second turtle here. A little bit of a contestant in mid. Mark really, really low. Flicker comes out. Feathered airstrike coming into the back line of BR. Huge damage coming out. They're able to keep them at bay, but they're able to secure the assault onto the turret. Nobody falls from the side of BR. MIF Stool. One more, though. They're eating away at BRD and trying not to give them any breathing room.
Also look at Orange Bobby, like he has 7 takedowns. He was at almost every kill that happened there. Like he's doing the work of a jungler. Macaron can just sit back, relax, put his legs on the couch, and he's chilling. Like he doesn't really have to do a lot because his team is carrying him right now, and he is just able to freely scale up.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, we're looking at... we're almost able to secure the bottom turret. I think they're gonna have to definitely do some more split pushing to get this game to split a little bit, as no towers have fallen. A little bit of a play here. Phoveus does come in, not able to secure the kill onto the Esmeralda as a flicker did come out, but it was really close. Now this could be a 4v4 coming in. Phoveus comes down onto Mark, putting in tons of pressure. Does opt to back off, only applies that pressure. 30 seconds to the next Lord. I don't think they're trying to make any crazy plays, but maybe Pog is left alone, but nothing really falls of it.
Nothing yet. But Levi gets killed once again, and that's Jason. And that's Jason Chin for you. Like, he is super strong. He is super strong coming into that late game. But if you don't let him scale, then he's not really useless. But yeah, almost.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure here. Levi definitely falling. Lancelot is definitely on top at this point. Probably going to be an easy if I had to Amize. We're looking at a lot of pressure coming here. Esmeralda kind of getting knocked up and a little bit of a controlled. Arja trying to put on a little bit of a show, but she is kind of getting dominated. Phoveus as well, putting on a lot of pressure. Still nobody falling yet. The micro adjustments from each team has been great here as the Lord's barreling down.
Oh, absolutely, but Pagu now holding this brush. And Lord should be marching onto the map. Wait, no, not. Is it, right?
Yeah, it will be here soon. It will be here soon.
It's in the top side because he always marches onto the weakest lane. I don't know why it chose top side specifically, not pretty sure about that one. Just could have been the bottom side. I guess it's something to do with the HP of your towers, I guess. I don't know. Could be that you on top side you have more HP on the tower, I don't know. But there's still aura. There's still aura on all 3 towers, on the top, on the middle, on the bottom. so you're still just looking to pop that aura. And for South BR, you should try to contest Lord before he is able to breach that aura of yours.
Yeah, Feathered Airstrike coming down. A little bit of pressure coming. Don't know what's going down, but I'm thinking that Lancelot's coming in. Nobody's falled yet. Lord is barreling down,
Aura is gone.
but again, Aura is definitely gone. Applied a lot of damage to the Lord. Are they going to be able to make a play here? Conceal play made by Pog, but not too much of it. Damage is definitely falling in MIF. They do get stuck behind a little bit of a wall, but Orange able to keep himself alive. All four of them there. Levi trying to apply some pressure, but they wait and bait him out. Looks like Mark is able to go behind the lines. Lance applying a lot of pressure here, but again, like I'm saying, the team just has some really good micro plays. Walls does come up, and then Mark are on Walls, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this play just kind of pivots to what I was saying before, that like Macaron is kind of getting carried by this team. Like, not really, a little bit of joking, right? But oh, we approach a fight in mid lane.
Oskov kind of popping off right now. Phobius diving deep into the back line. Danny able to take out Wicked though. Pankrat able to take out Orange as well. 3 fall on the side of MIF. This is the breathing room BR needed to change the tide a bit here. Now they can use this time to possibly clean up a little bit of towers, but look at the bottom lane. Might get a jump on the Farja. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to.
Ooh, Lancelot with a poke on Pankrat. Half HP gone!
Yeah, a lot of damage there. Again, it's crazy that they're not being able to turn any of these kills into tower takes. Like, so I think it's coming down to that they need to lane a little bit better. Maybe they're, I mean, we did just see them get a few kills, so maybe they'll be able to set up for this next turret pretty well, or this next Lord pretty well. I definitely believe they're going to contest this. They have to. If they don't, this is going to be detrimental onto them, but they are trying to make
Malefic Roar on Levi, so he should be pretty strong right now.
Yep, and they reset the Lord. This is the good old classic wait and bait, I like to say. Again, everybody's kind of pretty high. Lance in the top. They decide not to burn the Lord. They're going to press the middle tower instead, but Dang coming in, though. Able to secure a kill on a Sensei. Huge play here. Orange might fall next. That might be two fall for Birthright in the hands. They're looking good. I think if they can... I think at this point, that was a really great call to push the mid turret.
They are back in the game. Look at that. Birthright with 6,000 gold deficit, but looking to take a Lord for themselves. First Lord for their side.
This is massive, as this is a turning point. They're able to get a Lord. I don't think Lancelot is going to be able to get in there. Ooh, Wicked does come out. Now the Lord barreling down onto MIF. This could be either side's game.
I mean, right now the momentum has been broken for the side of MIF. Oh, Lancel getting caught, has to jump out. Survives for now.
Yeah, quite a bit of defense coming down here. Though we do see quite a bit of an assault by Birthright. They are sieging this middle tower, but being pressured as well. And Orange able to secure a kill onto Mark. Not having the roam. They might be able to apply some more pressure. We do see YSS ult dropped. They got a lot of vision here, but again, Birthright now, instead of controlling a bit of the map, they're going to give breathing room to MIF here.
But look at the gold. Moscow is only 500 ahead of Pankrat, and that's Pankrat for you, dear viewers. Pankrat, the king of staying even. Like, I don't know if that's his official title, but right now in this game, that's his title for now. Because he is still playing this game, and he is still the carry for his team.
Definitely. I don't think they want to wait for the next Lord, but Again, we are seeing Birthright kind of give up control of the map for security reasons, and I think that's going to allow MIF to kind of be in positions to possibly get a pick here. They are just like filling out a wall a bit and kind of out. Oh, Birthright kind of poking the little head out. I don't know if they want to try to do anything.
For something. Looking to play. Still 60 seconds for Lord, so even if both teams do big mistakes, it's still not the end of the board because they should get respawn. Moscow connected with Arrow.
Nice. Wicked able to secure kill, but I think he did not bite the dust. Stayed alive, able to get a kill onto Levi. This is huge for MIF. 38 seconds for the next Lord. So maybe the pick was just a little bit too early. Maybe if they're able to get another pick, this would be even bigger. I think that's what they're attempting to try to do. Force them out, get another pick. And
Danny goes down.
Shut down on Danny. This is what they were looking for. One more pick to make this an easy Lord into MIF's hands.
That could be it. That could be the Lord in your hands, but will the Lord be enough to end your opponents? I'm not really sure. Since the gold gap has been closed, it's only 3,000, which at 17-minute mark doesn't really mean that much, since Pancrate is online and Levi will be finishing his last item soon.
Yeah, but I think they might be sending Pancrat home. We'll see. ISS does pop the ability to see the map. Lord is secured. Now we're going to see MIF applying a lot of pressure as we see Orange diving. Treat, they are also low. Birthright applying corrective pressure to keep them at bay. To be honest, I mean, it seems like Birthright has definitely come online. Their damage is something that MIF doesn't want to deal with.
But this looked like it opened an angle for Birthright to just bum rush Lord on bottom side, but they don't look like it. Of course, you still need to keep in mind that the Wicked could immediately hop on you with that row connecting, so you don't really want to risk it.
Exactly, and I kind of looking at the siege potential that we're seeing here from MIF. The middle looks like it might fall as they're going to have to defend on the Lord. The lanes are kind of pressured. Feathered airstrike. Holy crap. The damage coming down by MIF. Not able to get a pick just yet, but they definitely are sieging. 2 towers down. Can they get a pick? But the defense looks to be strong here by Birthright. Birthright stole. Applying super corrective pressure here. Wicked in there. The wall comes out. Wicked has to pop wind in order to stay alive there. The siege, I think, was correct, and Levi falls. Once again, this might be the factor that they needed. They're going to press it, and then Pancrat able to secure a kill onto Orange. Looks like Lancelot able to go in, able to secure the kill. Wicked able to go hard. He's looking to end it here, possibly, as the minions are coming down. Lance still really low. Immortality is there. Wicked is focusing on the base and able to secure game 1 for MIF.
That was an absolute banger, absolute cinema, and this is what I expected from the clash of 2 upper bracket teams. This was crazy. And I'm so looking forward to what they will bring us in the future games in the rest of the series, because this is anyone's game. Like, of course, MIF had the reins of the game almost from the beginning, but their opponents were fighting back, they were catching them off guard, and they were stolen. And I think if you change sides, if you maybe get a different draft for the side of BR, the result of the next game could be turned on its head. And I don't think MIF have it in their pocket just yet.
Yeah, I think it was just those few secret secured kills by, I think it was Lance, right? Lance was just piercing into the back line, able to take out, I think it was Levi was taken out one time, and the Danny was taken out one time, and just those solo picks have been so clutch for MIF that it allowed them breathing room and no contestation on major objectives like some of the clutch lords they needed to end that game.
Oh, absolutely.
It was definitely a tough go there for BR. I mean, again, they had the damage. Like, I think Pankrat was online. I think Levi was kind of struggling with YSS. But again, I think that's just because Lance is also someone that jungles really quick. So definitely was a crazy packed game.
It was indeed, and I mean, Macaron in the beginning of the game, in the early phases and mid-game phase of the game, wasn't really doing that much. He was even getting caught a little bit. I was kind of joking around that time that he's a little bit getting carried, he's slacking off, he's relaxing. But in the late game, it is so much work done. But in this game, I must give the official caster MVP, at least from my perspective, to that Forza, because her feathered airstrikes were on point. They were doing so much done, and I think if you take this player out and give him some other hero or take him out completely, this team wouldn't be working as efficiently in this game as it was. And this Forza was just a weapon. It was a global destruction weapon in his hands.
Yeah. And to be honest, I think the Phobius also came in clutch quite a few times. So just the sustainability and the diving into the back line was just massive. But again, you got to give it up to the teams like Micros, right? Like, they were able to understand when they needed to get out, when they had skills to be able to utilize, and then when to go back in, even if they were low. That just goes to show that they're just not scared. It's still crazy. I mean, this is anybody's game. Both sides definitely went like crazy. So we'll see what they do here.
Oh, I'm so excited about it, and I'm so excited about the next game draft. I just want to hop in straight into it, but let's give ourselves some breathing room, and as we will be giving it to our players as well, and let's think about what could have been done differently. If you look at it through draft perspective and you would be a drafting coach for the side of BR, do you think that the Zeti and Farsa matchup was really going in your favor, or do you think it should be switched up?
I mean, I felt like the Farja was strong this time around, you know, like it put in a lot of damage. I mean, Danny definitely showed out. I mean, look at the Zeton. It went 4-1 and 5. Like, I felt like the mid lanes were pretty evenly matched. And I mean, you can see that damage dealt and damage taken was pretty dang equal. I guess the biggest difference is that MIF had way more damage done to turrets, and that happens, right? Like, they were controlling quite a bit of the game from the very beginning. The only reason turrets fell on the side of MIF was because they were able to secure a Lord. So I think it was a 50-50 game. Both teams were online, and I think it just came down to micro plays there in the end.
I absolutely love the part that Pagu got the sand back, but for what? For 193,830 damage. And if you look at the graphs, it's like almost all, no, it's like almost all the damage that the Birthright did to them, because look, they did 250,000 and he took like 200 out of those. So for the rest of his team, there's only 50,000 left. So yeah, Pagu was definitely tanking. You cannot say otherwise, because the numbers don't lie. Also, what I find interesting is Macron's build, since he has like basically three three defensive options. He has kind of defensive shoes. He has the armor that gives him extra survivability. Of course, it's a little bit offensive, but at the same time, a lot of defense is there, and immortality. And I think if you compare that to other Lancelots that we saw before, usually they went much more crazy, they went much more for the damage. And I think for Macaron, this was the correct decision to be made. see a pattern there that a lot of heroes that are typically played much more offense. In competitive scene, if you want to succeed with them, you need to kind of scale down their damage and buff out the tankiness, or it doesn't work.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of taking a look at the gameplay here, right? I mean, to be honest, both teams were definitely giving blows back and forth, so I didn't really feel like it was that game or the other. I mean, I definitely felt like Birthright was leaning on the little bit the losing side, but again, they still know when to turn the tides. This is one of the times that we suspected that MIF was definitely leading a little bit more into the winning aspect side of things. But again, when we're coming through some of these highlights here, Warren, what's your take on them?
Well, my take on that is that Sensei was doing crazy work done. Orange Bobby was the highlight of early game. He was almost at every kill, just as VC. He was 3-3-5, and there was 9 kills. Now as VC 12 kills, he was at 9 of those. So a lot of action happened around this guy in the early and mid game phases. But then it was Sensei, and I think the score isn't kind enough to him, because I don't think the score reflects just how much he was able to get done through these feathered airstrikes and through this constant bombardment of his opponents and picking out those crucial targets right until the end.
Oh yeah, and you can kind of see some of these aspects right here. I'm pretty sure, yeah, you can see Lancelot ended up buying immortality, and I think that's why he was able to secure that that play on that. You know, as he was just able to control it pretty well. So it was interesting to see. Birthright definitely coming out on top in this first BO3, which is massive, to be honest. Right now, next game is match point, right? It could be in anybody's hands. I feel like everybody kind of played pretty well. I don't know if I could actually say that I seen someone underperform. Would you disagree, or would you agree?
I mean, I see it very similarly to you. I think it came down to the heroes that you were given. So that's why I was kind of trying to push you into talking about the idea of the draft. If you think that something should be changed for the side of BR, because like play-wise and player-wise, I don't think there was something else to be done. I think Forza was pretty deadly. I think you should reconsider that, because Zetian, even though her score looked good and she looked good in the game, like all things considered, she didn't really do that much as Farsa. Like Farsa was just there, but 300% more. So now I see, and I was pinpointing that in the beginning of the draft, or like in the beginning of the game, and I was saying, well, maybe they will show me a different perspective about this matchup, and that's exactly what happened, because Farsa is suddenly the hero that I would favor in this matchup, even when before, when I was going into that, I had it completely opposite. So yeah, great plays from Sensei, and I think you need to keep Farsa out of his hands.
Definitely. We've seen Farja actually banned quite often too, which has been interesting. So this time around, we'll probably end up seeing the Farja on the priority ban list, right? Like it's probably something that they'll opt to swap in, but we'll have to see. I mean, a lot of things definitely went down there. I felt like Moskov was a really good play. Overall, to be honest, I liked everything that went down. I think maybe the YSS didn't work out as much as they suspected, but again, I think that happened to kind of be because they first picked it, so a lot of counters could definitely be made against it.
I must double down on what you just said. I absolutely agree that Jisenshin wasn't that well, didn't deliver what you expect from Jisenshin, and that being, of course, him carrying you through the game, being your basically second gold lane carry just through the jungle. He didn't deliver that. Of course, him being picked up as a first pick is him being open towards those counter picks, and that's what ended up happening. So he had it pretty tough, I'm not saying that. Levi had it rough, but maybe try to give Levi some space, try to let him pick up something little bit later in the. Wait, why am I saying Levi? Like Levi is not even in the team. Why did I say Levi? Wasn't it Levi? Wasn't it Levi in the game?
Was a Levi. I'm pretty sure.
I'm
there was definitely a
100%
Levi.
sure it was Levi that was playing Jason Shin. I'm 100% sure. Wait, do we have some info? Do we have some info from the technical part? Did they swap him out or what happened?
I think they corrected his name, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, if we will see Levi in the game, I'm hoping that he will be having a draft better suited for him. I think he can shine. I think we saw him shine.
Sakura.
Oh, that could be. Yeah, all right. Yeah. I'm always confused because I'm not sure if the players are like, oh, they are, right? Like the jungle is on the same side as the opposing jungler if you go from left to right, right?
Yeah.
That like Mark and Pagu are both roamers. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I got kind of lost in the I kind of got lost in that, so that's on me. But yeah, so Sakura should be Levi. So I'm hoping for Levi to get a better hero into this draft. And I am expecting that, or I'm thinking that they should give him some space. They should let him pick later into the draft. And I would recommend giving him something to work with at like 4th or 5th pick.
Yeah, they also did not ban the Farja this time around, so they said they didn't mind it. Crazy enough, they didn't ban the YSS. My guess is because they want to pick something particular here as this first pick instead of a YSS. Maybe that's why they picked the YSS, because they didn't want to allow MIF to have the YSS. So, I mean, yeah, who knows?
They banned him this time, so they don't really want... Yeah. They don't really want him in their hands, in their dirty little paws, on the side of MIF, in the old paws that you know they could be having. Because I see a little owl in their logo. Well, let's get back from the owl and let's get back to that Uranus is getting banned. Well, he is banned already, but Lapu Lapu still open. Both teams kind of slept on that pick, so it looks like it's a pick for noobs. I don't know, like what's going on. Lapu Lapu going through draft. I think he went through the whole draft of the game that we just had, didn't he?
Yeah, I think we just hype him up a little bit too much. I think that one guy played Lapu Lapu really well, but it's just not maybe a super prio pick. Again, we're seeing MIF definitely excel at the Foveus in the last game. We've seen Birthright excel at the Big Dang. And the Kimmy's a little bit of a new aspect here. So we're going to have to see if MIF can definitely play the Kimmy pretty well. It could definitely be devastating to BR. Let's see what they decide to respond with here.
Let's see what is the idea that they have right now. I think if you look at Kimmy, you need a lock-in. Because she doesn't really do well against lock-ins, or someone who has more range than her, or someone who has more range. Farsa is a decent pickup, and Fredrin is a lock-in. I mean, they did both.
Yeah. Oh! The Matilda makes reigns in the first game ever so far that we've seen in the Mid-Season Cup. Is that devastating? I think that's crazy. I mean, it's been constantly permabanned and made it through, Warren.
That's crazy. I completely missed that. But right now, looking at the draft, just based on those 6 picks, on 3 on both sides, I am already telling you that MF have it like half in their pocket already. Because like if Matilda is permabanned, there is something that the players know that she's super good at, and if she got through and it slipped through the picks and you went for Bedang, you will have no mid lane priority. Kimmy and Matilda will destroy the mid lane prio. They will rotate the full map. They will keep their carries. Matilda will keep her carries safe. Phoebus can go super deep and just jump out through Matilda. I mean, it's rough.
Oh yeah. I mean, we'll definitely have to see. We'll have to see him. Kimmy, I think we still need a jungle. And we still need a golden lane on MIF. So, and then I think we just need a golden lane and an EXP from the side of Birthright. So, great counters that I'm thinking about. I mean, only thing I can think is maybe they pop up a Terizla, maybe. I don't know. I mean, there's Esmeralda was an interesting pick, but I don't know if it was actually like a deciding factor pick, right?
Olapu and CC banned. Phoebus has free reign over XP lane. Uranus gone. Orla gone. Like Voodoo want to match him up against Lucas is gone because you cut him out yourself, even though he doesn't have the best matchup, but he could be diving that backline. I don't know what are your options, honestly. Like for the side of BR, you are looking at XP laner who can do damage and engage in. Like, I don't know what is there. Because Fredrin and Bedang don't have enough damage, so BR needs to have super strong gold laner who has a lot of damage, but almost any gold laner will have a lot of damage. But XP lane, I think, needs to dish out damage as well, because otherwise you are lacking in the department, I feel like.
Yeah. And I mean, they're definitely really thinking about what to pick this time around. I feel like the Bruno paired with a Matilda is actually a really good combo because you want to go in and out. But I do also think that MIF is a little squishy on their team comp, so let's see. They go Glue.
Right. I don't know. Is Glue the hero that does the damage? I don't know. Like, how much does he?
I mean, he's quite decent.
He is quite tanky, but in the damage department, how much?
I mean, he's decent. I think he's a decent counter to Phoveus, just because when he does the split, like he splits into thousands of little ones, and if Phoveus jumps on him, I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, I think. And it also be kind of hard to kill him, so he's pretty sustainable. He might be able to keep Phoveus at bay. I feel like those are the aspects that Birthright are looking for out of him.
And Wicked is now thinking about the last pick, of course not going for him, but going into that jungle. So looks like Macaron is the player who gets that last pick. And it's going to be Xborg with 33% win rate. So not really looking that strong. But maybe Macaron will change my opinion, as Sensei has already changed my opinion about Forza before.
Yeah. Most definitely. Most definitely. So interesting drafts from both sides. I feel like the biggest thing is the Xborg has that true damage and is going to mess up the Fredrin a little bit. And we'll have to see. I mean, he's definitely a decent pick from these times around. We've seen Pankrat absolutely go crazy on a Granger. So again, all aspects are pretty good. I feel like the biggest questions we have is how well is the Matilda going to play into the team comp of MIF, and how well is the Glue going to play against a Phoveus?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But I would give one more, or I would ask one more, and that's how well will the Xborg do? Because honestly, if you ask me, I don't even know what's his role. He doesn't seem that tanky. He doesn't seem like doing that much damage. Like, I don't even know what he's supposed to do. I think he's supposed to be like a bruiser-ish kind of hero who does true damage, I believe. But I don't, like, every time I saw him, he wasn't doing that much. And even in my ranked games, he doesn't, of course, I shouldn't be comparing my ranked games in Grandmaster to those players, right? But I'm just saying, I never liked Xborg. So Macaron can prove me wrong, but I don't like that guy. Not Macaron,
well, we're getting into possibly the final match of the day. Birthright versus MIF in the mid-season cup here. Who can come out on top? MIF is at match point, pressing Birthright against the wall. Will they be the predator or the prey in this match is my question.
That's a correct question to be had, and so far it looks like Glue is working super well, but Matilda and Kimi are destroying this mid lane, absolutely, as Macaron makes his way into opponent's jungle to sneak away some camps and get level 4.
Most definitely. Mark kind of being pressured already as well. This Matilda is definitely showing that they're a menace in the mid lane. I think at some point, once this Kimmy comes on, it's going to be devastating for Birthright. And they're being pressured pretty hard.
I mean, hard is an understatement. They are super pressured. How many waves did they push in? Like 3? I think Cannon comes, like crossbow guy comes on like 3rd wave, right? So yeah. they got pushed into base at 3rd wave. That's crazy.
Yeah, just the pressure that they're exerting is pretty high. Levi having a little bit of a trouble here. First turtle definitely going to be down. Blue definitely being pressured here by the Phoveus. The split comes out. I don't know if they're going to be able to get to the turtle, as Fredrin doesn't have too much of an ability to get in and out too much. First turtle definitely going to be falling in the hands of MIF. Annie. He might be a bird, but he might be the prey. We'll see, as MIF was on the hunt.
This is exactly what I was worried about, because just as we saw here on that first turtle, BR had no damage. They have no claws. I don't think their composition has enough DPS to really do anything to MIF. Xborg can stand in front together with Orange Bobby. They just don't care.
That was a great escape there. Again, Badang, we know what Mark can do on this Badang. We have to keep an eye out on him because they know positioning, but also Log is definitely not letting them go. Feathering air, or not feathering airstrike. I actually forgot. I think we call it the Matilda Airlines is what we like to call it. Matilda. It's been a while since I've seen a Matilda first game with her on there, but she put in some pressure there, looking at some of the items.
I mean, looking at the gold, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's non-existent difference. Shouldn't really be doing anything towards the game state. But it's kind of what this signifies, because if you look at the comps, MIF are outscaling hard. You have Matilda with kind of a utility mage. She's outscaling every tank. That's just how the game works. Then you have Sensei with on Kimi, probably one of the best scaling mid laners. And then you have, of course, Wicked on that crit Bruno, who is going to outscale Pancrat. So BR need to do a lot of hard work during early and the mid game phases, because if they don't, they just lose. They're on the timer. Clock is ticking. Tick tack, tick tack.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing proper aggression here by the Phoveus with the glue. They're setting up for the turtle take at this point, but look at the charge down. It is 4v, possibly 5. Bruno is going to be a little bit on the late receiving side to this turtle, but they might be able to just take it instead. Pressure being applied onto Levi here, though. Both teams kind of going at it here. Xborg in here. We might see a last insanity pop out. A shield coming in. Levi able to hit the retreat. Secures the kill. Looks like MIF is on the retreat now, but Glue kind of being pressured here by Sensei. But 2 fall pack and Orange. This is massive. That's a huge... Again, the first blood going into the hands of BR and securing the turtle. And not only the first blood, but 2 kills. That is the step in the right direction.
I think this should have been the story of the first turtle. I have no idea how MIF was able to run away with that first turtle take. They should be the loser, like the weaker team right now. They should be needing to scale up as we approach another fight in mid lane.
Feathered airstrike does come down. Pancrat able to secure a kill onto 2. Glue gets dragged into the back line. Wicked now having to defend the front tower here. A little bit of a control trying to come in. Mid tower falling early. Again, that's what a Farja does for you, right?
Right now, not looking very well for MIF, but so far we need to keep in mind that it's only 1,000 gold difference and MIF are scaling up. Every minute is a blessing for them and every minute they are stronger. If BR are winning right now, in 3 minutes it can be completely different.
That was a good macro play right there. Huge. I mean, all we got to see at this point is, I think about the 8-minute mark, we're going to probably be seeing both teams come online. MLF's not out of this yet, just yet. A 1K gold lead is not detrimental, but I do like the patience that Birthright is showing here.
I don't know if I like that patience. I think they really need to start doing stuff. I think they need to secure this turtle for sure, and they should make their way on that bot side tower so they can get rid of all the tier 1 towers of their opponents as we approach another fight around mid.
Yeah, the damage is just coming out. I think if they can find a secured kill on the Pankrat, it could be huge. So we'll have to see how things run down here as they're looking to try to take some towers. Birthright's looking like how MIF was doing them last time. So interesting to see. Not able to take the tower.
Yeah, right now you are missing only 1 tower, whereas for the side of your opponents you will be probably losing them the 3rd right now. Your mid lane still stands strong as you make your way into mid lane, and it looks like you might want to try to steal over their camps. That should be your next move. Try to steal over their jungle.
They're trying to take this top tower with as much as tenacity as they possibly can, but not able to. Again, just great defense by Birthright, but I kind of do see what you said earlier, and I don't know if they're being aggressive enough.
I mean, with every passing minute, of course, Granger is still scaling, but if we look at full builds, and Wicked will be full build, and next to him Pankrat, Bruno is the one that's doing more damage, that's doing more work done in those late game fights. Of course, you have that unlimited scaling on Granger, so theoretically speaking, if he gets a long enough game and gets enough stacks, he can be the best carry, but in more typical sense, Wicked should be outscaling him.
Definitely. I mean, every time MIF is trying to get I would say an assault onto BR, but they can't. Oh, we got thrown back to the caster desk. Hello guys, how you guys doing? You know, not sure what happened inside of the game.
I'm happy I wasn't in the shower right now or something like that. You know, maybe changing my pants.
Casting from the shower. Crazy. All right, back to the game though. 2.2k lead. Lord is up. I feel like this is gonna make it and break it for the team of MIF. They definitely are on the back foot, and you can see that mid lane control. Feathered Airstrike comes out, a flicker comes out onto Wicket. A lot of pressure being applied. Phobius coming into the back, full line of the enemy team. The stream lags at such a key position.
I mean, you have to. I'm pretty sure think
Phobius
what happens. You have to think what happens.
He's not dead. He lived. Phobius is alive, and he now falls, but looking like glue is diving deep into the back line of Xborg, able to get a kill, but Wicked falls. That is not what you want to see here. You do see the retry was utilized by Fredrin, though, so I don't think they're going to go for the Lord this time around just because of the retry. But my dude, the damage that this Farja is extensing is just absolutely insane. Causing Xborg to waste his shield and not have it anymore. I think they're going to go for Lord now.
I mean, this is how the game is evolving and how the game is being played out just makes me double down on my hate on Xborg. Like, I feel like he is not doing anything, and if there was any other jungle hero pick, he would be able to play out these fights that we just saw. Like, it's just 3,000 gold difference, and I don't know, like, maybe I am #1 Xborg hater, but Macaron didn't really prove me otherwise yet.
Hey, Macaron, we'll have to see if he's able to turn the tides around. I mean, he's level 13 versus 13, so they're about on equivalent playing fields. I feel like the biggest difference is that the Farja is able to pierce and do so much damage to some like key people on the side of MIF. As the Lord is now barreling down, this does give the team a little bit more experience and gold because of all the minions that they're going to be killing. But we'll see if they're able to siege something else. I think they're going to leave that top tower, maybe defend their mid. Seems like they're trying to force them to split their forces between the two lords. Definitely taking their time. Looks like Levi coming in, but a lot of pressure by Macaron here. The Lord does fall into the top side. I mean, this is showing great tenacity by MIF. Still BR trying to assault, but just can't find the footing that they want to place this assault here.
I mean, we would need to see items, but I believe Kimi should be at around 3, maybe 4, acquiring her 4
Feathered airstrike coming out. A little bit of a fist crack wall coming in, but they're knee deep into MIF's tower. Levi pretty low. Do we see the assault keep going here? Wicked wants smoke. He comes in, but the feather attack is able to secure glue deep into the enemy's back line. Is it going to be enough? He's probably going to fall. The Matilda Airlines coming in. This is devastating. Wicked able to secure the kill there. Pankrat, though, able to answer again. Last Insanity comes out, but not much comes from it. I think that was a little bit of a win on MIF. Great defense, great Lord take. Still keeping the gold about the same.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think the gold difference didn't even move by this fight. I don't know if they pick up a shutdown on one side or what happened exactly. Or if they took so much jungle camps that it didn't matter. But I think that before the fight it was 3,000 and now it's still 3,000. But of course, you get gold on Wicked. Matilda Airlines saved him.
Yep, Feathered Airstrike comes out with Pankrat able to secure a kill onto Wicked. This is massive for BR. They are now showing the assault. Immortality still onto Macron, but it does pop. Last Insanity is still there. We're looking like Orange in the middle of everything. He forced his sacrifice to save his jungle again. I think they might try a full-on assault. They're not even gonna go for Lord. They're looking to end it here. Feather Airstrike comes out, Last Insanity to try to keep them alive. Minions. It's like they're not actually gonna end it. Jesus, that's a lot of minions right there.
There's a lot of gold for Wicked. Oh, but Pankrat has run away with his money. Look at the gold difference. It's 2,500. Basically, the gold lead that was there the whole game was just on Pankrat. So that's the issue. That's why these fights look so rough. Because Bruno is so far off his last item. I think he will just right now start building it. But Pankrat is sitting on his full set.
They just gotta always get out when that Feathered Airstrike hits. To be honest, you gotta give it up to Danny at this point. Those Feathered Airstrikes have been controlling the tide of the battle, and Birthright just not able to get a foothold into anything here. Even at trying to contest the Lord, they're not able to do it. The fist crack walls come up, and it looks like Orange is gonna fall once again. The Phobius not showing the tenacity that we've seen in the last game. This is another siege MIF has to defend against. And again, they're still on the back foot. Levi trying to stay alive here. Feathered Airstrike once again coming out. Macaron there. Ooh, Wicked able to escape, but Macaron very far into the enemy's back zone. That was a good
Matilda Airlines once again, my man.
Matilda Airlines saving you. Can they defend it here? The fists come out. The fists of fury. Again, I think the forces of BR are just split so thin that they just weren't able to capitalize on too much. Everything utilized.
I mean, it's so crazy that you are able to hold this game for so long, even when your opponents have a lead upon you. I mean, it's not a big lead, but it wasn't a big lead the whole game, but still. You have 2 turtles, 7 towers compared to 2 towers on the opposing side, and next Lord spawning in 100 seconds. So you could come up with something, but the clock is ticking. Sensei will be hitting his full item soon, and same will be for Wicked.
100%. Kind of looking at another. They're trying to get a pick here, right? I like the tenacity and the grit that BR are bringing, but again, I think immortalities are going to be a big thing that are going to be packing now. Mark has definitely been securing some insane controls and picks. He also has not died once which the same thing goes for Danny and Pankrat. So I think it comes down to that those three are absolutely controlling the game, and their coordination is just monstrous at this point.
I mean, I just noticed Danny has 0 kills. Like, he's pure utility Forza. Like, he's just there for his homies, for his teammates. He's holding out his hand. But as we see, Bruno is probably locking in that last item. I think that's just a glitch happening. I think we just don't have the right image, but we don't see the cross anymore. I think this should be the last item, either being built or already finished. I cannot do the math fast enough. I'm not sure if he should be having first full. Yeah, Gold Rose Meteor, and that's it. That's full build on Bruno. And if you wanted to come back, now is the time.
Yeah, I mean, again, from both sides, we're not seeing MIF being able to secure kills, which I think is our biggest problem here. And I at some point, Kimmy should be online, right? Level 15. She's probably had all her items, and they just got to find a kill here. And I think the biggest thing is that Matilda Airlines hasn't been able to collapse on someone of key targets, but they might go after Mark here. They're looking for it. They're pressing it in. Levi might be the target now. Feathered Airstrike does come out. A lot of pressure being applied to him. MIF very low. Levi so low as well. The greed might be there. 1 HP. Pankrat able to secure a kill though. Since able to take out Mark though. This is huge. This is big damage. Big Danny falls. This is massive. Pankrat might fall as well. The chopping block is falling down. Do we see them finalize this and take out the glue as well? I feel like this is the point at which they need to take the Lord. They do not have retry.
Look at lifesteal of Wicked. Look at his lifesteal. 2 times in this fight he was almost dead, and 2 times he came back with his health bar to full. Wicked carrying those fights. He is online, he is ready to rumble, and he is ready to bring his team to the victory of this BO3.
And again, I mean, this is just, it's showing that, I mean, I don't think this Lord can be a massive decision maker yet.
He's online. He sold his shoes. He sold his shoes. Yeah, he did. He did. He sold his shoes.
Well, you see, he bought Athena, so he's trying to build his ability to survive against Danny. I'm actually surprised. I don't know if he had immortality. Maybe he has immortality and he has Athena. If he has both of those, that could be massive. He doesn't have immortality. Feathered Airstrike is wasted before the Lord comes down. Will Danny have that again to stop this siege?
He should have it pretty soon. I think it should be like 10 seconds and it's online. Cooldown's pretty low at this point of the game.
Yep. Kind of seeing the Lord barreling down. At this point, they're just going to utilize this time.
It's back.
Doesn't
really matter.
Take towers. Yeah, I mean, they're holding their ground. They're trying to decide on something here. Pankrat trying to get a little bit of a play here. The lanes are pretty much even. This is really good for MIF. Are they going to be able to secure this Lord siege? Does look like it falls. The Feathered Airstrike does come down. All towers are kind of being seized at this point. There are no passives. We're 19 minutes into this game. Could be anybody's. 1 tower is sieged. The game is now equal. But it is almost a 5k gold lead by MIF at this point.
I mean, Granger is getting outscaled. That's what I was speaking about basically through this whole game. Granger will get outscaled. Kimmy will outscale Forza. And right now they are online. I'm just waiting for Kimmy to sell her shoes and go full psycho mode, full build, full send it, maximum damage.
I mean, you can see Granger's already sold his boots as well. So this is a battle of attrition. Which team is going to make the biggest mistake first?
That's perfect question to be had. 20 seconds for Lord. That could mark the end for either of those teams. Both bases are open and free for taking. Of course, if MIF are able to close this one out, they will be taking the victory of this BO3. If BR are able to come out on top, it's still playtime. We will be going into last game.
Definitely, and we're kind of looking at little bit of a pressure here. Kimmy all alone. Mark kind of up there as well. Looks like Axborg is in mid. He's trying to keep his shield so that they have control over this Lord. This Lord is definitely going to either be a bait or not. That's the real question. Wicked, who are they going to call it? Yeah, Wicked kind of low. He's mounted now. Lord is low. Last Insanity is popped out. Gone. Levi is there. Danny able to kill on Wicked. Oh no! What a crazy. You're crazy. Oh, I think everybody's kind of low. Archon's low. Retri is still available. Are they going to be able to get it? Levi able to get the Lord. Looks like 2 fall, 3 fall. I think this is it.
You're done.
Birthright is going to end the game. 50-second markers on everybody is very detrimental.
Wait.
30 everybody's alive.
30 seconds on Wicked. Can he make it in time? That's the question. Like, can Kimmy defend?
I think it's like a 10-second window that it is. Nah, it's GG's. Oh, maybe if she could backdoor, that would be funny, but not enough time. GG's, Birthright able to secure game 2. We are going all the way, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 1-1. It is anybody's game at this point. Holy.
I mean, it was so rough seeing Wicked scale out this whole game, waiting patiently for his chance to shine. Then he started shining and he was bringing his team closer and closer to victory with each and every victory in each and every fight that they took after that moment when Wicked came online on his full build. But then that taunt on Fredrin, I don't know if you caught that, but he got taunted, he got immobilized, and then Glue finished him off and it was done.
To be honest, like, I was on the edge of my seat. Like, that's crazy. Like, I thought it was anybody's game, you know, like, and it really was. But I think to be honest, I think it was the call on that last Lord. They should have just burnt the Lord. At this point, it was already at like 10% HP. Why are you waiting? And then you're trying to bait the Lord, and then you baited the Lord, but still held the Lord. And the longer you hold the Lord, the longer the Lord hurts. So...
yeah, Wicked started this fight. I don't think it would mean that much, but he started the fight like with 20% gone, 20% HP gone. So that could have been the difference maker, truly. Now in those late game team fights, that could be it. And that probably was it. So unfortunately for MIF, they are not able to go to sleep just yet. They need to finish this one off or get finished off by BR.
Yeah, again, super surprised. I mean, BR was holding like complete control of this game from the very beginning. I suspected with Axborg kind of coming online, not taking any deaths, that it could have been, you know, what they needed on the side of MIF. But again, I think it came down to that they just didn't have enough damage. Again, like I was saying, that last Lord, it kind of seemed like Wicked was the one that was holding it. You pointed out he was kind of already at like 75% HP before they even got off the Lord, and then Glue jumped on him, and then he was mounted, and then a Feathered Airstrike came down. Wicked was just... He couldn't be Wicked. He couldn't be Wicked. He got whipped.
I don't know why he didn't get saved by Matilda Airlines. Like, is there some interaction that Glue kind of blocks it, or is there something happening like that?
Or what?
Like if Glue is sitting on you, you cannot get picked up by Matilda. Is it something like that?
No, you can be pulled away. But I just don't. I think he got like CC'd and controlled by the Feathered Airstrike. So like it was a combination of like the glue control plus the Feathered Airstrike hitting him at the same exact time. I think there was just too much CC for him to. You have to click that button, and if you're controlled, there's not much you can do.
It definitely looked like there's not much you can do for the poor Wicked, but I think he will come back stronger. God. I think he will come back stronger, and we will see. I think this definitely, well, this wasn't definitely the last we saw from him. But let's look at some numbers. Damage dealt almost the same on both sides. Damage taken basically the same on both sides. Damage to turrets not really the same, but I think usually this number will not really be the same, because because one of the teams had to win, and usually that team will have most of the threats taken away. Turtle Lord, kind of similar, honestly. And yeah, well, Birthright has just showed us, well, we don't really care. You can take that Matilda for what we care. Take that Matilda, we still win.
And I think it's also like kind of looking at some of these stats that I'm seeing here. To be honest, it looked like the trio, right? Mark, Danny, and Pankrat. Like they all three were together non-stop. And I think that's what made the difference. Like Mark was insane on this Bidang. Everywhere he was controlling them, and then paired with the feathered airstrike coming down, it's like hard to get out of that wall. And then not only that, then you're getting shots rained down on by Pankrat, you know, and all of these abilities are slowing you and keeping you at bay. And I think they just had way too much damage that MIF just couldn't contest. They did contest, but you know.
I just want to once again say here on this broadcast that I am an Xborg hater, and I feel no shame about it, because I feel like he was completely non-significant in this game. And well, if we would see his damage numbers and how much he tanked, maybe I would change my mind, but I don't know. Like, I felt like he did nothing in every fight that he was in. Like Fredrin, for comparison, did so much more. Like his taunts were crazy.
Yeah, most definitely. And kind of just looking at some of the highlight plays here, like this was one of the first turtles, definitely fell into the hands of MIF, but I don't think this I don't think anybody, oh yeah, this was the second turtle, not the first. I was like, nobody died on the first turtle. But yeah, look, the fist crack, feathered airstrike, and then Pankrat just raining down shots on the person that's tagged into the wall. Dude, that trio combo and the synergy of utilizing their abilities together, I feel like was the biggest aspect that we've seen from Birthright, right? That was just massive. Look at it again. It's constant.
You can see it again.
Yeah, constant damage coming out here by MIF. The Fists of Fury was coming out. This is at one point I thought it was turning a little bit. The glue, Wicked was able to secure it, and then they took out Orange. So they just, I don't know if maybe like Orange is the shot caller. He died quite a bit, and every time he died, they just kind of got out of there. But look at that. There's the fist crack again. And then the shots being rained down by Pankrat. He doesn't even really have to aim. He just has to put the bullets into the wall area. And then he just comes online. I don't think I see Pankrat right here because he is actually on the Lord as well. So, nope, here. There it is. The shots are coming right behind. I think it was just the combination of them. I feel like that was the key.
Oh, it absolutely was. It absolutely was. If we see at those highlights, it's being shown what you have already established, that they were in control. They were controlling the whole game until that last like couple of minutes when it fell on their heads. But yeah, I think this Lord was, no, I think this is the cleanup already. Yeah, Wicked is dead. Yeah, that was the last moment. Sensei couldn't really do much. I was little bit hoping for the sake of Sensei that he can still turn it around, but Kimi was like not significant. Alone, she was like not able to do that much. I would love to see damage numbers, because I don't understand why Kimi wasn't able to turn this fight alone by herself, since Wicked burnt a lot of spells for taking him down. And usually Kimi dishes out so much damage. I don't know if I cannot recall right now if they had so much magic resist that Kimi was like irrelevant, or what really happened there. But I felt like in that last fight specifically, Kimi wasn't really doing that much damage. So I don't know what happened there. But well, yeah, Birthright are back in it, and they could be reverse sweeping. They could be reverse sweeping. Of course, reverse sweeps in BO3 is not so spicy, but yeah, we have what we have. We take what we have. And I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. Who will take the cake in the end?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. It was great, definitely great battles on their side, right? They put a lot of tenacity into it. I think Birthright definitely did not take that loss that they received in the first game like to heart, right? They understand that they're a powerhouse as well. That they understand that they'll be able to keep up with a team that's just like MIF. And it's great to see. I mean, they had insane great executions all the way into the mid game, into the late game. And I think it was only when everybody was equal that it kind of went back and forth. So crazy what happened. And I mean, crazy that they could keep the endurance up to keep going, you know?
That's the question to be had. Do they have the endurance? But I think the answer, well, I'm not sure for which team you asked specifically. I don't know if you had any specific team in mind, but I think for the side of MIF, the answer is yes, they do have the endurance because they were fighting until the last moment. And for the side of Birthright, well, they just turned it around. I think that for them on their side, there must be so much hype happening on the voice call. So for their side, the tenacity has been just renewed. It's like an energy drink. They are ready.
Definitely. And I mean, hey, we'll have to see into this last game. I think the draft is now loading up. This is the last match of the night. It is now match point for both sides, 1-1. Who is going to win, right? I think the biggest difference that we're seeing in this draft phase is that MIF is now first pick and Birthright is second pick. MIF secured both first picks before, so now having Birthright in a second pick, I feel like that, again, could be something that is trying to set them up for greatness. MIF said, forget this. We are not seeing a Farja whatsoever again. And even to see that Matilda was like almost permit banned throughout this whole tournament, even though it came into play into one game, it just wasn't as big of a factor as we suspected it would have been.
Yeah, I was expecting a lot from Matilda. I kind of hyped myself up. I think I even hyped a lot of the viewers up so much. Well, I don't know. I'm not really looking into chat right now, but I'm expecting that's something that probably happened. And well, Birthright had the answer. It was 3 tanks in front, and I was saying they will not have enough damage. It didn't matter. They had enough damage because Granger was just pum pum pum, shooting everyone and doing work for like 4 members of the team damage-wise.
Yeah, 100%. And kind of looking at some of the bans coming out right now, Badang being banned on the Chop and Block Boxia, Farja, Wan, Uranus. I mean, all typical bans. Last ban maybe of Phovius. No, they banned the use Jin. I can't even say her name. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be crazy. We'll have to see what they bring out here as their first pick. Huge picks the Kimmy. Okay, also, we didn't see it do very well last game. Is it going to do better this one?
I mean, it wasn't an issue that like. Oh, let me rephrase that. Like, I don't think it was that she didn't do well. I think she did very well together with Matilda. They always had mid lane prio, and I think that was very big reason why we were asking, or I was asking first, and then you were asking together with me, like, why are they not pressuring more? Why they are not doing more work? Why they are not extending their lead? And I think big reason in that was Kimmy and Matilda always pressuring mid lane, so there was never mid lane prio, and if you wanted that mid lane prio, you need to go in 5 members on mid lane, and then the rest of the team can split up and do some stuff on the other sides of the map. So now, when you lock in Kimmy, you always will have this priority. I think you will not get outpushed even by Zetian. I don't think anyone else, and even Zetian will not be able to outpush you. And now you can pair it up with someone else, not Matilda, or maybe they double down and they go Matilda again. Maybe they feel like she wasn't the issue.
Matilda, I don't know. I mean, Matilda can definitely be a major aspect of things, but I think it just comes down to like your team picks, right? I like this Lance a lot. We've seen this go crazy in the first one, so I think they're just rolling it back up, Warren. And they get the Lapus, so crazy. I mean, this is, again, respect for those picks. I think they're now falling into the comfort picks here. What's BR's response?
Yeah, what's BR's response? I mean, you can go for a jungle counter pick, because right now it's open, right before the bans, or you can wait with your jungle pick later and do the same thing that MIF did for Macaron, and you can this time do it for your own jungler. But I don't know, like, do you want to do that? Do you want to do that? No, you don't. You just go Bruno, because you feel like he's the stronger carry. And I must disagree, because I think Wicked will prove them wrong. I think Wicked will lock in Granger and be like, all right, you gave him. Thanks a lot.
All right, well, it kind of seems like you're in favor of MIF. I'll be the opposite, and I'll be in favor of Birthright here. We'll see. I think Bruno is definitely going to be a contender into this. I mean, Kimmy definitely can be a problem. Lance can be a big problem. But again, I mean, you can have a wind of nature, you know, to stop Lance a lot. But you can also have to understand what MIF is going to be as a counter. BR banning the Granger is huge.
Yeah, now I like it. Now I like it. You kind of cut them in their tracks, because they don't have Granger that would be available to counter Bruno in the early phases where Bruno is not really that strong. So now you need to lock in a carry that cannot be 1-1, that cannot be Bruno, that cannot be Granger. And what else of the strong carries do you have? Like, will they go for Harit and have double AP carries? Because we saw Harit in the past being picked up as an answer to Bruno, or as a pickup when Granger isn't available. So I'm thinking Harit, but maybe too much magic damage. We will see. Moscow is being banned out, so they feel like Moscow could be that answer. Of course, Moscow would be outscaling Bruno just by the basis of his build that's right now meta. I see you smiling about something.
We got a little co-caster popping on the stream here. Being a little weird old cat. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I think that they definitely banned out quite a bit of marksmen, so I think they're definitely trying to stop Wicked at this point, right? This is like a huge thing that they don't want to see, which is just Wicked controlling the field. Yo,
Kalia, 75% win rate. Wait a second, she's making a comeback. Hey. She was my most favorite hero. Like, I was always yapping about, oh, Kalia pick, Kalia ban, Kalia pick. Like, she's open, go for her. She's super strong, XP or roam, flexible, super good, better on roam, of course. We will be seeing her on roam right now. But yeah, I was yapping on and on about Kalia, and finally I'm getting her right here in the last BO3 of today, in the last game. And man, I'm hoping she delivers, because what she delivers, what she brings to the table is that constant pressure, that's constant roam capabilities. And after she gets that level 4, that ultimate unlocks, she's able to kidnap anyone, anywhere, and especially with Flicker available.
Ooh, Selena though. Wait a second.
It's Kimmy gold lane. They played with their minds. MIF played with their minds.
They swapped it. Kimmy gold lane. Interesting. I mean, the Selena is definitely going to have to be on point when it comes to objectives and stuff like that. Pankrat, I got to kind of see, like, what are we going for jungle here? I feel like this is the last pick for BR. Do they opt to go back to the Fredrin? Like, I mean, it seemed pretty well, but I don't know how well it's going to do against a Lancelot, so I don't know. Maybe they pick something crazy. End it with a bang.
Ooh.
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa. Oh my god. You have Selena, you have Lancelot, you have Kimi. There are 3 heroes that you can one-shot. If I liked Hayabusa somewhere, it's definitely in this draft. I like it from the side of BR. And ooh, their composition is so fast. Like you pull the trigger and everyone hops in and your team disappears. It's going to be super quick fights, whereas for the side of MIF you kind of have these quick fights as well for Lancelot, Lapu, Hilda and Selena. But Kimi wants extended fights. She doesn't want the fights to end super quickly, so I don't know how you will navigate those team fights with this discourse happening on the side of MIF.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, the Hayabusa is definitely going to be a good pick. It's going to definitely cut down that Kimi, probably even cut down the Selena. But I guess you're also got to remember that Hayabusa requires his blue, right? So it's going to be big impacts. It's going to come down to if BR can stop MIF from invading in their jungle. They have a Hilda, so the biggest thing that I'm seeing from MIF is that they don't have too much late game security. Like, they're looking to end this quick versus BR. I feel like is almost the same thing, but Bruno is definitely going to secure the late game.
Yeah, well, the question that I will throw out is, will Kimi outscale Bruno? Like, how is that matchup specifically? Of course, Bruno scales of crit and attack speed, so those are two of the most scaling stats in the whole game. So he should be the stronger, but I don't know how it will work in those fights specifically. I cannot really say, because like Kimi doesn't really do that much early game, doesn't really do that much mid game, and starts to do a lot in the late game. So does she outscale Bruno? That's probably left to be seen, and that's probably left to the players how they will approach it. I'm happy there's no Xborg, and I am already liking Macaron's choice of Lancelot.
100%. We've seen him excel on Lancelot last time, so I think it's going to come down to the Khalid, how that plays into the roam. It is a devastating tank. I'm not quite sure if it definitely got punished in the nerf, but coming into the final match of the day, Birthright versus MIF. This is a rivalry in the working. Monsters on each team, and I mean, they're ready. They're wanting. Both have been predator and prey. Who is gonna come victorious here?
Yeah, I don't understand already why Danny and Mark just gave up this priority, because now Levi will be under a barrage of fire, under a lot of damage, not really, because Mark ate it up all like a morning sushi, and he didn't really even smirk.
Yeah, I think they're really just trying to keep the lanes towards his tower. Mark, kind of a little bit of pressure here. Ooh, Khalid able to get the suppression and the stop on it. And he gets a first blood on Pack. That is crazy. Pog does fall down. Yo. First blood already. And the kill
goes to Levi. That's the worst guy you want your kills on if you are MIF. I mean, right now, Wicked is looking over there on the scoreboard, refreshing it, and he's like, guys, this wasn't what we talked about in the draft.
Oh, the damage. The lead still seems to be a viable hero in this game, and we can already see the shadows came out, but not a shadow strike.
Oh,
Mark able to get a little bit of a set here, but final strike does come out. Bravest Warrior coming down as well. I seen a flicker come down. Levi falls. Hog able to secure a double kill, and they want more. They want more. They're going to secure a kill onto Phobius as well. Yo. Yeah, the tide is flipped.
Yeah, but something super important is to pinpoint that 2 of those 3 kills are on Pagu, and it's 2 kills on Hilda. Like, do you even care? It doesn't really do a lot to you.
Yeah, I mean, right now in the early stage, it might be something that they want, because I mean they might be able to apply more pressure onto Levi. You can already see that if Hog is able to secure a little bit of pressure on there, he can be an absolute menace. I feel like the biggest thing that we need to watch out for Birthright is that the Khalid needs to be able to get in there and secure a kill with his teammates, which I know they have the ability to do that. Wicked, though, has a little bit of a stun of Rooskies here on the mark.
Yeah, but he's eating those rolls like it's everyday job. He doesn't mind.
A little bit of a set there onto Hog. I think that is kind of what they wanted. Shadow Strike did not come out, though. Retry does connect. Mark is now on the end of a receiving of a butt kick, maybe, but Macaron now Pankrat! Yo! The chopping block has changed multiple times. Ooh.
Pankrat must be super happy about his spell choice, because if he had no Purify, ooh, he would be dead.
Yeah, but they just gave up a lot of gold and even a whole turret at almost 4 minutes in. That's going to be rough for Pankrat.
I mean, I would love to see the gold, like how is it dispersed between each member of the team? Because right now it's 2000, but who is it on really? Like, is it on Pagu or is it on someone that's one of your carries?
Yeah, I mean, right now, the gold definitely, I would say, is leaning a little bit on Wicked. I think they're about equal level. But I think really, to be honest, like I was saying in the very beginning, is that MIF has a very early scaling team, and they need to keep the pressure up. If they don't, then they're not going to win the late game, because the Bruno will eventually come online and be an absolute menace.
That's definitely something to look out for. Pankrat finishing, I believe, his first item just now. So still a pretty long way ahead of him. But now as Mark tries to go for Wicked.
Oh my god, he's able to get someone into the tower though, but is it going to be enough? We see Phoveus coming in, hits the flicker, able to get the kill on this inside the creator, but I think he might sacrifice it with his life as Bravest Warrior comes out and secures the kill on the Pankrat. Absolute monster. Danny hitting him with the emote. Danny actually might be next on the chopping block, but able to walk away. This is looking like MIF's game. A lot of progression on to Mark, securing main kills when they want. Again, they need to keep this snowball up and keep going quick. They want to end this game fast.
Oh, this doesn't look very well for the side of BR. 4,000 gold difference, and MIF have this already when BR was able to achieve that by 12-minute mark.
And I mean, looking at a little bit of a contest here. Orange still showing the tenacity and the grit here. Ooh, Macaron able to secure a kill on the Pankrat, not able to keep alive. He's died a lot more times than he died in the last match. Mar kinda on the other end of a thing here, does get the set onto Phoveus, or no, onto Hog, but it's not enough as Orange is now gonna be able to take mid turret as well. Next, Turtle is up.
I mean, you have so much ahead of you if you are Pankrat, if you are Danny, to come online. Like, of course, Danny is a little bit online right now as well, but Pankrat so far in front, like such a big trip ahead of him. It's basically like, I don't know, going to Italy from Czech Republic by foot right now. It's going to take so much time, and I don't know if you have that time.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, it's Turtle. Patience is up now. Does look like BR isn't being super aggressive. They're trying to force passive gains here. Kind of looking at some of the gold, though.
Yeah, and we see Kimi so far ahead. Like, Wicked, I don't know how he does that, but he's 2,000 up on Pankrat, and he has only 1 kill. How did he do that? You tell me. Did he take out a loan? Where did he get the money from?
A little bit of a set here. Orange having to use Bravest Fighter to get out of it. I think it just kind of came down to all of the gold that they were able to secure under the first turret. The Shadow Strikes do come out onto Sensei the Creator, but not enough to be able to get a kill just yet. We'll have to see. goes down. 60 seconds to the next Lord. BR not wanting to be counted out yet. Kinda putting on a little bit of damage, you know, keeping alive, keeping them at passive. They understand the assignment. Keep them going, Levi. Oh my God. Looks like Macaron is going into the thick of it, able to... Oh my God, but Orange coming into the back line, able to secure a kill, able to secure a double kill on the Pink Rat. It does look like a team wipe might happen. We got a double kill. MIF hitting the TPs on the BR. What a massive 4-man wipe out there for MIF. They are on a roll. Can BR stop this?
I mean, does BR have... Oh, wait, no, BR took the second game, so it was, no, MIF was in their shoes, yes, they exactly had Bruno, they were trying to scale up, but the thing was that BR were ahead only by like 3,000 for most of the game. So it didn't really do that much, but 9,000, I mean, I don't want to be in MIF camp, but I might be a little bit biased, but I'm saying it's not looking very great for BR.
Yeah, I mean, MIF is definitely on top. Everybody's got about almost a 2,000 gold lead, besides Hilda, which is the tank, which is perfectly fine. But again, it just goes to show they have to stop this siege somehow. And if I had to say, MIF is really good at laning, so I keep an eye on that. We do see the Kimmy at the bottom lane, but all minions are now going to be barreling down onto Birthright's base. They have to split their forces to hopefully keep some inhibitors, but maybe if not, none at all. I do see that the passive had to be procced into the mid. The Lord almost dead. Ultimate does come out by Yuzan, and a little bit of an ultimate is by Khalid as well. Is able to secure the shutdown on a wicket. Will they be able to mount up the greatest defense? Pankrat really low. It does look like Orange comes into the background, able to secure the kill, and it looks like Macaron wants even more. Phobius, though, clapping down onto Lancelot. Yeah, they were able to get a kill onto Pankrat, but big... Levi, though, kind of low as well. They are still going for it. Orange still wanting to put even more pressure onto them, as well as Hag able to secure a kill there. The Phobius does fall. That was a 2 for none. I mean, MIF still looking to maybe get something here. I don't know if they will, though. Again, we don't want this game to go longer than it needs to. If MIF wants to secure the win, Levi! Yo.
Sensei is on top of his game.
Just won't let up.
Sensei is on top of his game as Macaron level 15, only level 15 on the map. If we compare it to the lowest level on the opposing team, it's level 9 to 15. What do you want to do? You try to run for wicket and range bomb, but they are gone. 40 seconds for the next Lord, and it should mark the end of this game. I don't see it very well for BR. They need to pull something crazy, and Mark will have his flicker to do that.
Yeah, kind of looking at some of the items here, Warren. See anything sticking out?
On Levi,
I don't think I see too much.
Like, am I seeing something to stick out on Levi? You asking me?
Just on anybody.
Wait, I don't know.
I see two roam boots picked up by both sides, which means that I feel like they're possibly trying to be all online. There we go. We got visions out by Danny.
Right.
The Lord is definitely still gonna go to him.
Right, Aiko, you got me in the corner. Cut the crap. What is wrong? Like, what is wrong with the builds?
There's nothing really going on that I can see that's probably weird. I mean, the double roam so early I think is probably perfect at this point, but again, it's still a 10k gold lead. I mean, we just seen BR mounts up a really good defense, but they did have all of the passives on their towers, so I think it's just going to come down to Can they defend this once again? If they're able to get a pick, maybe. I mean, I think that's going to come down to Mark.
Mark is the crucial player, but the thing is, Wicked has Purify. You need to get rid of his Purify, but with Wu, Cristiano, I don't know, does he have CC? Like, I think he has, but can he land it on Wicked when he's sitting so far back? Other than that, you have no CC. What do you want to do? If Wicked has his both hands on the phone, he will use Purify on Mark.
Ooh.
Oh, stun!
A bit of a set there by Wicked. The Shadow Strike comes out, able to secure the kill on the Wicked. Huge plays here for the side of BR. Are they going to be able to get another pick, though? That is the biggest question here. Their damage dealer is gone. A little bit of a set by Mark. That is what I was saying. Orange in the thick of it. I don't think the bravest warrior is going to be brave enough to get you out of that. Again, this is the 14-minute mark. They are starting to fall off. MIF not able to complete 2 massive free Lord Sieges, and we're seeing BR kind of coming online at this point.
Levi is absolutely frying. Like, this kill put them back into the game, and it doesn't matter, it's 7k difference. Now they are back, and now it's playable for the first time in this match.
Definitely, and you can kind of see maybe a little bit of a collapse down. Wicked is definitely here. Maybe a little bit of an overextension. Pog does extend a little bit too far. Mark does able to get a set onto Macaron. That is smelling trouble for the side of MIF. Again, a good pick early, but not, I mean, they're still going to be alive for the next Lord. And we did just see Macaron pick up the Immortality, so he's trying to prepare or I want to say greatness. Well, we'll have to see.
I mean, Mark still has his Flicker, but Wicked will have his Purify coming online right now. So that's something to keep on lookout for. But before we saw him getting stunned up, I think it was from Bruno. I think he connected something on him, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, kind of looking at what's going down here. The Lethal Wonder got taken. Lord in 7 seconds. Someone's gonna have to clear that bottom tower, which is, I think, at the point that they're gonna go for the Lord. But if they don't have to go for bottom. They have the towers cracked. Bottom of pressure itself. So Shadow Strike does come out a little bit early. I don't know if they wanted to do that so soon. Bravest Warrior does come out as well, able to get a CC and stun on him. Mark is in the back line. Pancrat falls. This is not good for BR. It doesn't look like MIF is going to give up. Bravest Warrior comes down. They're looking to end it at this point. Mark's able to hit a set right there. He's super low. Doesn't end it. Levi looking to return back. And oh my god, the final shot comes out. Able to secure the kill. That is 3 down. They are just looking for minions at this point. Is Mark and is Danny going to be able to keep something at bay? They stop Mark from being able to go into the back line to be able to stop the wave from coming in. Mark being pressured super hard, and then Danny falls as well. MIF looking in. They're locking down another tower. This is the last match of the day. BO falls to MIF. Woo. Warren, I was about to say, Warren, are you on your dark age over there?
This was so crazy. My electricity gone away. I went dark. I went dark. I repeat, I went dark. Aiko, this was absolutely crazy. What a banger of a series, and this is exactly what I wished for. BO3 going back and forth, and in this last game, especially, it was going back and forth. Oh man, like, I wanted to say that BR are done for, and as I wanted to like put the last nail in their coffin, they just came back with a renewed energy, great pickup, great catch on Wicked, but then in the end, MIF were just the better team, less mistakes, and especially less mistakes in the crucial moments when it mattered. Because, for example, they caught Lancelot, but it was 60 seconds for Lord, so it didn't really matter. He respawned, and then they were able to close out the game. I mean, you would always want to give it to Wicked because his name just sounds glorious. This guy is absolutely correct, but this game wasn't on him. This game, it was on his jungler because Macaron in this last fight, he single-handedly carried that game.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. I think at one point it just happened to be that BR got a little bit overzealous. They've been defending for so long. They wanted to crack that mid turret, and then the moment when they did try to attempt to crack that mid turret, it looked like finally MIF finally got them out of their base and from stop turtling, and then that's when they collapsed. They knew that was their moment. They had the damage, they had the power, they had everything that they can to execute a play, and they did it, you know. Even though we did see Wicket fall a couple times early on, it just didn't even matter. They just went ham. I think the Matilda kind of came in clutch. They understood the assignment. They needed to end early. It was getting way too late into the game that and to be honest, I thought Pankrat was gonna come online at the very end, but I think ultimately he just kept getting farmed and killed constantly. And I just don't think Mark was able to do what he could do on a Badang on the same thing as a Khalid.
I mean, he was doing a lot down on Kalia. I think it wasn't really that big of a problem that he didn't have Badang. I don't see it like absolutely same as you. I think the issue lied elsewhere. I think the issue lied in that overstay. I think if they didn't overstep, especially Yugi Shadow Kill, like what went on there? Like he used it, I think, on 4 members immediately. I think it didn't chunk anyone to even half HP. So complete waste of skills. Of course, nerves must have been through the roof like crazy. I mean, it has been so rough for both teams. This BO3 was crazy packed. But it comes down to who can work better under pressure. And unfortunately for BR, it was MIF, as they are the first team to proceed to the rest of the tournament, as they are qualified now.
Yeah, it was definitely crazy. I mean, again, the games went to 1-1, and it was massive. 16-minute game. Kind of looking at some of these stats here, you could definitely tell. I mean, at this point, yo, everybody had roam boots on the other squad. MIF was ready to end it all at this point. They were pulling out damage. They were pulling out speed. They were just doing anything that they possibly could to win it all. And I mean, they did. Damage dealt, turret damage, turtle, lord. They really didn't have any contests on any of those major neutral objectives. And I mean, right here, it looked like Pankrat just couldn't really do much. He was 1-5-3. He did not show the same that he showed in the last game.
I think that Bruno wasn't really fitting for his playstyle. I think Pankrat is really... I don't know if it's something that he's lacking or it's something that he has too much of, but he looked much better and much more confident on those carries that can do something immediately. They don't need to scale out. Whereas Wicked feels at home at Granger, doing stuff in early game, and then he is put on Kimi or Bruno and he scales up. He doesn't really care. It's like another Tuesday for him. So I don't know if like Wicked is more well-rounded or if like what's really happening there. But at least from what we saw, Pankrat looks much better on Granger, on someone that doesn't really need that full build to come online. So I think it was a little bit of a waste of his talents getting put on Bruno, and I think the draft didn't really work so well for him because I think he was getting caught too much. If you compare it to Wicked, where he almost didn't die until the last couple of team fights, on Bruno in that second game, it's uncomparable. Pankrat, unfortunately, 5 deaths, rough game for him. But I want to pinpoint Macaron. Like, he is the first guy today, and I think, well, we can say the first guy on EMC that got 2 badges. He has the badge for carry and he has the badge for wingman. It would be just so hilarious if he also got the sandbag. You would just see 3 Macarons next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, with 3 badges. Yeah, I just find it kind of funny. Macaron, truly the MVP of this game. I must double down on that. I really like his performance. In my eyes, he bought out from the terrible Xborg experience that I had as a viewer. When I was watching him play the Xborg, not that really, I cannot really judge like if he did something wrong on Xborg. I just don't think Xborg really does that much. But on this Lancelot, he was shining bright and doing so much done.
100%. I mean, again, it was a well executed game. They understood the assignment. They put an insane tenacity and grit. I mean, they came from a win to a loss to a win. And I mean, it just goes to show, like what we were saying earlier, they have the endurance to go the long haul. Kind of doing some last minute look at some of the highlights. It was kind of, I mean, it kind of just looked like MIF was controlling the battle, right? I mean, they were putting on a lot of pressure in the early stage. They understood the assignment that BR had really squishy people. So they knew that the defenses were not there just yet, and then finally came online with it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And even though it was a wonderful series from both sides, BR and MIF, the victorious crown, or not really crown yet, let's not go so far, but like the applause should go to MIF for now, because what a series, and they mark the first qualified team for the rest of the tournament. They joined the top 8, already locked in with no losses, by the way. Of course, one loss in this BO3, but if you take it series wise, no losses, so that's spicy.
Most definitely. And kinda, I mean, the end of the highlights here kind of just stay it for the self. This was the moment in time where they overstayed their welcome or their pressure into the mid lane a little bit too much. Didn't really have too many escapes. Mark had a flicker, but just couldn't get in there. The pressure was being pressed down, and then Wicket was able to secure the press, and it was crazy. It was crazy. I mean, the fights were insane into the first game. It was either team's game at that point, and then it kind of just came down to who was just better there at the end, and it seemed like MIF just brought better draft and went crazy with it.
I mean, it should definitely be said that the second game was almost like, but this tiny bit almost won for the side of MIF as well, because they were able to bounce back so greatly back into the game. But at that last fight, Farsa, great bombardment, great feathered airstrike, together paired up with glue. Let's just remind everyone, and that's how Wicket got caught, and that's how they turned it around. But unfortunately, in the end, Wicket and the rest of MIF were able to be the stronger team, the better team, at least for now, because the story for the side of BR is not yet written, it's not yet done, it's not yet set in stone, because they are still in it. Could be to win it, because they are still playing, right, Aiko? They are still not eliminated. They have still a lot of games potentially to play, and they are still capable to qualify if they will happen to win them.
100%. And I mean, we'll have to see what all these other teams bring to the table. I mean, that was a fierce fight. That was two behemoths going at it. I think there was another game in the top bracket that we never got to see, so we don't know how that game went, and I'm kind of curious to see how that did. So it'd be interesting to see kind of what a final bracket is looking like into round. I think we're into round 3 now. So it'd be interesting. I mean, more to come tomorrow. So definitely, if you guys make sure to like and subscribe to the stream. If you guys want to find our social medias or anything like that, you can find us on Instagram. Our IGs are right below us. Also, I am a streamer as well, so all of my content is under G the Ico. What about you, Warren? Do you do anything else other than IG?
Oh, yeah, I'm quite active on YouTube, so you can check me out there if you are interested in some Wild Rifts. I specify in Wild Rift, so yeah, if you like some Wild Rift, you can hop in. Don't have so much MLBB over there, but should be joining soon, so you will be able to find some MLBB as well. But well, other than our shameless plug, Ico, how excited are you about tomorrow? Because I think this banger of a series is telling us something, and that is that the rest of the teams that proceed to the rest of the tournament, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait. I mean, kind of looking at, I think this is the outcome of the finals, right? So, looks like the two teams that qualified is, I don't know who the Crown is, but the Crown and MIF, and then you can see at the bottom the two teams that were eliminated. I have a thing in the way. I can't see it. You got eyes on them? What is it? Hollow?
Oh, yeah, Hollow, Pantheon, and Miracle Gen, unfortunately.
Miracle Gen, okay. Well, there you go. That shows you Lazy moved on. Nightfall moved on. And, I mean, we're going to see 3 people qualifying the next time. And then we'll end up seeing 3 eliminated next.
I have to pinpoint something out. I just saw a crazy story of 2 teams. It's ET. And it well, not really ET that hard, but Search Titan specifically, like they lost, then oh no, wait, it's not that crazy because they lost and they won and they won rest. Sorry, I wanted to highlight them out because I felt like they lost and they were able to win. It's more a story of Nightfall specifically, because that's the story of Nightfall, where they lost first round, lost second, and in the third they were able to come back. So yeah, best of luck to Nightfall and the rest that are still fighting. Unfortunately, 2 teams have were lost today. They were lost in the thick of the battle. It was Hollow Pantheon and Miracle Generation. I hope, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in the future on upcoming events. But unfortunately, here it ends for them.
It does. And then this is looking at the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the grand finals. So we're looking at a crazy go, and you can already see MIF has made it into the qualifiers, as you can see at the very bottom. And also, I think that's Rain, if I'm not mistaken. I think.
Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see?
What's that?
Quarterfinals are BO3, right? But look what is semifinals and look what are grand finals.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that, Ico.
Yeah,
it's going to be absolute slammer. BO5 semifinals and BO7 grand final. Oh my god, I kind of lost myself there. I'm so hyped.
It's gonna be crazy. A BO7 is normally where the behemoths go at it, and they are, again, I've been in so many best of 7s that it's just, dude, it is nerve-wracking, because I'm talking about, like, this is the best of the best that are going at it. And 7 series is just, most of the time in North America, it's not a one-sided draw. It's a back and forth. So I can only imagine that we might see that same thing here as well. And then, yeah, Warren, any last words? I think we're almost out of here.
Well, any last words would be that we love MLBB as you do. I hope you enjoyed today's cast. Here I was, Warren1x, and joined with Ico, or I joined him. You can view it how you like it. And we were also joined by his beautiful cat companion for a bit, but I hope she will not take my salary. We will have to resolve that. But yeah. Tomorrow you will be Warren-less, as I say, so because I will not be joining you, but I don't know, Ico, will you be there?
Yep, I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Much love to everybody in the community. Thanks for showing up to the tournaments. And again, make sure you like and subscribe, and we'll see you guys later.